Chapter 2903. A sea of corpse fluid. It was clearly on the surface of a planet. Although it was different from the forbidden land of the demonic sage that he knew, it wasn't enough to make Yixian so surprised. The reason why he was shocked was because the heavens, the earth, the mountains, and the boundless vegetation, all of this clearly revealed a dense sense of ancientness and antiquity. Even the invisible aura in the void was the same. It was exactly the same as the aura he felt when he saw the giant star tortoise and the desolate golden dragon in the two inheritance images when he cultivated the hollow void technique, infused with the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. This made Yixian suddenly feel like he was hallucinating. Could it be that he had dreamt back to the primordial era? After being stunned for a while, Yixian gradually calmed down. Then, he once again swept his gaze to the surroundings. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized an extremely strange situation. At this moment, he was within such a desolate mountain range, yet his ears actually didn't hear even the most ordinary cry of birds or roar of beasts. It was as if this boundless mountain range, or even this part of the world, was a completely dead land. Thinking of this, the expression on his face slightly changed. Then, his eyes caught sight of a towering mountain peak in the distance. Looking from afar, it was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the clouds. With luck in his heart, Yixian quickly soared into the air and flew towards the giant mountain peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. When he was in the air and looked down, he discovered that this giant mountain was actually like a volcano. There was a huge hollow ring-shaped mountain pass, and the inside of it was hollow like an endless abyss. Before, Yixian was too far away from this giant mountain, so he didn't feel it was real and clear. But now, as he approached, he discovered that the ring-shaped volcanic crater at the top of the giant mountain was about 1,000 miles in diameter. If one reached the top of the giant mountain and looked at the opposite side of the ring-shaped crater, they wouldn't be able to see the end at all. If Yixian hadn't fallen from the sky, he would have mistakenly thought that the place he was standing at was actually the edge of the abyss. Yixian had never seen such a magnificent ring-shaped volcano before. However, at this moment, the giant mountain peak under his feet, although it had the appearance of a ring-shaped crater like a volcano, and the inside of the mountain was also hollow, it was clearly not a so-called volcano. Because even if it was an extinct volcano, the magma vein activity in the depths of the mountain had disappeared for many years. But even if it was no longer hot, it was impossible for it to be like now. What was spreading out were clearly strands of extremely cold that made one feel thoroughly uncomfortable. This feeling not only didn't feel like a volcano, but more like the aura of hell. This strange situation unknowingly aroused Yixian's curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made a decision. His figure leaped up, and directly landed at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater below him. As his figure descended, the distance gradually decreased. At the same time, it was also because he was gradually getting used to this dark environment. More importantly, it was also because Yixian's figure had to pass through a large amount of floating black fog as he descended. Therefore, not long after, when Yixian's figure had descended 70 to 80,000 meters, the scene at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater, which was like an endless abyss, finally became clear in his line of sight. As his field of vision rapidly cleared up, Yixian's expression once again changed in astonishment. This time, even his Yixing was trembling with redness. It could be seen how shaken his mind was by the scene before him. It was common knowledge that the deeper one went into a ring-shaped crater, the wider it became. This huge ring-shaped crater was the same. Previously, when he was still at the top of the ring-shaped crater, he couldn't see the opposite side. But now, even though he hadn't reached the bottom of the crater, Yixian still felt that all around him had become a boundless void. From this, it was enough to see how vast and boundless the bottom of the crater was. However, the shape of this boundless expanse of land was actually a boundless ocean, a black ocean. Yixian had never heard of a boundless ocean appearing at the bottom of a ring-shaped crater. But in reality, this wasn't the strangest thing about this huge ring-shaped crater. In the air above this vast ocean that was pitch black and exuded an endless cold aura, there was clearly a layer of dense black fog that permeated the air. Previously, when Yixian was descending, he had passed through layers of thin fog. It was obvious that this fog had slowly spread upwards from here. And at this moment, as Yixian's figure once again slowly descended towards the boundless black ocean, his vision gradually became clearer. At this moment, through the gaps in the black fog that occasionally moved like waves in the absence of wind, Yixian could clearly see that on the ink-black surface of the ocean below, there were countless different shapes, but all of them were incomparably terrifying and sinister floating corpses. These floating corpses were basically all kinds of living creatures, but all of them exuded an ancient feeling of vicissitudes. Yixian even saw a black sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters on a corner of the ocean not far away. At first, he was puzzled as to what kind of living creature it was, but as he gradually got closer at the same time, the sphere also moved along with the slight ripples of the black ocean. Gradually Yixian finally realized that this was clearly a head with facial features similar to a human's, but a head that was incomparably enlarged. It was just a head, but it had a diameter of 100 meters. Was this a giant or a supreme deity from the primordial age? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian suddenly realized something. Then, his expression changed again in shock. In this boundless black ocean, there were so many floating corpses of all kinds floating on the surface, almost covering more than 80% of the surface area within the range of his divine sense. Then what about below the surface of the ocean? What about the deeper parts of the ocean? Obviously, the endless corpses floating on the surface of the sea were only a small part of it. This was because if there were no more corpses, then the vast and boundless Black Sea at the bottom of the mountain would not be able to pass through at all. Little by little, they would accumulate into an ocean in the end. This black seawater was clearly corpse fluid. The fluid that slowly seeped out from the bodies of the corpses. After realizing this truth, Yixian's entire body turned completely cold, and even his spirit could not help but tremble. Terrifying. Indescribably terrifying. Corpse Fluid Sea. Chapter 2904. Corpse flower condensing fruit. Looking at everything in front of him, Yixian fell into an indescribable shock. If the Devil Saint Forbidden Land really existed, then this world was very likely to be a place that had been sealed since the primordial era. It was as if it had been forgotten in the boundless river of stars, and it had become a part of time that had been frozen for countless years. Whether it was the environment and aura of this world, or the appearances of the creatures in this endless pool of corpses, they all exuded a strong aura of desolation that was definitely not present in the galaxy and space-time Yixian was currently experiencing. If that was really the case, then what exactly had happened here before this desolate world was severed and imprisoned in the endless space and time of the boundless galaxy? With this kind of shock in thought, Yixian lowered his body once more. Only when he was only 1,000 meters away from the terrifying corpse pool did he stop. Then on the surface of the pool, whether it was thick or thin, it was everywhere, and the floating black corpse aura started to sway in all directions. After a full half an hour, Yixian continued to move in one direction, but he still hadn't reached the edge of the black corpse pool. From this, one could see how vast it was. Even now, the black corpse pond below was still filled with a large number of corpses. Some of the corpses had turned into skeletons, but some still had some flesh and blood. Some of them were even able to keep their bodies intact due to their special bloodline or because they were simply too powerful. However, they were filled with a thick sense of death, which made Yixian not dare to approach them. In this place he had seen too many skeletons and corpses of such enormous creatures. In the end, he was almost numb to them. As Yixian ventured deeper into the pool of corpses, he soon spotted a few more islands. Yes, it was an island, but it was an island of bones. A large number of skeletons, perhaps due to the power of the corpse pool's internal flow, slowly gathered together and squeezed closer and closer together. The gaps between the skeletons became smaller and smaller. In the end, they joined together and formed this strange island made up purely of endless corpses. Yixian gathered his courage and landed on one of the islands. Then he slowly walked with a shocked expression. The ground under his feet and everything on the island that he could see, whether it was the craggy peaks or the cave-like openings that occasionally appeared on a bone peak, everything was made up of skeletons. Even with Yixian's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear as he stepped on this island of bones. There was also an indescribable feeling towards life. This made his mind suddenly brighten up. He didn't dare to say that it was an epiphany, but at this moment, his state of mind did indeed have an effect that was close to sublimation. One's realm could be improved, but the cultivation of one's state of mind required luck. Just based on this inexplicable understanding of the state of mind, Yixian didn't come in vain this time. He couldn't see anything at the moment, but he would benefit a lot in the future because of this. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the endless corpse pool outside the island of bones suddenly emitted a continuous series of dull roars. Yixian's body shook and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Through the endless surface of the black corpse pool, Yixian could clearly see numerous invisible whirlpools wreaking havoc. In addition, a powerful airflow inexplicably appeared above the corpse pool, causing the black corpse aura above the pool to surge. All of this directly caused the countless corpses of living beings that floated within the corpse pool that had been deathly still for so many years to actually come to life at this moment. And the hideous and terrifying corpses and skeletons made various movements under the surging of the pool of corpse fluid, causing it to be indescribably horrifying. At this moment, the endless corpse pool seemed to come to life. The inexplicably surging airflow stirred up a torrential wave of corpses and wind. At the same time, there were roars and howls that sounded like roars and howls that rang out. This was caused by the invisible airflow passing through the gaps between the skeletons during the violent flow. But in such an environment, how could these roars and whistles not be the unwillingness and anger of the countless creatures floating in the endless corpse pool? Rumble. Kacha? Just as Yixian was shocked by the sudden change in the boundless black corpse pool, he was dumbfounded on the island of bones and didn't have any reaction to it. Just in front of his sight, in the pool formed by the endless black corpse liquid, a black round object with a diameter of a meter suddenly rushed out. It looked like a black thunderball, and its interior was extremely unstable. The black energy in the ball could be vaguely seen rotating and surging endlessly. After rushing out of the corpse pool, it soared into the sky. It didn't explode until it reached a height of about 1 kilometer. With this explosion, an electric net burst out in an instant, quickly spreading in all directions. It was indeed a lightning ball, but its energy was not the lightning attribute energy of nature. Instead, it came from the bottom of the pool. If he was not mistaken, it should be a large amount of corpse aura and even the evil thoughts of these creatures that had died. Under the pressure of the pool water, they gradually gathered together and condensed inward under the pressure of the pool water, becoming denser and denser before finally forming the lightning ball. Boom! Rumble! Kacha! Just as these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind, the surface of the corpse pool in that area once again rushed out of the corpse thunderball. There were big and small, and it was unknown what kind of power caused it, but it actually shot towards the top of the pool one after another. After reaching a certain height, it suddenly exploded, bursting out with corpse electricity. Although there were different sizes of corpse lightning, they were all pitch black in color. However, after these corpse thunder exploded, although there were strong and weak corpse electricity, there was clearly a more obvious difference. This point quickly attracted Yixian's interest. That was the color. At first, the corpse thunder that burst out after the corpse thunder exploded was black, but in the large number of corpse thunder that exploded later, there were clearly some lightning of other colors. Red, green, even gold. Just as Yixian was puzzled by this strange phenomenon and faintly felt that there was something hidden in it, the sky suddenly brightened at this moment. In that area, about 100 kilometers in radius, the black corpse gas that filled the air above the pool was finally ignited by the corpse electricity that spread out after the corpse thunder exploded. It was the burning of the corpse gas that brought about the light, but it revealed a strange pale color. It was also at this time that Yixian suddenly saw a delicate flower under the monstrous corpse flames. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system quietly sounded in his mind. Chapter 2905. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. May you pluck more. Nine-eyed golden crystal? Pluck more? Yixian was dumbstruck. His mind was spinning. Unknowingly, he recalled what Li Mosquito had explained to him about the multi-eyed sense crystal. The multi-eyed sense crystal referred to the demonic sense star crystals with eye halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal was just a translucent black crystal. The crystal was completely empty, and there was nothing inside. As for the multi-pupil sense crystal, one could see layers of halos that resembled pupils within the crystal. The minimum number of halos was 1 to 9. The more halos there were, the higher the grade of the crystal. Therefore, if the multi-eyed sense crystal was further divided, it could be called the single-eyed sense crystal, the dual-eyed sense crystal, the 8-eyed sense crystal and the 9-eyed sense crystal. If Lee Mosquito was right, then wouldn't the 9-eyed sense crystal be the highest grade among all the multi-eyed sense crystals? Wasn't his luck a little too good? One had to know that according to Yi Xian's understanding, even in the entire devil cultivator race, the true upper echelons only had a few multi-eyed thought crystals in their hands. Even if it was a single-eyed thought crystal, it would only have a single dazzling thought crystal. The mind power in this sense crystal was different from the normal demonic sense crystal, which didn't have any eye effects. It was more advanced. Therefore, many high-level martialists of the demon man race would only absorb the advanced mind power of the multi-pupil sense crystal when they had a breakthrough in their mind power, or when they felt that their mind source cores were about to transform. They could make use of this effect to break through in one fell swoop. Even so, according to the information that Yi Xian had obtained from the Black Mosquito Star web database, the highest grade multi-eyed sense crystal that had ever been found in the demonic man race was only an 8-eyed sense crystal. Because it was silvery white, this sense crystal was called an 8-eyed silver crystal. It was treated as the race's most precious treasure, and kept in the demonic Emperor Star's Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Even the Demon Emperor couldn't bear to use it. Now, he had inexplicably come across a 9-eyed golden crystal. The 8-eyed sense crystal was silver, and the 9-eyed sense crystal was gold. This was in accordance with the rules, but besides Yi Xian, no one else in the demonic man race knew that the 9-eyed sense crystal was actually gold, because they had never seen it before. Yi Xian was indeed shocked by the fact that he had unexpectedly encountered a top-notch 9-eyed golden crystal. However, this was not what he was more surprised about. Instead, this multi-pupil thought crystal was actually produced in the corpse pond. It was formed from a very beautiful plant in the corpse pond that could be called a corpse flower. After undergoing the baptism of corpse thunder, corpse lightning and corpse flames, the flower grew into fruit. This fruit was the multi-pupil thought crystal. All of this was simply inconceivable. Yi Xian had previously thought that this was most likely a type of mineral. At most it was produced in a special place. But at this moment, everything in front of him clearly confirmed the strange reality of the corpse flower condensing fruit turning into polychoria. Rumble. Boom. Kacha. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze as he stared blankly ahead. However, his mind was rapidly spinning as he analyzed everything. In the area of the corpse pond in front of him, the corpse lightning in the depths of the pond still rushed into the sky one by one and exploded. Then, the corpse lightning burst out and entered the raging corpse flames that enveloped the entire area of the pond. However, the area where the corpse flames burned in the sky was only this 100-mile radius of the corpse pond. It did not spread out and affect the entire boundless black corpse pond. This was because the corpse chi that filled the entire surface of the pond was not a hole. They were like clouds with a small canopy here and a large canopy there. There would be some gaps between them. When the corpse lightning in this 100-mile area exploded, the invisible airflow that was produced unknowingly pushed away the corpse chi that filled the air around the edge of this area. Under such circumstances, when the corpse chi in this area was ignited by the corpse lightning, the corpse flames burned along with the corpse chi to the edge. When they encountered a separation zone where there was no corpse chi, the corpse flames stopped burning. The corpse chi at the edge was pushed away by the invisible airflow, leaving behind a ring without corpse chi. It was the same as when a forest fire broke out, cutting down trees outside the fire to form a line of separation. In short, the blazing corpse flames only wreaked havoc in the air above the 50-kilometer radius of the pool, and didn't spread to the entire corpse pool. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have any other choice but to take the risk and quickly escape from the corpse flames. At this moment, as the flames that were spreading out finally stopped, they were restricted to the area above the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers. At the same time that Yi Xian's heart relaxed, his gaze swept through the area beneath the monstrous corpse flames. His entire body instantly became excited once again. Corpse flowers. Corpse flowers again. And there was more than one. Previously, he had clearly glanced over this area of the corpse pond. Not to mention more corpse flowers, in fact. Even the corpse flower that had just condensed the 9-eyed golden crystal fruit appeared inexplicably. Yi Xian originally thought that he did not pay attention at that time, but now it seemed that as a large number of corpse flowers were captured by his gaze, the first corpse flower clearly did not exist before. It was the same as the large number of corpse flowers that appeared in his line of sight now, appearing inexplicably and suddenly. As for the reason why these corpse flowers appeared, there was no need to think too much about it. It was clearly because of the corpse flames that were triggered by the corpse lightning. It was as if they had to go through the baptism of the corpse flames before they could condense the fruit-like multi-eyed thought crystal in the bud. Therefore, before the appearance of the corpse flames, even if there were corpse flowers in a certain corpse pond, they were hidden and would not appear easily. Only when the corpse flames erupted would they take the initiative to appear in order to undergo the baptism and condense the fruit crystals. Although the truth of the matter might have other details, according to Yi Xian's analysis and deduction, this should be the main theme. Of course, regardless of the facts and the truth as well as the reason or principle, those were actually minor details. It was not important to understand them or not. For Yi Xian, the most important thing was that this time, he was probably going to reap a great harvest. At a glance, in the area of 100 square miles where the corpse flames were burning fiercely in the sky, there were at least 100 demonic corpse flowers that appeared on the surface of the corpse pond. Apart from the initial golden corpse flower, Yi Xian saw another 3 golden corpse flowers, as well as about 7 to 8 silver corpse flowers. Apart from that, the other 100 corpse flowers were all black. It was only a small area of 100 square miles, but there were more than 100 gigantic demonic corpse flowers that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment they were all bathed in the corpse flames above, swaying slightly with some kind of invisible airflow that was emitted by the corpse flames. This scene revealed a cold and demonic beauty, and it caused Yi Xian to suddenly think of a sentence that contained an artistic conception. Chapter 2906. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The secret of the perception crystal. More than 100 incomparably beautiful corpse flowers caused Yi Xian to become excited. The only reason why he had gone through so much trouble to come to the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was to find the multi-pupil perception crystal so that the fragment of the immortal level superbrain, which was the core of his personal star communication system, could grow rapidly. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a wider range of information through the improvement of his personal star communication system's capabilities. Only in this way would he be able to grow rapidly in the context of the universe. Of course, finding the origin of engulfment, which had become the currency of the devouring system, was also one of his goals. However, as long as he had a wider range of information, he would be more confident in finding the origin of engulfment. Therefore, this goal was actually included. Previously, he was worried that even if he entered the Devil Saint Forbidden Land, he would not be able to find the multi-pupil perception crystal. How frustrating would that be? After all, the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was in the vast void of the Milky Way. It was bound to be vast. Finding the multi-pupil perception crystal, which was only the size of a fingernail, would be like finding a needle in a haystack. In fact, according to Yi Xian's understanding, there were not many multi-pupil perception crystals in the entire demon tribe. Even the real upper echelons of the imperial family only had a few. It was obvious how low the probability of it being produced was. However, all his worries and concerns were now gone. Even if the sense crystal fruits produced by more than 100 demonic corpse flowers could not allow the fragment of the immortal level galaxy fun brain to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy superbrain, it was still possible for it to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy superbrain. It could at least increase its quality and level by 1 or 2 times, right? This at least ensured that Yi Xian did not come in vain. Apart from other unexpected gains, such as the inexplicable improvement of his state of mind, he had finally gained something from his original goal. Of course, it was not easy to come here. It would be impossible for Yi Xian not to think about obtaining more multi-pupil perception crystals. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to be greedy. If he wanted to be greedy, he had to at least wait until he obtained the 100 over multi-pupil perception crystals in front of him. Otherwise, he would be too speechless if he thought of other things before he even got his hands on them. With this kind of excitement in his heart, Yi Xian stood at the edge of the island of bones beneath his feet. However, his gaze was fixed on the surface of the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers in front of him. Soon as time passed, the corpse flames above the pond gradually weakened. After all, no matter how dense the corpse chi was, it would eventually run out. Once the corpse qi was gone, the corpse flames would naturally die out. At first, Yi Xian was worried that after the corpse flames disappeared, these demonic corpse flowers that appeared because of the corpse flames would once again return to the depths of the corpse pool. If that was the case, then Yi Xian would be overjoyed, wasting his expression, and being excited for nothing. However, at this moment, when he saw a few corpse flowers at the edge of the area, after the corpse flames above them had died out, they still swayed slightly and steadily stayed at the edge of the pool. When he saw that they did not disappear, Yi Xian's slightly anxious heart finally calmed down. It was good that they did not run. If they did not run, then there was no need to rush. There was no need to risk some unknown danger under the corpse flames and immediately go to pick them. More than 10 minutes passed. At this moment, the corpse flames above the 100-mile-wide corpse pool had shrunk by more than half. The diameter of the corpse flames was only 1/3 of its original size, burning above the central area. Yi Xian held back for a long time. Finally, at this moment, he leaped up and rushed toward that area. After all, there were no more corpse flames at the edge of the area. However, there were 30 to 40 beautiful corpse flowers swaying gently there. The swaying made Yi Xian's heart itch unbearably. Soon, with excitement in his heart, Yi Xian finally arrived at the edge of the 100-mile-wide corpse flame area. The first thing he rushed toward was a golden corpse flower. In this 100-mile-wide area, there were now 4 golden corpse flowers and 8 silver corpse flowers. Among the 4 golden corpse flowers, the other 3 were in the central area. There were still corpse flames burning above them. Therefore, Yi Xian did not pay attention to them. He would first get the one in the periphery. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's rapidly approaching figure finally approached. But it was also at this moment that his figure, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, suddenly shook. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his entire body trembled violently. It was too unexpected. If it were not for his courage, if it were someone with less courage, he would have been scared out of his wits. Previously, because the distance was too far, Yi Xian could see the corpse flowers. After all, each corpse flower, including the flower stem, was about a meter tall and was considered a large flower. However, although he could see the flowers, he could not clearly see the situation at the bottom of the flower stem because of the distance. However, now that he was close, he could naturally see it clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was given a great fright. Because this golden corpse flower did not come from the corpse pond below. Instead, it grew from the mouth of a living creature's corpse that was facing up. Its roots were deeply buried in the corpse's wide-open mouth. It gave people the feeling that after the corpse died, someone threw a flower seed into its mouth. Now that flower seed sprouted and grew from its mouth. Not only did it grow into a demonic corpse flower the size of a meter, it even bore a golden crystal fruit the size of a pigeon's egg. As this conjecture flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's entire body trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked around. Every demonic corpse flower that he saw was indeed growing from the mouths of corpses that were facing up. One flower was an accident. If there were 2 or 3 flowers, he could still use this excuse to deceive himself. However, now that every flower that he saw was like this, then was there any need to deceive himself? There was no doubt that these corpse flowers grew from the mouths of the living creatures in the pond. Previously, Yi Xian did not see them. It was not because they were hiding in the pond and did not come out, but because they had not been born yet. After the corpse gas in the sky turned into corpse flames, due to some unknown inducement, they suddenly grew rapidly from the mouths of the corpses and condensed into crystal fruits in the blink of an eye. This was already a fact and could not be doubted. However, what was the reason for all this? Was it because these living creatures that grew corpse flowers had some special characteristics? Or was this terrifying corpse pond really a certain existence that, in order to plant corpse flowers and collect crystal fruits, collected and even personally created countless corpses of living creatures and threw them into the pond, using them as fertile soil to grow flowers? As he calculated all this in his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt an incomparably mysterious feeling towards the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower plate of the golden corpse flower. Chapter 2907. A huge harvest. After suddenly discovering that these demonic corpse flowers were actually growing out of the mouths of ancient creatures, Yi Xian was somewhat absent-minded. Suddenly, he inexplicably felt a mysterious and strange aura. It seemed to be shrouding the sky above this endless corpse pool, hiding around his body. It gave birth to an inexplicable feeling of unease. It was like a suspicious ghost. At this moment, no matter how Yixian looked at his surroundings, he felt that it was strange. His entire heart was thumping wildly. However, this kind of fluctuating change in his state of mind very quickly disappeared under his strong efforts to pacify himself. Following that, Yixian took a deep breath and shook off all the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. He reached out his hand and plucked the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower disc of the golden corpse flower. No matter what secrets there were, he was already here. He had already seen the multi-pupil perception crystal. It was even right in front of him. If he didn't take it, what kind of logic would that make? As for whether there would be any other consequences, or whether there were unfathomable hidden dangers behind this multi-pupil perception crystal, these were not things that he needed to consider now. He would slowly think about it in the future. He had to get the thing first. Thinking like this, Yixian had already pinched the golden crystal in his fingers. With a light lift, it was separated from the flower disc of the demonic corpse flower. Yixian held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. First of all, it was golden. It was the size of a pigeon's egg and had a prismatic shape. There were countless small prismatic refraction surfaces on its surface, just like a polished diamond. Therefore, when Yixian held it in his hand and examined it carefully, he felt that it was unbelievably beautiful. And in this prismatic golden crystal, Yixian counted carefully. There were indeed 9 layers of pupil halos. The outer layer was the largest, wrapping around each other. When it reached the innermost 9th layer, it was just a small dot. Suddenly looking at it, it really did seem like he was looking at an eyeball with 9 layers of pupil halos. It was a kind of dazzling, as if he looked at it seriously, his mind would be immersed in the illusion. Other than that, Yixian didn't notice any other abnormalities or special colors for the time being. Right at this moment, just as he was about to keep this precious 9-eyed golden crystal into his undying world, he unexpectedly discovered a situation that caused him to jump in fright. Very quickly, his jaw dropped in astonishment. In his line of sight, the gigantic demonic flower from which he had taken the 9-eyed golden crystal was rapidly dissipating in an almost illusory manner. This process had obviously started a while ago, probably right after he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal. It was just that Yixian was too preoccupied with examining the 9-eyed golden crystal in his hand to notice. At this moment, half of the bewitching corpse flower had already dissipated. It did not wither nor did it collapse. Instead, it turned from a material object into an illusory golden speck of light. From top to bottom, it rapidly dispersed and disappeared. This type of miraculous disillusionment quickly reached the root, extending into the mouth of that creature's corpse that had its mouth wide open. However, everything didn't stop there. Very quickly, that corpse also started disillusionment, starting from its face and spreading to its entire body, rapidly turning into golden specks of light and dissipating. Not sure if it was an illusion or not, but Yixian clearly discovered that this creature that originally had its mouth wide open and looked incomparably ferocious seemed to have the bloodline of an ape, but had a pair of gigantic wings on its back. The process of disillusionment was transmitted from the corpse flower to its body, starting from its face. Its originally ferocious expression seemed to have turned into tranquility. Even its originally angry mouth was closed, as if it had been freed from its torment and was relieved very quickly. Under Yixian's astonished gaze, the entire corpse that was about 3 meters tall had completely turned into a small golden speck of light in less than a minute, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the empty space between the corpses on the surface of the pool where it was originally located, Yixian suspected that he was in a dream. Everything was too unreal. After calming himself down, Yixian flipped his hand and kept the 9-eyed golden crystal in his body, placing it in a small crystal box to prevent its energy from dissipating. Yixian still had quite a few of these small crystal boxes, all of which were obtained from the Black Wind's warehouse. It should be a special item prepared by the demon army to store some kind of energy that dissipated easily. There were exactly 100 of them in total. Following that, he did not continue to delay, turning around and rushing towards the other corpse flowers. This time, he did not hesitate and directly plucked the multi-eyed sense crystal from the center of the corpse flowers, keeping it in the undying world in his body, storing it in the small crystal box, before moving on to the next corpse flower. As he continued to pluck the corpse flowers, Yixian would occasionally turn around to look at the corpse flowers that he had just plucked. As expected, he discovered that after every corpse flower's crystal fruit was plucked, it would be like the first corpse flower, disappearing from the bottom, and finally to the root, passing this disillusion to the creature that nurtured and nourished the corpse flower. Finally, the corpse marrow also carried a kind of relieved and liberated aura, disappearing completely. After every pluck it was the same. The only difference was the color of the small specks of light that quickly dissipated when disappearing. When the golden corpse flower dissipated, what appeared was countless golden specks of light. When the silver corpse flower dissipated, the countless specks of light that appeared were silver. As for the black corpse flowers, the large number of specks of light that appeared when disappearing was a kind of semi-transparent faint black color. After plucking the corpse flowers in the periphery, the corpse flame above the corpse pond was finally reduced to a small area of a dozen meters in radius, and would be completely extinguished soon. While there was still some light, Yixian immediately sped up. After a short while, he had finished plucking all the crystal fruits in the central area. Then, he flew around in a circle in mid-air. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he was relieved. His figure flashed, and he swept toward the skeleton island that he had previously landed on. Before he reached the island, the light behind him had quietly dimmed, and the corpse flame was finally extinguished. The entire corpse pond once again fell into an endless darkness. Fortunately, whether it was Yixian's mental power or divine sense, they could spread out in this extreme darkness, replacing the vision of the naked eye. Therefore, even if there was no light, to him, everything around him was still as clear as a candle's flame. After landing on the skeleton island, Yixian took out his harvest this time and began to count them. The 4 9-pupil golden crystals were placed in 4 small crystal boxes by themselves. There were 8 pieces of 8-eyed silver crystal, and they were also stored in 8 small crystal boxes. In addition, there were some black and semi-transparent multi-eyed sense crystals of other grades. Based on the number of layers of pupil halos inside, these sense crystals should be from 3-eyed to 7-eyed, a total of 103 pieces. Chapter 2908. Gongming Tian Yun Yixian stored the 103 black translucent multi-pupil consciousness crystals, which ranged from 3 pupils to 7 pupils, in 5 small crystal boxes according to their different levels. The 3-eyed and 4-eyed crystals had the most, with over 30 each. The 7-eyed crystals had the least, but there were still 12 of them. These 5 small crystal boxes were quickly stored in the undying world within Yixian's body. After that, Yixian played with the 8 8-eyed golden crystals for a while before keeping them in his body as well. Right now there were only 4 small crystal boxes in front of him, each containing a 9-eyed golden crystal. Yixian examined them carefully and realized that there were slight differences between the 4 boxes of 9-eyed golden crystals. Of course, they were mostly the same. If one did not examine them carefully, one would not be able to see the differences. This difference was reflected in 2 aspects. One was the depth of color. 2 was the number of small prismatic facets on the surface of the golden crystals. In terms of color, even though all 4 of them were golden semi-transparent crystals, the one that Yixian picked first shone brighter than the other 4. In terms of facets, the one that Yixian picked first had the most facets. There were thousands of facets on the surface of the crystal. Even though the other 3 also had thousands of facets, they had fewer facets than the first one. Even among the 3 9-eyed golden crystals, the one with the most minor refractive surfaces had 600 less minor refractive surfaces than the first one. Even though Yixian could not figure out the difference, he was sure of one thing. Among the 4 9-eyed golden crystals, the one that he picked first was definitely the best and most perfect one. With this guess in mind, Yixian quickly kept the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals into his undying world. Then, he took the first 9-eyed golden crystal out of the crystal box and played with it for a while before keeping it into his body. He threw it to the devouring system for identification. Very quickly, the system's notification rang in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade: 9-eyed level 9. Quality: perfect 9-eyed. Attribute: primordial mystique inheritance. Do you want to start collecting the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Wait! Yi Xian subconsciously roared out these words in his mind. He then realized that he had overreacted. As long as he did not give a definite answer, the system would not act on its own accord. However, he did not have the time to be embarrassed. He focused all his attention on the system's notification in his mind. Nine-eyed level 9 was expected. Perfect nine-eyed mystique inheritance was. But what was the meaning of the primordial divine ability inheritance in the appraisal result? Why did it ask him to collect the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Could it be that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of a divine ability after absorbing the nine-eyed golden crystal? Moreover, it was of the primordial level. Wasn't this a bit too much of a joke? If that was the case, wouldn't there be many powerful people in the demon tribe who would have such a primordial mystique inheritance? After all, although the multi-eyed divine crystal was rare, some of the higher-ups in the demon tribe still had 2 or 3 of them. If he didn't figure this out, Yi Xian obviously wouldn't act rashly. What if there were some unknown dangers or even dangers? Thinking of this, he immediately took out the other 3 nine-eyed golden crystals and threw them to the devouring system for appraisal. The result caused him to be stunned once again. The appraisal results of these 3 nine-eyed golden crystals were exactly the same, without a single difference. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 nine-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade: Nine-eyed level 9. Quality: Normal nine-eyed. Attribute: Spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start collecting it immediately? Basically, the result was similar to the first one. However, in terms of quality and attribute, the difference was like heaven and earth. In terms of quality, the first one was a perfect nine-eyed crystal, but these 3 were normal nine-eyed. In terms of attribute, the first one was a primordial mystique inheritance, but these 3 were spiritual origin crystals. And in terms of the question at the end of the notification, the absorption of these 3 crystals was only a question. What was absorbed was probably only spiritual origin. Of course, it was far from normal spiritual origin. The quality of the nine-eyed level 9 was right there. But these 3 crystals were obviously not like the first one. In terms of absorption, apart from obtaining pure, high-quality spiritual origin energy, one could also obtain a primordial mystique inheritance. With this comparison, Yi Xian basically knew what was going on. It seemed that not all multi-pupil sense crystals contain some kind of divine ability inheritance from the primordial age. Only a nine-eyed golden crystal that had reached the 9th grade of the 9 eyes, and was a perfect 9th grade in terms of quality, would contain such a divine ability that originated from the primordial era. Therefore, the multi-eyed divine crystals in the hands of the demon dwellers could at most absorb some high-quality spiritual origin energy. Even the 3 in Yi Xian's hands had reached the 9th level of the 9 pupils, but they weren't perfect in terms of quality. They were only ordinary 9 pupils golden crystals, and they didn't contain any inheritances. There was no need to mention the goods in their hands that were like rotten street goods to Yi Xian. After confirming this result, Yi Xian was instantly relieved. Perfect nine-eyed golden crystals were not easy to find. Although this corpse pool was boundless, and if there were golden nine-eyed golden crystals, there might not be perfect level 9, but even if there were definitely not many. In addition, the nine-eyed golden crystals that appeared were very rare to begin with. With this accumulation, perfect nine-eyed golden crystals were basically something that could only be found by chance. In that case, wasn't the value of the perfect nine-eyed golden crystal in his hands immeasurable? In addition, what exactly was the divine ability inheritance contained within this perfect grade 9 eyes golden crystal? A primordial level divine ability. Just thinking about it was enough to move him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart thumped faster and faster. In the end, he couldn't restrain himself, and after putting the other 3 nine-eyed golden crystals into the small crystal box and storing them into the undying world within his body, he finally gave the order to Devour to immediately absorb the first nine-eyed golden crystal and accept the divine ability inheritance contained within. When this order was given, Yi Xian was already sitting cross-legged on the ground of Skeleton Island. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. The system's confirmation notification sounded, and then it began the process of absorbing the perfect nine-eyed golden crystal. Very quickly, Strands of golden spiritual origin energy were sent into Yi Xian's mind and automatically entered the purplish-black spiritual core in his mind. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yi Xian, who was immersed in the process, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Chapter 2909. One arrow shatters the heavens, heaven-falling bow? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard those 3 words. His first reaction was to wonder if the system had made a mistake or if he had misheard it. The 3 words heaven-falling bow clearly indicated that it was a magic treasure. Although the name of the bow sounded quite domineering, this small 9-eyed golden crystal was not a spatial magic treasure. How could there be a bow named heaven-falling in it? Wasn't he supposed to get a powerful divine ability from the desolate antiquity era? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt his knowledge sea tremble, as if something had been directly sent in by the devouring system. Could it be that the 9-eyed golden crystal contained the law of primordial era's divine ability? With this thought, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. It wasn't that he hadn't grasped divine abilities before, but the environment and background at that time were different. Divine abilities were closely related to some kind of law of heaven and earth. For example, the void suppression divine ability used by the Void Ladybird Empress in the Black Hole of Life was a type of divine ability that used the law of void. However, the void suppression divine ability that the Void Ladybird Empress had mastered was not complete and was incomplete. Otherwise, with the strength of the law of void, it would not have been so weak. Although Yi Xian had mastered some divine abilities in the past. However, whether it was in the immortal world or the God world, the divine abilities that he had mastered were actually comprehended in the narrow environment of a single star like the 9 heavens star. Although every divine ability was indeed related to some kind of law of heaven and earth, the law of heaven and earth mentioned here was an extremely narrow law of heaven and earth at the level of the 9 heavens star. Now Yi Xian had already left the 9 heavens star and entered the vast and boundless Milky Way outside. The great shadow of heaven and earth he was in was no longer the inner world of a single star, but the background of the entire vast and boundless starry sky. In this environment of the starry sky, the law of heaven and earth within a single star was no longer applicable. Therefore, the divine abilities that Yi Xian had painstakingly mastered before were all useless in the starry sky world. There was no way he could use it. And now, the divine art he obtained from this 9-pupil golden crystal would be his first divine art in the context of the starry sky. Moreover, this divine art originated from the distant desolate antiquity era. Just this point alone was enough to predict its extraordinariness. When he thought of this, Yi Xian could no longer hold back. He immediately immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to grasp this desolate era divine ability as soon as possible. Even if he could only display a small portion of its power for the time being, it should be enough for Yi Xian, whose cultivation was still low. With such a strong expectation, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, he saw the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Before this, there were already 2 foreign objects suspended above his sea of consciousness. One of them was the spirit source core that hovered in the eastern part of his knowledge sea. The second was the void crystal that was hovering in the western part of his sea of consciousness. And now, this small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness was obviously the third foreign object. This golden bow was clearly in the form of energy. Its entire body was golden, and it was extremely small. It was only the size of a thumb, and there was no bowstring. Needless to say, there was not a single arrow. It was completely a naked bow. However, its shape was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow was composed of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling miserably. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. Seeing this small and strange golden bow, Yi Xian was stunned. Could this be the fallen sky bow that he obtained from the 9-pupil golden crystal? Some kind of divine art from the distant antiquity era? Wasn't this too much of a scam? A divine art from the antiquity era had turned into a strange small bow? The key point was that it was a defective product. It was fine if there were no arrows, but at least there should be a bowstring, right? Depressed, Yi Xian sighed and extended a wisp of his divine sense over, as if he had accepted his fate. Soon, he touched the small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness. The next moment, an explosion suddenly came without warning. It was like a thunderclap on a dry day. In an instant, Yi Xian's consciousness was shaken, and he almost fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yi Xian's consciousness shook for a moment. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. It was no longer his sea of consciousness, but a boundless void of stars. Even more surprising to him was that this unfamiliar and vast starry sky actually gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and it revealed a simple and boundless feeling of age and distance. It was surprisingly similar to the void of stars where he saw the starry sky giant turtle, when he cultivated the void dimension fragment, and the golden starry sky giant dragon, when he fused with the immortal ancestral dragon blood. Could it be that this small golden bow really came from the antiquity era? Otherwise, as soon as his divine sense touched it, it immediately caused a terrifying explosion that seemed to be the rumbling of the Grand Tao, and then he saw this boundless starry sky from the antiquity era. Screech! Roar! Roar! Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. There was a fierce roar full of violent aura. There was a roar full of the power to swallow the starry sky. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, he saw an extremely tragic battle at the end of the endless starry sky. The entire endless starry sky was the battlefield. Everywhere on this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that could not be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless starry sky, Yi Xian seemed to be able to clearly sense the terrifying aura that was emitted from their bodies. He could not describe this aura, and did not know what kind of realm it was, but Yi Xian did not doubt that even a supreme existence like the Mad Mosquito Emperor could only be reduced to an ant in the face of this aura. As for being less than an ant... Swish! Just as Yi Xian was shocked, a high-pitched screech sounded out, and a brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield in front of him. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space, and instantly rushed to the end of the vast starry sky. Along the way it destroyed everything, and even the starry sky was cut in two. Chapter 29:10. The ancient and confusing passed this golden arrow of light, capable of tearing through the void of the galaxy, soared into the heavens, and as it did so, Yi Xian's body trembled violently once more. He wasn't shocked by its terrifying supreme power, but was shocked by the familiarity of this golden light. Subconsciously, Yi Xian's line of sight followed the direction of the terrifying golden arrow. Very quickly, a figure that was not very tall entered Yi Xian's line of sight. It was humanoid in shape, but its face was ferocious, just like a yaksha. Although its body was only about 10 feet tall, there was clearly a pair of huge wings on its back. They flapped slightly, supporting its body lightly in the air. This was clearly the corpse that Yi Xian had picked the first nine-eyed golden crystal from the corpse pool. It was the corpse that was facing up, its mouth wide open, and the corpse flower that had nurtured the nine-eyed golden crystal grew from its roots. At this moment, the figure raised his left hand high up in the air, and the huge, weird, and ancient golden bow that was gradually disappearing proved this point. In that instant, Yi Xian came to a realization. As it turned out, the reason why the corpse flower grew out of its mouth was not because someone was using a corpse to nurture the flower. Judging from the corpse flower's golden crystal fruit that contained the fallen sky bow's divine ability, the birth of the corpse flower and the formation of the nine-eyed golden crystal in the flower disk was clearly influenced by a strand of obsession left behind by the existence that floated in the corpse pool. Only then could it be realized. However, did such a powerful being from the primordial era die in the end? Then, who was it that threw its corpse into this endless corpse pool? Furthermore, were all the other corpses in the corpse pond also supreme existences of the same level as it? It was also what he was seeing right now. Although it was incomparably vivid, in reality, it was in this monstrous battle that happened countless years ago. Had he fallen? Then what was the meaning of this battle? What was the reason? What was the result in the end? As questions continuously surfaced in his mind, Yixian was completely at a loss. His gaze gradually blurred, and he shifted his gaze away from the supreme expert who had left behind the fallen soul Bao's inheritance. Just like that, he slowly swept his gaze across the battlefield in a daze. A land of endless slaughter with the boundless starry sky as the background. Suddenly, Yixian's pupils constricted. His originally dull and sluggish consciousness also instantly sobered up at this moment. Even his body violently shook, and cold sweat faintly appeared on his back. It was another familiar figure. Moreover, this figure, even at this moment, was still entangling him. It was a kind of uneasiness, as if there was a dagger on his back. At the edge of this galactic battlefield, in an area where there were fewer desolate antiquity creatures, Yixian clearly saw a blood-red figure lurking on the back of a huge dead star. The illusory state of the energy body, the huge size of a small meteor, and the appearance of an ordinary ape, except for the strange shape of a bloodhorn on the top of its head. Everything was so familiar. This was clearly the statue that was embedded on the cliff at the bottom of the valley in the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet. This was clearly the owner of the Weeping Soul bloodhorn that had always been in Yixian's undying world, but could not be found no matter how hard he tried. This was clearly a giant Weeping Soul beast with a bloodhorn. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian instantly felt unwell. This Weeping Soul beast with a bloodhorn was actually a supreme existence from the desolate antiquity era. No wonder even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the black hole of life did not have the slightest intention to resist when facing its aura. But this was not the key point. The key point was that in this monstrous war that broke out countless years ago in the desolate antiquity era, all the other desolate antiquity creatures seemed to have fallen, including the original owner of the fallen sky Bao that Yixian obtained. The supreme existence with the power to destroy a part of the sky with a single arrow had also fallen. But this Weeping Soul beast with a bloodhorn was clearly an exception. Even though its original illusory body might have already dissipated, the Weeping Soul bloodhorn that was left behind clearly contained some sort of mystery. Otherwise, how could this horn be so strange as to be able to freely enter and exit the undying world within Yixian's body, even hunting the 9-star Ladybird Emperor, and absorbing its energy crystal body for its own use? Could it be that this Weeping Soul beast with a bloodhorn really did not fall in that battle back then? Was it sealed in the Demon Emperor Forbidden Ground where the corpse pond was located together with the corpses of all the experts who had fallen in that battle? Then, what was the matter with the statue embedded in the cliff of the mountain deep in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet? Was it its original body that was sealed? Was it detected by some kind of power when it was trying to escape from the Demon Emperor Forbidden Ground, and was directly sealed in the cliff of the mountain? Then what was the Weeping Soul bloodhorn that appeared in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star? Who was it that set up the altar and sealed the Weeping Soul bloodhorn there? While his body was shaking violently, Yixian's eyes were always fixed on the Weeping Soul beast in the distant corner of the void in front of him, but in an instant, a series of tangled questions flashed through his mind. All of this made him feel as if his head was about to split apart, as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Confusing and confusing. He had thought about it and even hoped that all this was just him being oversensitive, but in fact it was simply impossible. Leaving aside everything that had already appeared in reality, such as the statue in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet, the Weeping Soul bloodhorn in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor's death, and the blood-red Weeping Soul horn that he had been looking for all over his body but could not find. Even if all of this was put aside for the time being, the strange scene that entered Yixian's line of sight was still enough to prove that this blood-horned Weeping Soul beast was unfathomable. At this moment, in the vast battlefield of the stars, countless creatures of the remote antiquity era were all fighting fiercely. Only this Weeping Soul beast, which was like a small meteor, was quietly hiding behind a huge dead star, secretly looking at the entire vast battlefield of the stars. His demeanor and actions clearly showed that he was trying to pry into her. Why didn't it fight? What was the purpose of hiding like a ghost? What was the purpose or scheme? As he stared blankly at all of this, Yixian suddenly felt that the countless primordial creatures in the boundless starry sky were fighting to the extreme, and the bloodhorn weeping soul beast was silently hiding in a remote corner of the battlefield. Guichong was spying on them to the extreme. When these two images entered his eyes at the same time, the stark contrast caused him to inexplicably feel a chill in his heart. It was also at this moment that the weeping soul beast, who was hiding in the shadow of the huge dead star, seemed to feel something and slowly turned its head to look at Yixian. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 29:11. Double Advancement Boom. Just as Yixian's line of sight in the inheritance scene converged with the bloodhorn weeping soul beast at the edge of the blood-colored void battlefield, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out, directly blasting Yixian's consciousness out of the inheritance scene that originated from the primordial era. It even caused his own consciousness to withdraw from his sea of consciousness and open his eyes. At this moment, an extremely strong light of shock burst out from Yixian's eyes. Only now did he realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. It was even more so for his forehead. As a cultivator with the background of the starry sky, if it wasn't for the fact that his mind had suffered such a huge change and shock, such a situation definitely wouldn't have occurred. From this, it could be seen how astonished Yixian was. There was a conspiracy. What a huge conspiracy! It was related to the primordial era and had continued to this day. It even involved Yixian himself. If there was a string that connected all of this, then this string was undoubtedly the bloodhorn weeping soul beast. However, what he saw earlier was clearly the scene of the primordial memory inheritance contained within the 9-pupil golden crystal. Even though this scene really did exist, it was in the primordial past countless years ago after all. Under such circumstances, how could the bloodhorn weeping soul beast in the inheritance image sense his existence? Furthermore, its blood-red eyes, which were filled with an endlessly strange aura, could actually meet his gaze in reality? That was impossible. But that fleeting exchange of glances was so real. Even if Yixian didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. Damn it! What was the reason for all this? What secrets are they hiding? The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt in his head. He wanted to stop thinking about it, but he couldn't help but start thinking about it again. All of this infuriated Yixian. Fortunately, Yixian suddenly heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind, instantly diverting his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host. His cultivation base had increased. Current cultivation base. Meteor level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. Source core level upgrade. Current level. Level 6. You have obtained a mind power secret technique. Would you like to activate it immediately? The successive system notifications instantly improved Yixian's gloomy mood. His cultivation base and source core level had both increased at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. This time, Yixian hadn't absorbed the source energy of the star core to cultivate the void fragment art. He hadn't absorbed the source energy of the demon's brain or the weeping soul beast's illusory body to condense his source core. However, his source core level and cultivation base level had both. Was a pleasant surprise. However, although the accident came suddenly, Yixian immediately understood the reason behind it after pondering for a moment. It was obvious that all of this was because of the 9-eyed golden crystal. After the 9-eyed golden crystal's high-grade source energy had been absorbed by the devouring system, all of it had been injected into the source core in Yixian's sea of consciousness. The extremely high grade of this pure source energy had caused his source core to undergo a metamorphosis. Leveling up from level 5 to level 6 was simply a matter of course. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, it was partly because Yixian had absorbed quite a bit of the star core source energy and had been accumulating it in his body the entire time. All he lacked was an opportunity to break through. Absorbing the 9-eyed golden crystal had been the best opportunity for a breakthrough. After all, the 9-eyed golden crystal didn't only contain the source energy of the star core. Yixian had already discovered that there was some other pure energy contained within it. After all, the 9-eyed golden crystal had been grown from the flesh of an ancient powerhouse. It couldn't possibly be just the source energy of the star core. As for these pure energies that weren't spiritual origin energy, after being absorbed, it was obvious that they were the same as the source of the star core. They were directly used on Yixian's main cultivation technique, which was the cultivation of the void insight fragment. Therefore, his cultivation in this aspect had also unexpectedly advanced. Overjoyed, Yi Xian immediately felt the power within his body. Sure enough, even though he had only advanced from the first level of the meteor realm to the second level, the higher his cultivation level was, It was also only a small breakthrough. However, compared to before, the change in his strength after advancing and before advancing was even more obvious. At the moment, he could clearly feel that his body was full of surging power. His entire body was in an excellent state, which was simply unprecedented. As for the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, it had undergone its 5th transformation and entered the 6th stage. Due to the increase in the source energy it contained, its volume had become much denser. Therefore, the mind source core had shrunk once again. It was now the size of a green bean, but there was a thick layer of purple around it. Its original black color had become fainter and fainter, to the point where it was almost undetectable. After a careful examination, Yi Xian's mood had completely recovered. The haze from before had been thrown to the back of his mind. Then he immediately ordered the system to activate the mind power secret technique that he had obtained after his mind source core had evolved to the 6th stage. If there was anything that Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with about this simultaneous breakthrough in his source core grade and cultivation base, it was obviously the mind power secret technique that he had obtained this time. Previously, he had always hoped that when his source core evolved to the 6th stage, he would be able to obtain some sort of remarkable ability related to the use of mind power. However, this hope had clearly been dashed. What Yi Xian had obtained was still the same as before. It was some sort of secret technique related to the use of mind power. However, it was still better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing. When his mind source core had evolved to the 5th stage. Previously, when Yi Xian's mind source core had been reconstructed and evolved from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, it had still required some time and accumulation before the 4th transformation was complete. However, when he had encountered the Mad Mosquito Emperor on the Mosquito Beast star and obtained his help, he had immediately skipped this process. However, perhaps due to the interference of external forces during that transformation, when the countless fragments of the jelly-like mind source core in Yi Xian's mind had once again condensed into a crystalline source, Yi Xian had not heard any system notification that he had obtained any sort of mind power secret technique or mind power secret technique. At the time, he had been worried that there wouldn't be any in the future. However, after the 5th transformation of his source core, he had obtained another mind power secret technique, which had finally made him relax a little. Plus, the mind power secret technique that he had obtained when his source core evolved to the 6th stage was more or less stronger than the mind suppression secret technique that he had obtained when his source core had evolved to the 4th stage. This was enough for him. Chapter 29:12. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Spiritual Thunder Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the secret technique of spiritual power. Spiritual Thunder Technique. As the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian, who was full of anticipation, was immediately stunned. Spiritual Thunder Technique? Spiritual power could actually evolve into a lightning-shaped attack? Yi Xian had never heard of this before. Generally speaking, there were 2 types of lightning-type attacks. One was to grasp a certain level of the law of lightning, and use lightning-type divine abilities to directly trigger the lightning-type attacks in the void. The other type was to use special lightning-type magic treasures to attack. These lightning-type magic treasures first had to be refined with lightning-type materials. After the refinement was completed, one had to go to some starry sky thunder pool or some stars or regions in the void of the universe where lightning-type energy was rich and filled with endless lightning-type energy all year round. After the lightning-type energy was refined, one could freely use this lightning-type magic treasure to launch lightning-type attacks in battle. Yi Xian had only obtained a secret technique of using spiritual power. Obviously, it was impossible for him to obtain any lightning-type magic treasures. Similarly, since it was a secret technique, it was impossible for it to be like the lightning-type divine ability, where one could use one's understanding of the law of lightning to directly trigger the lightning-type energy in the void of the universe for one's own use and attack as one pleased. Therefore, if he was not mistaken, this so-called spiritual lightning technique was most likely a technique that directly used his spiritual origin energy as energy. After some complicated elemental evolution and transformation, the spiritual origin energy would be transformed into the power of lightning, and then used to launch an attack. Although it was not as easy to use as the lightning-type divine ability and did not consume much spiritual power, it was at least much more convenient than relying on lightning-type magic treasures to launch a lightning-type attack. As long as one had enough spiritual origin energy, there was no need to go around collecting lightning-type energy. Furthermore, one had to refine the energy before using it as one pleased. All in all, Yixian was quite satisfied. Soon Yixian's mind was immersed in his knowledge sea. 2 balls of energy of different colors were reflected in his vision. These 2 balls of light floated silently in the air above his knowledge sea. Unlike the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, and the strange little golden bow in the distance, they were unusually quiet. The 2 balls of light contained pure inheritance information. The purplish-green ball of light contained the essence of the spiritual lightning technique, a secret technique that Yixian had obtained after his mind source core had undergone its 5th metamorphosis and reached level 6. As for the other ball of golden energy, it contained the primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow, that Yixian had inherited from the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal. The Heaven Falling Bow, which sounded like an arrow-type magic treasure's divine ability, was rather strange. The entire divine ability was like an imprint, and that imprint was the strange little golden bow that was currently floating in the north of Yixian's knowledge sea. This ball of golden energy was the specific method to activate the divine ability imprint in the shape of a small golden bow. It could be said that whether it was the main body of the Heaven Fallen Bow's divine ability, the small bow, or the golden ball of energy in front of Yixian, both of them were the key to successfully executing the Heaven Fallen Bow's unique primordial divine ability. Neither of them could be missing. Yixian extended his consciousness and sank it into the golden ball of light. Soon, a large amount of obscure and mysterious runes covered the sky and covered the earth as they swept towards his consciousness. As expected of a powerful divine ability from the primordial era, Yixian had never imagined such a huge amount of rune information before. There was no doubt that it would take far more than a short period of time to completely master and comprehend this primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow. Under such circumstances, Yixian gave it some thought and quickly dismissed the idea of immediately comprehending it. Soon, the strand of consciousness that he had extended earlier quickly withdrew from the golden ball of light. Yixian planned to find some free time to properly comprehend the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability. As for now, he planned to devote all his energy to comprehending the secret technique of spiritual power that he had just obtained, which was the spiritual thunderbolt technique. There was no doubt that the power of the spiritual thunderbolt technique was much weaker than that of the Heaven Falling Bow. This was obvious just from the fact that the spiritual thunderbolt technique was a secret technique of using spiritual power, while the Heaven Falling Bow was a divine ability that was passed down from the distant primordial era. However, for Yixian, the primordial divine ability named Heaven Falling Bow was far less practical and important than the spiritual thunderbolt technique, which was merely a secret technique. Perhaps this was one of the main reasons why Yixian immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind when he discovered that it seemed to be a rather troublesome matter to successfully use the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability. At this moment, as the strand of consciousness that he had extended into the golden ball of light retracted, Yixian did not hesitate at all and immediately sent this strand of consciousness into another ball of light that was suffused with a dark purple color. Similarly, as soon as his strand of consciousness entered the ball of light, a large amount of cryptic rune information swept toward Yixian's consciousness. Although the amount was still enormous, if it was compared to the enormous amount of rune information within the golden energy ball from before, it was obviously much, much less. They were simply not existences of the same level. Yixian roughly estimated that based on the amount of cryptic rune information contained in the dark purple ball of light, he would be able to completely grasp the secret technique of using spiritual power within half a day at the latest. In terms of time, it was obviously acceptable. After confirming this, Yixian's entire body seemed to instantly become excited. He didn't hesitate any longer and poured all of his attention into it. Very quickly, he entered a profound state where he forgot about everything and wandered around in this mystical world where spiritual energy was used as a secret technique. Time passed slowly. Yi Xian, who was completely immersed in the profound method of using spiritual power contained in the dark purple ball of light, had completely lost consciousness of time. Unknowingly, a full 3 days had passed. This had far exceeded his initial estimate of the time he would need to comprehend the spiritual thunderbolt technique. Fortunately, although the original estimate of time had been extended by several times, it was only 3 days. For Yi Xian, who could spend an entire month in this mysterious Saint Devil Forbidden Area's void, it was barely acceptable. Chapter 29:13. Corpse flames soaring into the sky. Boom. Zlala. Crack. Just as Yi Xian's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened without any warning, an invisible energy shockwave strangely rippled out from his eyes. It was extremely fast, and with a strange power that surged through the void, it actually shot to the edge of the skeletal island beneath him in the blink of an eye. It arrived in an instant. Almost at the same time, at the edge of the skeletal island, a small purple lightning ball suddenly exploded without any warning. Weak purple lightning arcs instantly scattered in all directions, emitting a dense sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. This egg-sized purple lightning ball, as well as the spider web of purple lightning that appeared after the lightning ball exploded, was the result of Yi Xian's first small attempt after he completely comprehended this spiritual lightning technique. It had to be said that Yi Xian was very satisfied with the effect of this small attempt. Although the dark purple ball of lightning that exploded was very small, like the size of an egg, and the pearl net purple lightning that burst forth after the ball of lightning exploded only covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. As for the actual lethality of this lightning ball and the spider web of purple lightning, it was even more insignificant. However, to Yi Xian, he was already very satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect in a short period of time. Not to mention that he'd only used a small amount of his spiritual energy to condense this lightning ball. If it was necessary, once Yi Xian used his full strength and didn't care about the consumption of his spiritual energy, with his current strength and foundation in terms of spiritual energy, he would be able to condense a rather large ball of lightning. Once it exploded, the power would be far from what he'd experienced for the first time. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to really go all out and use this kind of spiritual lightning technique with all his strength, even if he was only at the second level of the meteor realm, the instantaneous attack power he would be able to display would still be quite impressive. It could be said that in an instant, Yi Xian's overall combat strength had increased by a level. However, these thoughts only appeared briefly in his mind before they were quickly thrown to the back of his mind. In fact, the real reason why Yi Xian was so anxious to master this spiritual lightning technique immediately had nothing to do with increasing his combat strength. His goal was this vast and boundless black corpse pool. To be precise, it was the countless corpses of primordial creatures that floated in this boundless corpse pool. Everything that had happened before had already allowed Yi Xian to have a certain understanding of this corpse pool. At the very least, Yi Xian already knew how the multi-eyed thought crystals were formed, what kind of incentives were needed to cause the corpse flower to appear, and how the multi-eyed thought crystals were born. Although Yi Xian was unable to understand the specific principle, it did not affect his next plan. Obviously, as long as the corpse flower appeared, then the multi-pupil thought crystals that Yi Xian needed would be in his hands. As for the trigger for the corpse flower to appear, it was obviously the endless corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. After it was ignited by the corpse lightning that burst forth after the corpse lightning exploded, it formed a corpse flame. However, although this strange corpse pool could be said to be vast and boundless, the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth was obviously not very high. If he were to sit there and wait, he was afraid that he might not be able to see the next corpse lightning bursting forth even after a month of training. Yi Xian naturally could not sit there and do nothing. That was not his usual style at all. Since the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth could not be predicted and could not be controlled at will, then at the very most, he could change his method of thinking and use the lightning to ignite the corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. Wasn't it just a matter of lighting a fire? If this corpse pool was not so vast, and Yi Xian had to obtain as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible within this short period of less than a month, this would not be a problem at all. The reason why there was an almost negligible amount of corpse gas at the edge of the 100-mile radius area where the corpse flame raged was because before the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, there was a gust of wind that swept the corpse gas in the air above the pool. When the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, it was so strong that the corpse gas was blown away by the sudden rise of the corpse flame. With a gleam in his eyes, Yi Xian rose into the air from the skeleton island. As he rushed back the way he came, he muttered to himself and deduced all the details of the entire plan. Right now, I am using the spiritual lightning technique to ignite the corpse gas. Before the lightning ball explodes and the lightning bursts forth, there is absolutely no precursor effect. In this case, I only need to start from the center of the corpse pool that faces the crater above. Then the corpse flame will burn in the center of the pool and quickly spread in all directions. What I need to do is wait for the corpse flame in the center to extinguish because of the consumption of the corpse gas. Then I will descend and start to collect the multi-pupil thought crystals from the center. As the corpse flame in the surrounding areas extinguishes, I will gradually go deeper into the corpse pool. In terms of manpower, I obviously can't take care of this vast pool of corpses by myself. When the time comes, I'll just summon the Black Wind and the Dongshu shuttle, and let Gue Haidao lead the entire army of fiend slaves to harvest the corpses. Anyway, no matter what this time, I have to take as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible. After all, even if I have another chance to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land in the future, it will be at least 100 years later. If I don't have enough multi-pupil thought crystals, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long even if I give the star super brain fragment away. As Yi Xian kept muttering to himself, he sped all the way. Soon, he finally returned to the area facing the crater above the corpse pool. Almost 4 days have passed since the 1-month deadline. I can't waste any more time. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment as he stood in the air above the pool. In the end, he clenched his teeth and threw away the last bit of misgivings in his heart. As he muttered to himself, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand towards the corpse pool below. Rumble. Crack. ZZZ. On the way back, more than a dozen spiritual energy lightning balls that were condensed from quite a bit of spiritual energy origin energy shot out from Yi Xian's hands. In the blink of an eye, they reached the height of the pool where the corpse aura was the densest, and immediately exploded without any suspense, releasing streaks of dark purple electric nets that emitted a mysterious aura. In a few breaths of time, the large amount of corpse aura that filled the pool below was instantly ignited. Chapter 29:14. The fruit picker has arrived. Yi Xian originally thought that the black corpse gas floating above the corpse pond would start to burn from the center of the ring-shaped mountain pass. Then the fire would slowly spread out in all directions. However, the reality was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. As he threw down more than a dozen spiritual power thunderballs, they exploded and burst into a dark purple electric net. As a result, a large area of corpse gas was ignited in an instant. Just the range of Yi Xian's perception was already more than 1,000 miles away. It was impossible to estimate how far the corpse pond had been ignited. It was very likely that the black corpse gas that filled the entire vast corpse pool had been ignited in an instant. The fire below him instantly ignited. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly increased his speed and rushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass at the first moment. Boom! Almost in the next instant, a huge pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles gushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass like it was biting its tail. It soared into the sky at least 1,000 miles away, almost turning half of the sky red. However, this red was obviously strange. After all, it was ignited by corpse gas. Within the red there was a touch of gray and black. Clearly, the fire was soaring into the sky, but what hit him was a cold aura. This should be because it was burning corpse gas and the quantity was extremely large. Yi Xian subconsciously retreated a distance before stopping. His expression was already somewhat sluggish as he stared blankly at the gigantic pillar of flames in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he nervously muttered to himself, "This commotion seems to be a bit big. Could something have happened?" Obviously, no one could answer this question. The only thing Yi Xian could do now was to wait. If he didn't wait for this level of fire to be extinguished before continuing, even if he hid in the Dongshu shuttle and sneaked into the ring-shaped mountain pass, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he had to retreat. There are only 20 days left in the month. This fire shouldn't be burning for too long, right? Realizing this problem, Yi Xian immediately became even more nervous. After a while, he faintly sighed and comforted himself. At the very least, The corpse chi in the central area of the corpse pond below the ring-shaped mountain pass should be exhausted soon. After all, there is an open ring-shaped mountain pass above, and the corpse aura is slowly leaking out, so the concentration of the corpse aura is not very high. If one were to climb to an endless height from the enormous crater Yixian was currently in, and finally look down, the scene one would see was actually not a celestial body. Instead, it was a broken continent. This continent was like a complete vessel that had been smashed to the ground, breaking into countless pieces of varying sizes. Some of these large and small fragments were connected to each other, while some were isolated and did not come into contact with any other fragments. However, the gaps between the large and small fragments were not oceans, but the void, a chaotic void filled with turbulent turbulence. In addition, this entire continent formed by fragments was surrounded by a layer of void filled with turbulent turbulence. Like an isolation belt, the entire continent was separated from the boundless void of the Milky Way outside. It was like being exiled, imprisoned. This was a land of exile, a land that had been completely smashed, fragmented, and separated from the original boundless void of the Milky Way. The fragment that Yixian was in happened to be located in the central area of this vast continent. It was the largest of all the fragments that made up this continent, and that crater was located in the center of this largest fragment. At this moment, if one looked carefully, even at such a height, one could see that in the center of this largest fragment, there seemed to be a small red dot that suddenly appeared. This red dot was the pillar of corpse chi that rose into the sky from the crater of the crater. Such a huge pillar of corpse chi, even at such a terrifying height, could be seen as a small red dot. Then, in this mysterious continent formed by countless fragments below, it was naturally more eye-catching. Although there were very few living creatures in this mysterious continent, it was not that there were none. At this moment, as this huge pillar of red flame rose into the sky, there were some existences in all directions of the crater. In an instant they were attracted, and one by one they cast their eyes over. Some of them quickly retracted their aura again, as if they were not very interested in this, but a small number of them, one after another, all rushed towards the area where the huge pillar of flame was located. Some of them were extremely far away, and between the largest fragment where the huge crater was located, there was more than a chaotic void filled with spacetime turbulence between them and the largest fragment where the huge crater was located. They could only go around time and time again. Obviously, it was impossible to reach their destination in a short time, and it was even possible that they would never reach their destination. However, there were also a few figures who were destined to arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region. This was because they were all on the same fragment. Although the distance between them varied, as long as they didn't give up, they would definitely arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region of the Grand Junction region of this fragment after speeding all the way. In the entire fragment, there were nearly 100 living creatures who paid attention when the huge pillar of flame rose into the sky, but at this moment, because of the interest, there were only a dozen or so that were rushing over here. Most of them were at the edge of the fragment. With the vastness of this fragment, no matter how fast they were, it would take them a certain amount of time to reach the crater, at least 10 days. And the other half, a total of 3 existences, were not too far away from the crater, and the nearest one could reach within half a day. This was a 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger. In terms of size, compared to ordinary tiger beasts, it only had 2 extra pairs of fleshy horns on its back. In addition, its eyes were also green with a cold light. Apart from that, it was the proportion. This 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was nearly 10 meters long, and could not be compared to ordinary tiger beasts at all. As the saying goes, it is like a tiger with extra wings. But this ferocious beast not only had wings but also 2 pairs. In addition to its huge body of nearly 10 meters, there was no doubt that its degree of ferocity was extraordinary. At this moment, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was flapping the 2 pairs of huge wings on its back, spreading out its extreme speed. It had identified the area in front of it where the red pillar of flame rose into the sky, and was rushing over in the void. Its speed was extremely frightening. So fast that its whole body seemed to have turned into a dim flowing arrow. Every moment it was greatly reducing the distance between it and the flame pillar area in front of it. If there were no accidents, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger would reach the edge of the huge crater where Yixian was located in at most half a day. Yixian was completely unaware of all this. Chapter 29:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Who's afraid of you? Ding! Discovered a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. Do you want to absorb the power of the sense crystals immediately? As Yixian took out all the multi-pupil sense crystals except for the 8-pupil silver crystal and 9-pupil gold crystal from his undying world and threw them to the engulfing system, a notification rang in Yixian's head. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian directly gave an affirmative response. However, he emphasized that he had the devouring system transfer all of the energy absorbed from the multi-eyed thought crystals to the immortal superbrain fragment that was the center of his personal star communication system. The so-called power of the sense crystals was similar to the power of the origin of spirit, but there were some differences. When Yixian collected the perfect 9-pupil gold crystal, the engulfing system had absorbed a more complex composition of energy. 90% of it was the power of the origin of spirit, while the remaining 10% consisted of a few different types of energy. Other multi-pupil sense crystals and even the lower-grade demonic sense star crystals had different levels of energy, but they were all in the same ratio. It was like this kind of sense crystal. If there were no different types of energy gathered in the same ratio, it would not be able to truly form. As for that immortal-level starry sky super brain fragment, it just so happened to need this kind of consciousness crystal. Yixian had tried to give it a star core crystal or a devil cultivator's brain to absorb, but it didn't even sniff it. In order to allow this piece of the star brain to grow as quickly as possible, Yixian had always been throwing ordinary demonic sense star crystals at it. He used a large amount, but it didn't have any obvious effect. This time there were more than 100 high-grade perception crystals, which were multi-pupil perception crystals, and all of them were thrown in. In Yixian's opinion, that immortal-level star brain fragment would at least have some meaning and grow a little stronger. If the situation was the same as before when he threw out a large amount of normal-grade magic astral crystals, Yixian would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. As for the dozen or so 8-eyed silver crystals and 9-eyed golden crystals in his hands, it wasn't that Yixian didn't plan to give them to this immortal-level star brain fragment to absorb. However, considering that this fellow was only a small fragment right now, it was obvious that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to grow into a complete immortal-level superbrain. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was not appropriate to give him such top-notch goods with 8 or 9 pupils. It would spoil the child and cause him to become picky. It would be troublesome in the future. After doing all of this, Yixian moved closer to the huge ring-shaped mountain in front of him and looked at the intensity of the fire. Although the pillar of flames that soared into the sky seemed to be a little small, it still existed. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be extinguished for a while. Frustrated, Yixian could only turn around and return. However, waiting was not a solution. He might as well take advantage of this time to look around. As this thought popped up in his mind, he could not help but think of how Fangfang, Zuolicheng, and the other 9 Black Mosquito Tribe prospective saints. He wondered where they were now. The others were not important, but the key was Zuolicheng. Yixian was still very concerned about him. On one hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him. After all, if Yixian was not so lucky, he would have died in the black hole area. If he did not take revenge for this, how could he cultivate and defy the heavens? In addition, Yixian had always kept Emo Qigong's secret instructions to Zuolicheng in mind. He always felt that this matter must be related to him. He did not know what tricks Emo Qigong was playing. If he could meet Zuolicheng, he would have to force this matter out of him before he killed him. However, looking at the vastness of this mysterious world, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a specific person without any clues. Yixian did not have high expectations. With a wave of his hand, the void shuttle was summoned from the undying world within his body. Yixian immediately stepped in, and with a thought, he directly activated the shuttle to transform into a wisp of light that pierced through the air and sped away. With the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, the distance behind them was already very far in just a short 2 hours. However, as they sped over, the environment that Yixian saw through the warship's porthole didn't change at all. It was similar to the surroundings of the enormous ring-shaped mountain range. They were all boundless mountains that rose and fell continuously. It exuded a boundless sense of ancientness, but not a single lynx or bird could be seen. Clearly, the mountains were green and exuded a dense aura of life, but it also seemed like a true land of death, where all living beings had already gone extinct. Just as Yixian was feeling very disappointed, in the void in front of him, there was suddenly a rumbling sound of thunder. It seemed that there was something, and it was rushing in this direction at an extreme speed. And the other party was obviously very arrogant. It did not hide its aura at all. It was because of this that when it came at such an extreme speed, such an intense rumbling sound of thunder could be heard from so far away. This was clearly caused by the aura emitted from the other party's body, which was rushing into the void at an extreme speed. All of this had happened too suddenly. Either they couldn't see a single kitten or puppy for a long time, or they could see such a terrifying existence. The contrast was too great. Caught off guard, Yixian was stunned. Fortunately, the other party was still far away. At least from where Yixian was at the moment, he could not see any figure in the void at all. Only the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. But this also showed how terrifying and powerful the other party was. Before the person arrived, the rumbling sound of thunder caused by the rapidly spreading aura had already traveled such a long distance. Perhaps even a black hole stage 9th perfection expert would not be able to do this. What was worse was that the other party was obviously coming in this direction. It was most likely because he saw the huge pillar of corpse chi behind them. In other words, this guy was here to pick the fruit. He had met a villain. Thinking of this, Yixian was immediately angry. The endless corpse aura in the huge crater was ignited by him. In that case, the countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the deep lake in the mountain belly at this moment were actually the result of his hard work. This incomparably arrogant guy in front of him actually wanted to reap without sowing. Simply shameless. Does he really think I am easy to bully? Previously, in the demon domain, he had to be cautious and keep a low profile. But now, humph, in this sealed world there was no need to be afraid of exposing his identity. If a fight really broke out, who knows who was afraid of who? Ba Chai, go out immediately, hide yourself and rush forward. See if you can sense the other party's cultivation. Once you have a result, come back immediately. Chapter 29:16. All troops prepare for battle. As soon as Ba Chai left, Yixian stepped out of the void hole shuttle and put it away with a wave of his hand. He immediately deployed the black mosquito and black wind. At the same time, he activated a concealment array. As soon as the two enormous bastions appeared, they immediately concealed themselves and disappeared into thin air. The reason why Yixian took out the two space fortresses, the black mosquito and the black wind, was to allow the concealed black mosquito and the black wind to participate in the upcoming battle. Of course, they would be on the periphery, using the bastion's unique star-obliterating cannons to provide long-range suppressive fire. Yixian couldn't wait any longer when he thought of the fiery battle that would ensue. In truth, he'd had this idea for a long time. After all, anyone who suddenly got a super powerful toy like a bastion would want to test its power at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't have the chance to do so from beginning to end. When he was in the graveyard domain of the third universe, he was apprehensive of the other bastions of the Demonkin scouts. He was afraid that they would leak the news of the black mosquito's fall. When he got the black wind, he immediately fell into a wormhole. After that, when he arrived in the first universe where the Demonkin's ancestral land was, Yixian didn't dare to rashly try. After all, a bastion's superstar obliterating cannons would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, when they investigated the energy fluctuations left behind in the void, they could immediately determine that it was the energy left behind by a bastion's superstar obliterating cannons. In the Demonkin domain, bastions were not like private warships. In fact, the same was true for human technology. Therefore, the final result of the investigation would be that a bastion of unknown origin had appeared in the Demonkin domain. This was no small matter. If it was reported, the Celestial clan would be alarmed. After all, if the Celestial clan could send Demonkin scouts to the third universe's wormhole to gather information, then the humans of the third universe could do the same. Under such circumstances, the entire Demonkin domain would be plunged into chaos. Even if Yixian had the mental strength unique to the Demonkin, there was still a chance that he would be exposed in the Celestial clan's investigation. Because of this, although Yixian had obtained the black mosquito and black wind for a long time now, he had never had the opportunity to test the power of the superstar obliterating cannons. Today, however, he had a rare encounter with a villain in this relatively safe sealed void. Yixian couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Black wind, and the superstar obliterating cannons of the ship's black wind. Immediately, black wind and the black mosquito, the black and the black mosquito, black wind and the black mosquito for black wind and the black mosquitoes to begin charging the bastion as is possible. Just as he finished explaining all of this, Ba Chai's figure appeared in the air in front of the black mosquito ship. Yixian immediately opened the black mosquito ship's light screen and let Ba Chai enter. Master, the enemy is very strong. He should be around origin rank 4. As soon as Yixian emerged from the spatial door at the top of the black mosquito, Ba Chai immediately reported the results of his investigation. Moreover, with his speed, he'll be here in 3 minutes. What? Yixian was caught off guard when he heard this, and his expression immediately changed. Origin rank 4. That was the middle stage of the origin realm. Although Yixian had 2 supreme existences at the origin realm under his command, one was the mosquito beast Emperor Shui Ben, and the other was the 8-star king ladle that he had brought out from the black hole of life not long ago. The mosquito prince Shui Hui was only origin rank 1. As for the 8-star Wang ladle, due to the fact that the void soldier ladle was in existence between life and non-life, there was no way to determine their strength with the universal realm of the starry sky. Therefore, the 8-star Wang ladle was at the origin realm. Not to mention Yixian even it didn't know. However, it was certain that it was stronger than the mosquito prince. As for how much stronger, there was no way to know. If it was origin rank 2, there's no time to consider. If we let him roar away, the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the corpse pool will be completely wasted. When he thought about the large amount of multi-eyed perception crystals behind him, Yixian clenched his teeth and instantly made a decision. His figure flashed as he rushed out of the black mosquito ship and summoned the mosquito beast prince with a wave of his hand. Then he raised his hand and waved his hand, shooting 2 spiritual imprints at the black mosquito and the black wind. 2 black light veil channels immediately appeared on the 2 spaceships. Then, 1,000 black mosquito demonic beasts rushed out of the black light veil channel at the bottom of the black mosquito ship. All of them were at the black hole realm. Yixian had brought 5,000 mosquito beasts of this level out of the 10 million mosquito beasts he had brought out from the mosquito planet. This time he had only mobilized 1/5 of them. On the other side, 1,000 figures rushed out from the bottom of the black wind. They were 1,000 2-meter-tall void ladles, and all of them were black hole realm 7-star ladles. Among the 100,000 void ladles Yixian had brought out from the black hole realm, there were also 5,000 6-star and 7-star black hole realm ladles. However, there were more 6-star ladles at the galaxy realm, 3,000 at the 6-star ladles, while only 2,000 at the 7-star ladles at the black hole realm. This time he had mobilized half of them. Leading the 1,700 7-star general ladles was the origin realm Wang ladle, an 8-star general ladle who was much stronger than the mosquito emperor Shui Ben. Soon, all the troops Yixian had dispatched to participate in the battle appeared. The black light veil passageways in the bottom of the 2 bastions quickly closed and disappeared into the void again. At this moment, 2 large square formations were arranged neatly in front of Yixian. The 1,000 mosquito beasts on the left and the 1,000 ladles on the right. All of them were at the black hole realm. Just these 2 large phalanxes alone would be able to sweep through a starry sky nation once they returned to the third world's human race's technological base. However, Yixian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence as to whether or not they would be able to kill the middle stage origin stage existence in the void in front of them. The 2,000 black hole realm mosquito beasts and ladles could only play a supporting role in this battle. The key to determining the outcome of this battle still lay with the mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 8-star royal ladle. Of course, the 2 bastions' superstar obliterating cannons were also an important factor, but that alone was not enough. At this moment, Yixian suddenly remembered the skyfall bow he had just obtained. Chapter 29:17. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Superstar Destroyer Cannon. After finding out that the existence in front of him was actually a supreme existence with a terrifying cultivation of the 4th level of the origin realm, Yixian immediately began a series of preparations for battle. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't give up the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the underground corpse pool behind him. In fact, even though Yixian had made a lot of preparations, it was the most representative of what he had. even though it wasn't all that he had. If the Origin Realm Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Wangguo were to join forces, and if the 2000 Black Hole Realm Mosquito Beasts and Zhongguo were to join forces, and if the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind Ship were to launch a sneak attack from afar with the Superstar Destroyer cannons, and if the Heaven Fallen Bow, which he had just obtained from the Primordial Era, were to be added into the mix, if he was unable to suppress the other party like this, then even if Yi Xian were to release the 100,000 Void Soldiers and 10 million Mosquito Beasts from the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito Ship, in the end, even if he could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. The reason why he dared to take this gamble was not only because he still had 100,000 soldiers and 10 million Mosquito Beasts in his hands. Any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm, regardless of the casualties, could easily exhaust the existence that was charging towards him. The more important reason was his anticipation for the heaven-falling bow, and his confidence in the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that he couldn't find in his undying world. The 9-star Ladle Empress was a Grotto Heaven realm existence, but she was still crushed and killed by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn without any suspense. If that was the case, then what did the Origin 4th level cultivators that were charging toward them count for? If his life was in danger, Yi Xian believed that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn hidden in some corner of his undying world would definitely take action. No matter what it was scheming by staying in Yi Xian's body, one thing was for certain. It definitely didn't want to see Yi Xian die. Once Yi Xian died, its scheme would be for naught. From this point of view, before Yi Xian truly matured, having such a mysterious and incomparably powerful existence within his body didn't seem to be completely without benefits. Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly when he realized this. He couldn't express his feelings in words. At this moment, the powerful 4th level Origin realm existence that was rumbling toward him finally appeared at the end of the void. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a tiger assaulted his face. The formless sound wave seemed to have transformed into an incomparably fierce and mighty attack. Everywhere it passed, the void trembled, and a buzzing sound covered the heavens and the earth like a tide. Accompanied by this incomparably powerful tiger's roar, a light blue arrow rushed over at an extremely fast speed from the end of the void in front of him. Perhaps it was because of the sudden appearance of the 2,000 mosquito beasts and the army of generals. The other party clearly slowed down at this moment. The light blue arrow gradually solidified, and a gigantic 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the distant void in front of his line of sight. Its eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain, and its body had completely stopped. As if it was taking a leisurely stroll, it stepped on the void, lazily and slowly approaching step by step. It seemed slow, but with every step it took, it was clearly approaching at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 miles away. Screech! The frenzied Mosquito Prince was the first to act up. It must have felt the provocation from the other party's mocking and disdainful gaze. At this moment, it let out a mournful howl towards the sky, and the blood light around its body instantly intensified. The wings on its back flapped wildly, and with a surging killing intent, it instantly flew into the distance. Wang! Almost at the same time, a large number of rapid buzzing sounds suddenly rang out. The 1,000 Black Hole Realm Mosquito Beast elites that had been summoned by Yi Xian to participate in this battle also quickly turned into afterimages and rushed away. As for the 1,000 Black Hole Realm Void Generals, under the leadership of the 8-star Wang Jiao, they did not make any sound, but their speed seemed to be 30% faster than the previous 1,000 mosquito beasts. Before Yi Xian could react, they had already turned into a black light and appeared behind the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben in the blink of an eye, quietly facing the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger. At the same time, although Yi Xian's figure stayed in place without any unusual movements, he had even activated the perfect vibration before, completely hiding his figure and aura. But it was not that he did not do anything. While his figure was quietly standing there, his mind had already started to work rapidly. He was rapidly comprehending the golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness. Inside it was the profundity of the heaven-falling bow that Yi Xian had inherited from the 9-eyed golden crystal. As his mind and consciousness focused on this matter to the greatest extent, the mysterious golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness was constantly releasing a large amount of cryptic rune information. It fused with Yi Xian's primordial spirit consciousness and rapidly deduced. Roar! At the end of the void in front, A second tiger roar rang out at this time. The Mosquito Prince Shueben and the 8-star Wang Jiao, who were the fastest, finally faced the 4 trigrams Jade-eyed tiger head-on at this time. The situation of the battle had been desperate from the very beginning. The strength of the 4 trigrams Jade-eyed tiger was shocking. Although as a ferocious beast, this tiger did not have any remarkable abilities, the strength of its physical body seemed to have evolved to a certain extent. As the second tiger roar rang out, the Mosquito Prince Shueben and the 8-star Wang Jiao were unsurprisingly pushed back by the tiger's claw and instantly blasted away. Although they did not seem to be seriously injured, just this round of confrontation had clearly shown the great disparity in strength between the two sides. If they could not even withstand the power of a casual swipe of the tiger's claw, how could they suppress and kill? Seeing this scene from afar, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He fiercely clenched his teeth, and his eyes were already bloodshot. This was a sign that his mind had been pushed to the limit. The boundless and obscure rune information within the golden ball of light in his sea of consciousness was being rapidly comprehended and deduced by him at an extremely fast speed. Regardless of the exhaustion of his mind, screech, hiss, the Mosquito Prince and the 8-star Wang Jiao, who had been sent flying by the tiger's claw as soon as they met, were completely enraged. They let out a shrill hiss at the same time, and their auras suddenly surged as they pounced forward again. Following closely behind were the 2000 Black Hole Stage Mosquito Beasts and the 7-star Wang Jiao who had just arrived. Superstar Destroyer Cannon. Blast! As his eyes were about to split open, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his figure and aura, instantly dispelled the perfect vibration. At the same time his figure appeared, he let out a furious roar. 2 orders of spiritual imprints shot out from his hands in the blink of an eye, entering the bodies of the 2 space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, that were hidden in the void. Buzz. Chapter 29:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Unstoppable hum. A buzzing sound rang out. Although the sound was weak, the frequency of the trembling seemed to have reached an extreme, even surpassing the effect of the spatial oscillator after it was activated. In the instant the sound was transmitted, Yi Xian even felt as if his primordial spirit was about to be shattered into countless tiny cosmic particles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before he came back to his senses, the terrifying humming sound that had reached a certain extreme frequency was replaced by 2 low sounds of breaking through the air. In the void far to his right, where the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind were, 2 scorching light pillars with a diameter of about 10 meters suddenly shot out. As soon as they appeared, they had already reached the end of the void and instantly reached the place where the bloody battle was taking place. Yes, the 2 scorching pillars of light were only 10 meters in diameter. Even the energy pillars of the star cannons of 1,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 10 meters in diameter, and the energy pillars of the star cannons of a 3,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 50 meters in diameter. In that case, the superstar cannons fired by the Bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters should not only be 10 meters in diameter, but at least 100 meters in diameter. In fact, the superstar cannons on the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind could reach a maximum diameter of 300 meters once they fired. The smallest diameter was 10 meters. The diameter of the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons could be controlled. If the cannon was fired with a maximum diameter of 300 meters, it would be fun to watch, but the 2,000 Mosquito Beasts and General Biao around it would obviously be killed in one shot as well, except for the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger. It was precisely because of this that Barker's order was to attack with the smallest condensed energy diameter. The energy pillars of the superstar cannons were so fast that they even exceeded the speed of light. At this moment, the 2 pillars of energy shot forth at almost the same time. Even though the 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger was a 4th-stage origin realm being, it was caught off guard and managed to evade one of the pillars of energy by a hair's breadth. However, the other pillar of energy still struck its body in the end. Even though it had only brushed past it, it still instantly took away one of the 4 wings on its back without any suspense. Under the immense pain, an earth-shattering third tiger roar rang out at this moment, carrying with it the boundless fury of killing the heavens and controlling the earth. Roar! Although the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons were terrifying, the 4 Seasons Biao Tiger was a 4th-level origin realm warrior. The two energy pillars had no chance of hitting it at all. All of this happened too suddenly, causing it to be caught off guard and fall into a trap. Because of that, the Four Seasons Biao Tiger's translation: when the Four Seasons Biao Tiger, one of its wings Biao Tigers, because of the terrifying temperature Biao Tiger, its ferocity was finally completely provoked. Roar! 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 Furious tiger roars rang out one after another. The furious Four Seasons Biao Tiger went completely berserk, and the domineering and ferocious intent in its body was extremely fierce. With just a few casual swipes of its claws, the Mosquito Emperor King Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao were sent flying again without any suspense, and they retreated rapidly. This time it was clearly injured, and it seemed to be quite serious. Its rapidly retreating figure was sent flying for dozens of miles, but it still could not stabilize itself. Roar! After sending the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao flying with its claws, the enraged Four Seasons Biao Tiger was clearly not satisfied. It roared angrily again and swept its claws. More than 100 mosquito beasts and the 7 Stars General Biao that were closest to it were instantly killed by this swipe. The fleshly bodies of the mosquito beasts turned into dust and completely disappeared. Only a faint blood mist appeared in their original place, but it was also dissipating instantly with the raging energy of the battle. As for the other dozens of 7 Stars General Biao, their crystal bodies were extremely tough, so even if they were crushed by a supreme existence at the middle stage of the origin stage, their bodies were basically intact with only a little damage and cracks. However, the consciousness in their sturdy crystal bodies had undoubtedly been completely wiped out. Dozens of slightly damaged black crystal bodies fell to the ground below like dead objects without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, they had already fallen to the ground. In just an instant, 2 supreme existences at the origin stage were sent flying again. In addition, more than 100 black hole stage mosquito beasts fell one after another. Its terrifying battle strength could be said to be unstoppable. With such a degree of damage, even Yi Xian could not help but tremble in fear. The strength of this Four Seasons Biaoqing tiger had clearly exceeded his previous expectations. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme in an instant. Although the superstar obliterating cannons of the 2 bastions, Black Wind and Black Mosquito, could pose a threat to it, the other party was already on guard. While the superstar obliterating cannons were known to surpass the speed of light, they were clearly useless against the terrifying reaction speed of an origin stage powerhouse. They could not be counted on at all. In addition, the fact that the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, and that 8 Stars General Biao had joined forces and clashed head-on with each other had proven to be meaningless. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the difference between a small stage would be. When a first stage astral core realm faced a second stage astral core realm, it was possible to fight to the death and drag the other party into the abyss as well. However, when a first stage origin realm faced a second stage origin realm, it was impossible to fight to the death. The only outcome was to be crushed. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's only choice seemed to be to mobilize his 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts. They would suffer heavy losses and rely on their overwhelming advantage in numbers to forcefully exhaust the other party to death. However, the final result was clearly unacceptable. Even if this Four Seasons Biaoqing tiger could not escape death, it would be a miracle if half of Yi Xian's 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts could survive. It's just a puny origin celestial tiger. I refuse to believe that I can't crush it today. This kind of tragic outcome that was close to total annihilation was clearly unacceptable to Yi Xian. As such, the idea of mobilizing 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts was immediately abandoned without hesitation as soon as it appeared in his mind. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he let out a loud roar. The 3 spirit source cores and the void essence crystal suspended in 3 different positions in his knowledge, as well as the small ancient golden bow, suddenly began to rotate rapidly without warning. As the rotation grew faster and faster, a large amount of thread-like energy was clearly being extracted from Yi Xian's spirit source core and the void essence crystal at a terrifying speed. It was rapidly flowing into the ancient golden bow that was suspended in midair on the other side of his knowledge. Chapter 29:19. Drawing the bow to shoot the heavenly tiger boom. In that instant, all the changes in his sea of consciousness merged together and turned into a huge boom, causing Yi Xian's consciousness to become hazy. In a daze, he raised his left arm almost subconsciously. In the next instant, the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a two-headed exotic beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down were the legs of two humanoid creatures. These two humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the two humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At that moment, a strange golden light burst forth from Yixian's eyes. He reached out with his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. Holding the energy arrow, he slowly pulled the bowstring. Wang! The buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. In that instant, the space around Yixian seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the space around it. Roar! At the same time, in the bloody battlefield in front of him, the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger that was originally wreaking havoc and killing in all directions suddenly seemed to sense a strong sense of danger at this moment. A chill penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its huge head and looked in the direction of Yixian from afar. At the instant the enormous golden bow entered its field of vision, the Four Seasons azure tiger's body shook violently, and it once again emitted a world-shaking tiger roar. However, the aura it emitted was different from the furious roar from before, and it clearly revealed a dense sense of despair. It was as if just by seeing this golden arrow that was about to shoot towards it from afar, this powerful Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger had completely lost all hope of survival, as if it was certain that it would fall this time. Swish! An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Yixian let go of his right hand that was holding the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with energy, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flames appeared behind it. It was a sign that the void was being torn apart. In that instant, the brilliant golden light in Yixian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and all the energy in his body seemed to have been sucked away. The power of the origin of spirit, the power of the soul consciousness, and even the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness transformed into the surging power of this arrow, leaving his body and whistling away. The huge golden energy bow that was originally held in his left hand also quietly dissipated at this moment, turning back into a small golden bow the size of a thumb, suspended in his sea of consciousness. Yixian's consciousness also completely recovered at this moment, but he immediately blacked out and fell into a state of unconsciousness due to exhaustion. He fell from the sky with a loud bang, smashing into the boundless earth below. Screech! Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, as if it had directly ignored the distance of space. Even the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger with the supreme cultivation of the origin fourth order could not dodge. Its huge body, which was nearly 10 meters long, was directly hit by the golden arrow without any suspense. It let out a roar that was no longer fierce and angry, but filled with endless sorrow. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger instantly exploded, as if it had self-destructed. Not even a piece of flesh the size of a finger was left behind. Its huge body turned into a cloud of blood mist, and as the golden arrow exploded, it instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was as if it had never existed or appeared before. Only the murderous and sorrowful intent that still lingered in the air was recounting the tragedy of this scene, recalling the might of this Four Seasons azure jade tiger's roar in the mountains and forests. Wang! As the battle ended in an instant, the figure of the 8-star Wang ladle, who had a supreme cultivation at the origin stage, trembled. It suddenly appeared with a trembling sound in the air, coincidentally supporting Yixian's unconscious body that had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. At the same time, the mosquito prince Shueben and the 1,000 or so black hole realm mosquito beasts, and the 7 stars Wang Biao all turned around and gathered around Yixian's falling body. They vigilantly watched everything around them and protected him. Although that arrow just now was far from the strongest power of this divine ability that had been passed down from the primordial era, the heavenly fallen bow. In fact, it could only barely be considered a beginner, but the price Yi Xian had paid was truly too great. All the power in his body, including the power of his mind origin, the power of his soul, and even the power derived from the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal, had been drained in an instant. The small golden bow, which had been the size of a thumb before it had been activated, was like a real bottomless pit. The moment it was activated and used to launch an attack, the amount of energy required to activate it was simply too shocking. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian's body had the devouring system as the monitoring center of everything in his body, even Yi Xian's flesh and blood and life force would have been sucked dry by this golden arrow. At that time, once the arrow was shot out, Yi Xian's entire body would instantly turn into a dried corpse. This arrow would be the strongest attack that would be displayed at the cost of one's life. Right now, if one entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, they would see a dispirited and dispirited aura. In the entire vast sea of consciousness, other than the small golden bow that was still floating in place without any change, whether it was Yi Xian's spirit source core, the other void essence crystal, or the waves in his sea of consciousness that represented his cultivation level, all of them emitted a strange and tranquil aura. This attack had consumed too much energy, so much so that even his sea of consciousness had become dispirited. As if it had sensed this, the devouring system automatically gathered a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in Yi Xian's body. It absorbed the energy within and quickly channeled it into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. At the same time, countless weeping soul beasts were taken out of a small spatial pagoda in the undying world by the devouring system and absorbed directly into Yi Xian's body. As the small black horns appeared, a large amount of mind origin power was absorbed and gathered in the devouring system's transfer station. Then the last bit was channeled into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and into the mysterious deep purple mind origin core. Chapter 2920. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations plucking until my hand cramps. Ding. Congratulations, host. Level up. Current level. Level 3 Meteor Realm. Yi Xian had just regained consciousness when the devouring system's notification rang out in his mind. His cultivation level had actually increased. He was stunned. It had to be known that Yi Xian's cultivation level had increased not long ago because he had absorbed a nine-eyed golden crystal from the depths of the corpse pond. How long had it been since then? He had actually increased his cultivation level again? Instinctively, Yi Xian immediately checked his own cultivation level and discovered that it was indeed the truth. Compared to his previous level 2 Meteor Realm cultivation level, his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had increased to the 3rd stage meteor grade. Even his mind source core, which had just undergone its 5th metamorphosis and evolved into a level 6 mind source core, had grown from the size of a green bean to the size of a grape. The level 6 mind source core contained within had increased explosively by an enormous amount. In addition, Yi Xian also discovered a large number of star core crystals within his body. They were all blank crystals, and the star core origin energy within them had been completely absorbed. There was also a large number of small black horns, which were the remnants of the Weeping Soul Beast's energy state after its body had been absorbed as Mind Source Core origin energy. There were actually millions of them. Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. His sudden increase in cultivation level, and the massive increase in capacity of his Mind Source Core origin energy, had obviously been forcefully piled up by the devouring system while he had been unconscious. Although this could be seen as a blessing in disguise, it could only happen once. Even if Yi Xian was tempted, he only thought about it and quickly threw it to the back of his mind. Then he remembered the 4 Seasons beaching tiger. Previously, when Yi Xian had shot that golden arrow, he had already fainted before that golden arrow had hit the beaching tiger's body. Therefore, he actually didn't know that the beaching tiger had fallen. However, when Yi Xian regained consciousness and looked around, he immediately understood what had happened when he saw that the Mosquito Prince, Xue Ben, Wang Biao, and the rest of his subordinates had all returned and were guarding by his side. It seemed that the fallen sky bow, which originated from the primordial age, was indeed very powerful. He was currently only at the level 2 meteor realm, but he could actually kill a supreme being at the level 9 origin realm with a single arrow. It was a pity that he couldn't use this move too often. The consumption was too terrifying. That whistling golden arrow instantly absorbed all his energy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry while he was still alive. Thinking of that scene, Yi Xian still felt a lingering fear. However, although this move couldn't be casually used to Yi Xian, it was no different from having an additional trump card that he could use to go all out with his life. Even a supreme being at the 4th level of the origin realm could be killed by a single arrow without any suspense. In that case, a powerful being at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm would most likely end up in the same situation when facing the might of this arrow. In this devil domain, the strongest existence was only at the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm. In other words, even if Yi Xian's identity was exposed in the devil domain in the future, and he was hunted down by a supreme expert, at that time, he shouldn't have a problem protecting his life. But all of this was for later. For now, the most important thing was the underground corpse pool behind him. With this thought, Yi Xian's heart immediately trembled. This 4 Seasons beaching tiger had clearly seen the huge pillar of corpse chi soaring into the sky from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain. Since there was already a 4 Seasons beaching tiger, who knew what other terrifying beasts would appear next? If there were 2 at the same time, even if Yi Xian gritted his teeth and used the heaven-falling bow again, it would be useless. At most, he would be able to kill one of them. As for the other one, it would sweep through everything in an instant. Not only Yi Xian, but all of his subordinates would be wiped out. A tall tree attracts the wind. This pillar of corpse chi is too eye-catching. I can't delay the harvesting of the multi-pupil thought crystal. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he put the mosquito beast prince, Xue Ben, back into the beast ring, then opened the black light barrier between the black mosquito ship and the black wind ship, allowing all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to enter. Then, he stepped into the black mosquito ship and ordered Barker to order the black wind to follow him outside and quickly head back the way they came. What surprised and pleasantly surprised Yi Xian was that after a few short hours, the huge pillar of corpse chi at the mouth of the ring-shaped mountain had clearly shrunk by a large margin. According to this trend, the entire pillar of corpse chi would disappear within half a day. At that time, he would be able to enter the corpse pool to harvest it. Because of the disappearance of the pillar of corpse chi, the powerful beasts that had rushed over from afar would be lost if they were still far away. It would be very difficult for them to find this place again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart settled down a little. He was no longer in a hurry. Half a day later, the pillar of corpse energy that soared into the sky finally disappeared. Yi Xian's mind shook as he immediately charged towards the huge ring-shaped mountain pass. Looking down, at the very least, there weren't any traces of flames in the center of the corpse pool. At least there's still time. I must collect all the multi-pupil thought crystals as soon as possible and sweep the entire corpse pond clean. Yi Xian was in high spirits. He immediately summoned the black wind and the black mosquito. The 2 bastions followed behind him and together they descended into the corpse pond. While they were still in midair, Yi Xian saw a large number of demonic corpse flowers in the center of the corpse pool. With a casual glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, and there were clearly 7 golden level 9 corpse flowers among them. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that after descending from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that it wasn't only the corpse flames in the central region of the corpse pond that were extinguished. Even the corpse flames in the depths of the corpse pond in all directions were more or less extinguished. After all, the huge pillar of corpse chi that soared into the sky just now required a large amount of corpse chi to burn as a continuous energy supply. Under such circumstances, the consumption rate of corpse chi was obviously very terrifying. Therefore, there was not much corpse chi left in the entire corpse pool. Only a few sporadic areas still had signs of corpse chi rising. However, although the corpse flames were gradually being extinguished, there were still countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the surface of the corpse pond. No matter which direction Yi Xian's consciousness swept out, he could capture the signs of a large number of corpse flowers. It's hard not to. Chapter 29-21. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. A terrifying harvest, rumble. Rumble. Deafening rumbles echoed one after another. From the 2 space fortresses, Black Mosquito and Black Wind, troops lined up neatly and passed through the black light curtain channel, appearing above the underground corpse pool. These troops included 5,000-strong demon slave troops, 100,000 black mosquito demonic beasts that were at the nebula realm and above, and 100,000 void soldier ladles. Yi Xian had even activated the Dongshu shuttle, dispatching Gui Hai Dao and his 1,000-strong demon slave troop. Now that they were in need of manpower, Yi Xian had to use as much of his strength as possible, and use it wisely as possible. Very quickly, the mission of harvesting the multi-eye perception crystals was clearly distributed by Yi Xian to all the teams. With Gui Hai Dao, the Azure Corpse, and the other Kiliarchs leading the 6 demon slaves, starting from the central region of the corpse pond beneath their feet, all the way to the depths of the corpse pond. The 100,000 black mosquito magical beasts and 100,000 void soldier ladles also spread out, splitting into small groups of 1,000 people and quickly moving in all directions. Because they were powerful and fast, they were able to reach the edge of the corpse pool as quickly as possible. Then, starting from there, they would go back the way they came and pluck along the way. Harvesting from both ends at the same time, and shrinking inwards could greatly reduce the time required. At the same time, the 2 space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, were handed over to Barker. They immediately rose to the air above the huge mountain pass, activated the concealment formation, and paid close attention to their surroundings. Once they discovered any living beings approaching, they would immediately contact the Void Hole shuttle that was stationed at the center of the corpse pond and wait for Yi Xian's next orders. Following Yi Xian's orders, the 100,000 mosquito demonic beasts, the 100,000 void soldier ladles, and the 6,000 demon slave troops immediately set off. They rapidly spread out in all directions and harvested the crystals along the way. At the same time, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship immediately activated the concealment formation and rapidly rose into the air. After hovering above the huge mountain pass, they began to prepare and recharge the Superstar Destroyer cannons, according to Yi Xian's instructions. This time, Yi Xian's instructions to Barker was to adjust the diameter of the Star Destroyer beacon to the maximum of 300 meters. This way, if an Origin Realm ferocious beast was caught off guard, a single blast was enough to severely injure it. If the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were to work together, it would not be difficult to kill an Origin Realm ferocious Star Destroyer cannons of the Star Destroyer cannons with a diameter of 3 Star Destroyer cannons at the same time. The 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger made Yi Xian feel a great sense of danger. According to his estimation, even if the corpse flames in the entire corpse pool were extinguished, and the more than 100,000 people he sent out were still harvesting the multi-pupil perception crystals at the same time, the entire corpse pool was too vast. Even with this method, it would take at least half a day to harvest all the multi-pupil perception crystals in the boundless corpse pool. It was impossible to say that not a single ferocious Star Destroyer would appear in the outside world within half a day. Everything Yi Xian was doing now was to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, Yi Xian, the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, and the 8-star King Ladle, who had been injured in the fierce battle with the 4G Beaching Tiger, didn't care about the cost and chose a large amount of resources from the resource warehouse of the Undying World. As long as it was beneficial for recovering their injuries, he threw them all at them. These were the only 2 peak-level experts in Yi Xian's possession, who possessed supreme cultivation at the origin stage. Their existence was extremely important to Yi Xian. They had to be in peak condition at all times. After doing all of this, Yi Xian finally relaxed his worried heart. Immediately after that, he began to pluck the multi-pupil thought crystals from the flower trays of the demonic beauty corpse flowers at the center of the corpse pool directly above the huge crater of the crater. Previously, Yi Xian didn't let the 6,000 demon slave experts who were in charge of gathering from the nearby area directly start from the center of the corpse pond. Instead, they started from the edge of the center of the corpse pond. After all, he was planning on overseeing this area. That way, he would be able to respond to the 2 bastions on guard at the periphery. If something happened, he would be able to respond in time and in time. Therefore, the central region of the corpse pond was reserved. Yi Xian planned to leave it for himself to pass the time. In this area with a radius of 50 kilometers, Yi Xian's spiritual sense was just enough to cover the entire area. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the demonic corpse flowers that Yi Xian captured emitted a golden light, which meant that a 9-pupil golden crystal was condensed on top of the flower plate. There were dozens of them in total, and there were even more 8-pupil silver crystals and ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level. This time Yixian wasn't in a hurry to start with the dozens of corpse flowers. They couldn't run away anyway, so there was no need to waste time going back and forth. Next, he began to harvest from where he was standing. Yixian had gathered a total of nearly 100 multi-eye perception crystals in the central region of the corpse pond. Among them, the 9-eyed golden crystal had 66 techniques. Unfortunately, none of the 66 9-eyed golden crystals had reached the perfect quality. Yixian tried to appraise them one by one, and sure enough, these 9-eyed golden crystals that hadn't reached the perfect level didn't contain any inheritances. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the one he'd collected before was. However, to Yixian, the harvest this time was equally huge. Moreover, in his opinion, the entire corpse pool was so vast and boundless. Even if there weren't too many perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only the one that he had already taken away. Yixian had already witnessed the might of the primordial divine ability, the fallen sky bow. As long as he could obtain one or two more supreme treasures of this level, he would be completely satisfied. He believed that this vast pool of corpses would not disappoint him. Just one or two perfect 9-eyed golden crystals would definitely be there. Time passed slowly. Half a day had passed without him noticing. Yixian rejoiced that the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, the two space fortresses, hadn't moved at all. Even he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At this moment, the harvesting of the consciousness crystals in the entire corpse pool was coming to an end. Even if there were more space beasts that wanted to pull peaches, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Yixian. Chapter 29-22. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The corpse pond incident. Half a day later, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind returned one after another. All the demon slaves, Black Mosquito magical beasts, and void soldier ladles that Yixian had sent out to harvest the multi-eyed sense crystals had all returned. Furthermore, all the multi-eyed sense crystals that they had harvested were all gathered in Yixian's hands. The total was a terrifying number. There were more than 1 million sense crystals below the 8-eyed sense level. There were more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals. Although the 9-eyed golden crystal was the least, there were still more than 2,000 of them. Among them there were 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, just like the one that Yixian had previously absorbed. This far exceeded Yixian's previous estimate of 1 or 2. Yixian threw all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals to the devouring system for evaluation. There was no suspense in the result. All 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals contained a supreme divine ability inheritance from the primordial era. In other words, including the divine ability of the fallen sky bow, Yixian currently possessed 10 types of desolate era divine abilities. This was definitely a terrifying number. Just think about the might of the fallen sky bow. No matter who grasped 10 types of terrifying desolate era divine abilities, they were destined to be able to sweep through an entire star field. Of course, with the primordial divine abilities, one had to have a strong enough foundation and strength to use them. With Yixian's current meteor realm cultivation base, he did not need to think too much. Just one of the primordial combat arts of the Heaven's Fall bow was more than enough for him to use right now. In fact, even for this primordial divine ability, Yixian had yet to unleash its true power. There was a limit to its power. Once it was unleashed, it would instantly drain all the power in his body. However, the power that could be unleashed in the end was still just a damn small portion of this primordial divine ability. Therefore, although Yixian was excited, he did not plan to immediately absorb all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals and accept the primordial divine ability contained within. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. In any case, with the 9 eyes golden crystal in his hands, he wasn't afraid that it would grow wings and fly away on its own. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he would be able to absorb the 2nd, 3rd, and even more primordial divine arts whenever he needed them. But now, just the fallen sky bow mystique was already a little too much for him. At the same time, it was more than enough. Therefore, after a moment of excitement, Yixian finally put the 9 perfect quality 9-eyed golden crystals into 9 small crystal boxes and kept them in his undying world. At the same time, the remaining 30,000 over 8-eyed silver crystals and over 1 million multi-eyed sense crystals were all kept in his undying world. At this point, Yi Xian's objective in coming to the Devil's Sage Forbidden Land could be considered to have been perfectly and superbly accomplished. However, only a short 4 days had passed since the Saint trials started. There were still 26 days left, and Yi Xian didn't know how to pass the time. Screech! Roar! Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, 2 different roars suddenly sounded from the huge crater above. There was a sharp whistle. A powerful roar rang out. However, all of them were filled with a strong sense of anger. 2 ferocious astral beasts had arrived at the same time, and judging from the commotion, they were not weak. They were both Origin Realm's supreme existences. Even if they were not as powerful as the 4 Seasons Azure Tiger from before, they were definitely not much weaker. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, but he immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, the 2 star beasts had arrived a little later. Otherwise, if the time had been pushed back a few hours, he and his subordinates wouldn't have completed their mission of harvesting the multi-essence crystals in the corpse pool. The situation would have been unimaginably dangerous if 2 supreme star beasts of the origin stage had appeared at the same time. But now it was different. All the multi-essence crystals in the corpse pool had been harvested, so there was no need for Yi Xian to guard this place. Not to mention 2 star beasts, even if 10 or 20 of them came, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Since he couldn't beat them, why couldn't he just run away? He could have stored the Black Mosquito and Black Wind into the Undying World in his body, then directly enter the Dongshu shuttle, activate the concealment formation, stealthily escape the crater of the huge crater, and then quietly leave. However, just as Yi Xian was about to do this, an unexpected turn of events that he hadn't expected suddenly occurred without any warning. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the originally silent and vast corpse pool was suddenly swept up by an incomparably fierce hurricane. An invisible corpse aura constantly spread out from the surging corpse pool. In an instant, the entire corpse pool was once again shrouded in a layer of incomparably dense black corpse aura. Previously, because of the fire that Yi Xian had lit, there was almost no corpse aura in the vast and boundless corpse pool. But now, everything had returned to normal in an instant. After all, the so-called corpse aura originally came from the endless black corpse liquid in the corpse pool below. Normally, the corpse pool was like an ancient well without ripples, so the corpse aura emitted from the corpse pool was very weak. It would take a very long time for it to accumulate to a certain scale above the corpse pool, forming a large layer of black corpse aura that enveloped the entire corpse pool. But now the entire corpse pool was instantly roaring and surging. Boundless black-colored liquid surged endlessly, causing the black-colored corpse chi that effused out from it to accumulate at a speed that was simply countless times faster than when the corpse pool was still like an ancient well. In just a few moments, the vast and boundless corpse pool had once again returned to its previous state of being shrouded in corpse aura. Moreover, Yi Xian clearly had a feeling that this large cloud of corpse aura that had once again gathered above the corpse pool in such a short period of time seemed to be even denser than before. Facing all this, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. An extremely bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He faintly had an illusion that the entire corpse pool below seemed to be completely enraged. Because of Yi Xian's actions of wantonly plucking countless multi-pupil perception crystals, this corpse pool that had always been silent like a dead object was finally enraged. Before this, Yi Xian had always subconsciously believed that this vast corpse pool was simply a dead object. But now, with the sudden change in the corpse pool, he finally understood that this corpse pool was alive and had its own consciousness. And it was precisely because of what he had done before that the entire corpse pool was enraged. Chapter 29-23. Headless Infant's Corpse Rumble. Boom! At the bottom of the enormous mountain, the boundless corpse pool was like a black ocean with countless waves surging up. Black corpse fluid covered the sky and covered the earth. Among them were a large number of primordial corpses. As the corpse fluid churned, all of them seemed to have come to life. This scene was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy, causing Yi Xian to be dumbfounded. His mind couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence would appear next. However, there was no doubt that an existence that could control such a large corpse pool was definitely not simple. The other party was definitely not something that he could resist, and even if Yi Xian were to use all of his subordinates, he might not be able to resist even a fraction of its power. One had to know that even the primordial ability of the Heavensfall bow he obtained was only passed down from one of the millions of primordial corpses in this vast corpse pool. Then, just how terrifying was the existence that could control the entire corpse pool? Just thinking about it gave him a rough idea. Roar! Screech! Outside the huge crater, the two space beasts that had unexpectedly arrived were still roaring and howling. But from their howls it was clearly different from before. They seemed to have sensed that an unknown change had occurred in the corpse pool, causing them to be bewildered and even terrified. Although they were unwilling to leave, they didn't dare to directly enter the corpse pool. At this moment, the howls and howls clearly revealed a sense of unwillingness and probing. Yixian immediately waved his hand and stored the black mosquito and black wind into his undying world. Even the Dongshu shuttle was put away by him. This was because he knew that the power of the black wind and black mosquito ships was completely meaningless before this existence that controlled this vast corpse pool. Rather than attracting the other's attention from the outside, it was better to minimize the target as much as possible, hoping that the other's attention would be diverted from the weak him to the two powerful star beasts that were howling and roaring outside the giant crater. Other than that, Yixian took the initiative to put away all of his subordinates. In fact, there was another meaning to it. It was a form of declaration. A form of declaration for the weeping soul bloodhorn that was hidden in the undying world within his body. He was clearly telling the other party that he had no intention of resisting this time, so it better not hide anymore. Otherwise, if the other party really attacked him, then it wouldn't have a good ending either. This was a form of coercion, forcing the weeping soul bloodhorn to show up. However, even if it did show up, would it be of any use? Would they be able to withstand the attack of this terrifying existence that was about to appear and control the entire vast corpse pool? Yixian wasn't sure about this either. After all, even if this weeping soul bloodhorn was the strange weeping soul blood beast that Yixian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen bow, the weeping soul blood beast that was hiding at the edge of the desolate ancient star battlefield, then this vast corpse pool was filled with the corpses of existences on the same level as it, those that participated in the primordial space war. The existence behind the corpse pool could control so many primordial corpses. Could this weeping soul blood beast, an existence on the same level as them, be a match for this mysterious existence? Moreover, the current weeping soul blood beast was only left with a single weeping soul bloodhorn. It was definitely far from what it could be compared to when it was at its peak. In fact, Yixian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in this matter. He even thought of fleeing at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, all of this was obviously impossible because he'd already sensed an indistinct aura that firmly locked onto him at the instant before the unexpected change occurred in the corpse pool. It was precisely because he didn't move that the other party didn't make a move. However, Yixian didn't doubt in the slightest that if he moved his feet and revealed his intention to escape, then the other party would definitely attack him immediately. Once a supreme existence of this level attacked in anger, there was no need to doubt the consequences. From the looks of it now, my only chance of survival seems to have landed on that damned weeping soul bloodhorn. Moreover, even with that fellow's strength, it seems to be completely useless this time and will still be defeated. However, I still can't help but hope in my heart. This really makes me speechless. Realizing his current predicament, Yixian couldn't help but sigh. This time he was truly in despair. The other party was a supreme existence that could instantly kill a 9-star ladybird emperor of the black hole realm. What could he, a mere third-level meteor realm cultivator, count for? Screech! Just as Yixian's heart was filled with grief, an incomparably mournful howl suddenly came from the depths of the boundless corpse pool below. This howl was clearly mournful and caused one's hair to stand on end. However, for some reason, Yixian could faintly hear a sense of innocence and pure joy from the howl. This feeling made him feel that it was absurd, and he even suspected that he was hallucinating. Ha ha ha! Screech! Just as Yixian was in shock and doubt, a cheerful and innocent chuckle clearly entered his ears. Moreover, after this chuckle, it was clearly followed by an extremely ferocious howl. Although it was completely different, it was clearly the same voice coming from the same existence. Yixian's body violently shook because in the next moment, in the depths of the corpse pool where the endless waves of corpse liquid roared, a purple gold light clearly surged out from the corpse pool below and appeared. The surging waves of the corpse pool parted by themselves, and it seemed extremely obedient. It seemed as if this mysterious violet gold light was the ruler of the entire corpse pool. This was basically the truth, because along with the appearance of this mysterious violet gold light, the vast corpse pool that was originally raging endlessly had actually completely quieted down in an instant. Everything returned to its original state. The entire corpse pool was incomparably tranquil, and countless corpses of primordial beings floated up and down within it. At this instant, the weeping soul bloodhorn that was perfectly concealed within the depths of the undying world within Yixian's body was clearly trembling with excitement, yet it seemed to have concealed its aura even more perfectly due to fear, and it didn't dare leak out in the slightest. As for Yixian, his mind shook violently at this moment, and he didn't feel good at all. This was because he clearly discovered that this purple gold light, which was suspected to be the master of this vast corpse pool, was actually shooting straight towards him from afar. Moreover, as it grew closer and closer, Yixian clearly saw the form of this violet gold light. It was a corpse. To be more precise, it was the corpse of an infant, a violet gold infant, a headless infant. Chapter 29-24. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Kakik? Screech. An innocent and romantic chuckle, followed by a mournful howl that soared into the sky, erupted from the headless corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time that it entered Yixian's ears, the headless corpse also arrived in front of him. It stood firmly in the air with a distance of several meters between them. This corpse was the size of an ordinary baby. It looked like it hadn't reached full term yet. It was more like an existence that had died in the womb before it was born. Not only was it entirely purplish gold, it didn't have a head. Alright, it wasn't that it didn't have a head. It was just that its head wasn't on the neck between its shoulders. Instead, it was like a toy, holding it in its hand and playing with it from time to time. While it was playing with it, the eyes on the head kept staring at Yixian. Yixian clearly felt an even more intense feeling of being locked onto by his aura. He instantly came to an understanding. Sure enough, the mysterious aura that locked onto him came from this headless nascent corpse. In other words, this headless nascent corpse before him was the master of this vast corpse pool. The number of corpses in the entire corpse pool was simply innumerable. Yixian even saw quite a few terrifying existences that were as large as small meteors. But in the end, the one who controlled this corpse pool was a tiny headless infant corpse. This was extremely strange. What was even stranger was that the master of this corpse pool didn't attack him after arriving in front of Yixian. It didn't reveal any angry aura either. Instead, it gave Yixian the illusion that the other party was acting cute to attract his attention. Heavens, when this intuition appeared, Yixian simply wanted to raise his hand and give himself a tight slap. Narcissism. The master of this corpse pool is acting cute in front of you? To attract your attention? Can't you be more arrogant? This was Yixian's true thought at this moment. That's right, he didn't believe it at all and he couldn't accept it either. However, he had to admit that this was indeed his intuition at this moment. His opponent had a terrifying background. Even though it was merely the corpse of an infant, it was able to surpass all of the other powerful creatures of the desolate era and become the master of this vast corpse pool. Right now it was standing several zhang away from Yixian. It didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Moreover, it really was trying to attract his attention. Even if Yixian himself couldn't believe or accept it, intuition was intuition. He couldn't lie to himself. Not to mention, before the headless infant corpse's previous two roars, there seemed to have been a light chuckle with a hint of innocence. This was enough to explain the problem. Could it be that the other party was bored here and suddenly bumped into an outsider like him and treated him as an interesting playmate? If that was the case, then this headless infant corpse shouldn't have too much malice towards him. However, it was also because of this that Yixian suddenly felt that he should leave immediately. The sooner the better. Who knew when it would suddenly get bored of playing and find it boring? Then with a snap it would snap his neck and become an existence like it? This kind of brat was the most difficult to deal with, and the most difficult to fathom its nature. The only way was to not provoke it. Actually, I really do have something to do. So, if there are no other questions, why don't I take my leave first? Feeling the other party's purple gold eyes without pupils staring straight at him, as if silently waiting for his response, Yixian felt his scalp go numb. He secretly clenched his teeth and expressed his intention to leave immediately. He really didn't dare to stay here any longer. Everything was too strange. Kakik? Screech. What responded to him was still the same two different voices as before. First, there was a burst of innocent giggling, followed by a mournful howl. The two were so different, but at this moment when they sounded again, it gave Yixian a feeling of perfect harmony. Whoosh! Rumble. Just as Yixian was having a headache because of the other party's voice again, the entire vast corpse pool below, under the wave of the headless infant corpse's hand, once again stirred up endless waves, and the bodies of ancient creatures with shocking shapes floated out. What made Yixian even more taken aback was that from the mouths of the desolate era's corpses, demonic corpse flowers were clearly rapidly growing. At first it was just a small bud, but then it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was more than a meter tall, and began to bloom into a flower disc. Then in the flower disc, began to rapidly condense into multi-pupil sense crystals. The desolate era creatures' corpses were endless in this vast pool of corpses. However, before this, even though Yixian had ignited the endless black corpse aura above the corpse pool with a single fire, the corpse flower that had appeared in his mouth was only a portion of the desolate ancient creatures' corpses. At most, the proportion was about half. But at this moment he didn't even need to ignite the corpse chi. This headless corpse just casually waved his hand, and all the corpses of the desolate era creatures in the vast corpse pool below grew a bewitching corpse flower from their mouths without exception. This scene was really too shocking. As far as the eye could see, the entire surface of the corpse pool was simply filled with demonic corpse flowers, one after another, and it was extremely spectacular. It was simply dazzling. Such a scene made even Yixian a little reluctant to leave at this moment. There were really too many of them. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil sense crystals was clearly the rhythm of one's hands going limp from plucking them. Obviously, facing this headless infant corpse, it understood the meaning of his words just now. It was precisely because it knew that he had the intention to leave that it made such a move in reaction. It clearly knew that he had plucked the multi-pupil perception crystal from the corpse pool, and it clearly knew that he was interested in this item. Therefore, after knowing that he wanted to leave, the headless corpse said nothing and directly used a certain ability that it had as the controller of the corpse pool. With a wave of its hand, it directly caused a bewitching corpse flower to appear in the mouths of all the desolation creatures in the pool below. This was clearly the rhythm of tempting him to stay. However, if the other party didn't do so, Yixian might have been forced to try and convince himself. In order to feign civility, he could only temporarily stay behind and wait for an opportunity to escape. But now, the more the other party did so, the stronger the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. In addition, there must be a reason for this abnormality. Chapter 29-25. The little devil is hard to deal with. Dao friend, can you stop messing with me? I really have something important to do. I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I'll delay the important matters. At this moment, Yixian wanted nothing more than to turn around and run. But on the one hand, the other party had already done so much. Although the more they did so, the more terrifying the scheme behind it was. At least on the surface, the other party had already done everything to the end. They knew that he needed these multi-pupil sense crystals, so they did not wait for him to say anything and took the initiative to prepare so many. Under such circumstances, if he still didn't give him face, he would be too unapproachable. Of course, this was actually secondary. The most important thing was the terrifying strength of the other party. Although Yixian couldn't feel it and didn't know what realm the other party was at, just a wave of the other party's hand was enough to make the entire vast corpse pool respond instantly. Countless ancient creatures' corpses were scrambling to produce beautiful corpse flowers from their mouths. Just from this, one could see how powerful it was. At the very least, in Yixian's opinion, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was absolutely unable to achieve this. In fact, it was far from being able to do so. For such a powerful existence, even if the other party didn't fall out with him, he still had a kind attitude on the surface. However, Yixian didn't dare to act rashly. Even though he wished that he could immediately grow wings and fly away right now, he could only carefully discuss with the other party. At the very least, he had to see that the other party had the intention of letting go before he dared to try and move. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to lift his foot. Kakik? Screech. In response to Yi Xian's probing words, the headless corpse laughed innocently once again. Then it let out a terrifying roar as usual. Then, just as Yi Xian was in despair, the other party waved his hand again. Swish! Xiao! Swish! A large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Streaks of radiance shot out from the corpse pool below like arrows. These rays of light were clearly the multipupil sense crystals on the countless demonic corpse flowers below. At this moment, all of them took the initiative to turn into streaks of flowing arrows and shot into the air. In the end, the countless multipupil sense crystals gathered together and turned into a huge crystal sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This sphere was formed by countless multipupil sense crystals. There were black crystals with 8 pupils and below, silver ones with 9 pupils, golden ones, and mixed together colorful ones. Right now, the headless corpse that was only the size of 2 palms extended a small arm and stood in front of Yi Xian in midair. It's up to you. Whether or not. Or not. Up? It. Up? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to cry. Oh. It was said that little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Today he finally understood the true meaning of these 4 words. Originally, when he saw so many demonic corpse flowers on the surface of the corpse pond below, he was already a little unable to hold himself back. The reason why he could say that he could not stay for long, and that he had to leave was because Yi Xian had endured the pain in his heart and set it against his will. But now, not only did the headless corpse not relent, it gathered all the multipupil sense crystals in the entire corpse pond. There was no need for Yi Xian to pick them one by one. It seemed that as long as he nodded, these countless multipupil sense crystals would fall into his pocket. Under such a blatant temptation, Yi Xian immediately broke down. Of course, the more important thing was that he could see that the headless corpse was so persistent that it would not give up so easily. In addition, an existence of this level, such a strange existence, if one were to say that it had a good temper, anyone who heard it would only be able to laugh. It had already restrained its temper to this extent. If Yi Xian still didn't give it face, there was not much doubt as to what would happen next. Yi Xian now had no choice but to compromise. Even if he did not want to, he had to compromise. At the very least, he had to appease the headless corpse. Then think of a way to escape and leave this place. You know that I really have something important to do, so at most I will stay here with you for half a day. Bracing himself, Yi Xian cautiously said to the headless corpse. There was no other way. The headless corpse was so persistent. Although Yi Xian did not know what its ultimate goal was, he did not dare to provoke it. Under the headless corpse's repeated sincerity, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to compromise. Of course, from his point of view, this was not so much a compromise as a test. Yi Xian hoped to use all this to test the headless corpse's true intentions. What was its ultimate goal in doing all this? Kakik. Screech. What surprised him was that after Yi Xian showed signs of compromising and even made it clear that he could stay for a day, the headless corpse in the void opposite him once again let out the same light, cheerful, and screech as before. Then the huge crystal ball formed by countless multipupil thought crystals, which was held in one hand, suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian amidst the headless corpse's screech. This clearly meant that it had accepted Yi Xian's compromise. In exchange for this huge mass of multipupil thought crystals, Yi Xian could stay in this corpse pool for half a day. The headless corpse immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Such a huge amount of multipupil thought crystals even exceeded the total amount of multipupil thought crystals he had obtained before. If it was merely for him to stay in this corpse pool for half a day, it wasn't unacceptable. Even though what he would experience during this half a day might be an unprecedented horror. But for this huge amount of multipupil thought crystals, everything was worth it. Of course, more importantly, he had no choice but to fight. The headless corpse did not give him much choice at all. It was very overbearing. This half a day's time was completely spent on appeasement, purely out of helplessness and compromise. With this helplessness, Yi Xian faced the huge amount of multipupil thought crystals flying towards him and subconsciously kept them all into the undying world in his body. This was what he obtained immediately, so there was no need to be polite. However, The moment this huge ball of multi-pupil thought crystals with a diameter of about 10 meters disappeared, he clearly saw that the headless corpse on the opposite side turned into a ray of light and directly entered his body. It was as if the countless thought crystals that Yi Xian kept were a ticket, and now the headless corpse had paid the ticket and followed on board. Damn! You can't play like this. Chapter 29-26. The bloodhorn was suppressed. As the golden-purple headless infant corpse, which exuded a mysterious and noble aura, transformed into a golden-purple ray of light and entered his body, Yi Xian howled in agony as his heart trembled violently. At the same time, a certain corner of the undying world in his body suddenly trembled without warning. This obscure tremor was immediately detected by Yi Xian. Almost subconsciously, Yi Xian extended his consciousness towards the location where his undying world was trembling weakly. Following that, he unexpectedly saw the weeping soul bloodhorn, which had already transformed into a tiny blood needle. This fellow was actually hiding here. In reality, Yi Xian had searched this corner before, but he had never found a trace of the weeping soul bloodhorn. At this moment, this fellow had voluntarily revealed itself by trembling slightly. There was clearly a reason for this. This reason was the headless infant corpse that had suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a trace of fear and panic from the trembling of the tiny blood-colored needle. The other party was afraid. Perhaps even it did not expect this headless infant corpse to unexpectedly rush into Yi Xian's body. This unforeseen event caused the weeping soul bloodhorn, which was hidden in Yi Xian's undying world, to panic. It unintentionally trembled slightly, revealing its perfectly hidden body. Furthermore, it was not just its body that was revealed. The moment the weeping soul bloodhorn, which had already shrunk to the size of a tiny blood needle, revealed itself, Yi Xian clearly felt this tiny blood needle begin to move stealthily, but without any hesitation. It moved from the depths of Yi Xian's undying world to the edge. Looking at this movement, it clearly wanted to walk out of the undying world, then sneak out of Yi Xian's body and escape without a trace. This was clearly a sign that it did not dare to stay in Yi Xian's body with the headless infant corpse at all. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Even the rejection of this headless infant corpse's shameless act of sneaking into his body was not as strong as before. At the very least, because of the arrival of this headless infant corpse, the weeping soul bloodhorn, which he had always been helpless against, was now in big trouble. To think that this fellow would have such a day. This made Yi Xian feel extremely relieved. At this moment, Yi Xian even had an impulse. He felt that it would be great if this headless corpse stayed in his body the entire time. At the very least, that shameless weeping soul bloodhorn would no longer be able to be arrogant and jump around. If this headless infant corpse could completely devour it, it might even be able to order it around in the future. Just as Yi Xian's mind started to form these thoughts, that thin blood needle that had appeared from the depths of his undying world had finally sneaked to the edge of the undying world. Furthermore, it immediately shot out of the undying world and directly charged towards Yi Xian's body. With its speed, once it left Yi Xian's body, it would be difficult to chase after it. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously shouted, "Little brat, stop it, don't let that fellow escape." As this shout rang out, the thin blood needle that had slipped out of the undying world coincidentally drilled its way out of Yi Xian's body. Furthermore, Yi Xian clearly saw that the needle, which was as thin as a needle, suddenly trembled violently the moment Yi Xian's shout rang out. A kind of flustered and exasperated aura rapidly surged out. If he was not mistaken, this weeping soul bloodhorn clearly bore a grudge against Yi Xian because of his shout. This was Yi Xian's intuition, but he firmly believed in it. Since that was the case, there was no way he would let it escape. Otherwise, with the strength of this weeping soul bloodhorn, who knew what it would do to him in the future? It was not easy to find an existence that could suppress it. This time he had to subdue it. Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to shout again, a purple gold light suddenly burst out from his body without any warning. It turned into a waterfall and directly wrapped around the thin blood needle that had just drilled out of Yi Xian's body. Buzz. A weak but intense buzzing sound rang out. This purple gold waterfall that swept out from Yi Xian's body almost instantly wrapped around the thin blood needle, and then forcibly dragged it back into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly had an illusion, as if there was a desperate wail coming from the thin blood needle. Such a scene caused Yixian to fall into a daze. His mind suddenly replayed the scene of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn crushing the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the supreme cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm in a crushing manner. And now, facing the purple gold waterfall released by the headless infant corpse, the mighty Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's performance was no different from that of the 9-star Ladybird Emperor. It could only be crushed, and it did not even dare to show the slightest intention of resistance. All of this made Yixian's entire mind shocked. What kind of existence was this headless infant corpse? What kind of terrifying background and origin did it have? Even an existence as powerful as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was unable to withstand a single blow from it. No, it was only a single streak of purple gold that it extended. It did not even have the will to resist. Wang! Just as Yixian's entire mind was filled with shock, the purple gold waterfall had already pulled the thin blood needle into Yixian's body. Then it was pulled into the undying world inside Yixian's body. Throughout the entire process, the tiny blood needles kept trembling from beginning to end, emitting a faint buzzing sound. These buzzing sounds clearly revealed a deep sense of despair. This scene was simply like torture, causing Yixian to feel a sense of disbelief and absurdity. What shocked him even more was that as the tiny blood needle was dragged into the undying world within his body by the purple gold waterfall, in a few short moments, Yixian discovered that the tiny blood needle that was originally blood-like had a tiny purple gold imprint on its crimson body. If it was magnified countless times, one could clearly see that this purple gold imprint was clearly a brand. It looked like a brand in the shape of a lamp, and the main body of this lamp was clearly a headless infant corpse. Chapter 29-27. System collapse following the disappearance of the purplish gold ribbon that wrapped around the tiny blood needle. The tiny blood needle no longer showed any signs of movement. It didn't attempt to escape from Yixian's undying world, nor did it attempt to escape. It also didn't try to enter the depths of the undying world again. Just like before, it silently concealed itself. It seemed to have become obedient, remaining in Yixian's undying world. With a single glance, there was no need to search for it, as one could see its existence with just a glance. As for the purplish gold corpse lamp imprint that was imprinted on the tiny blood needle, it was so eye-catching that it stung Yixian's eyes. Even though Yixian didn't know what this purplish gold headless corpse lamp represented, he roughly understood what was happening in front of him. It was refined. This terrifying Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was actually refined by the headless infant corpse in an instant. If that wasn't the case, this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn definitely wouldn't be so obedient. Although all of this caused Yixian to be pleasantly surprised and finally subdued this incomparably powerful Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, at the same time, as the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was subdued without any suspense, an even greater sense of fear suddenly surged out from Yixian's heart. Because just from this point alone, he already had a deeper and stronger understanding of the strength of this headless infant corpse. For such an unimaginably powerful existence to enter his body, it was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse for Yixian. Furthermore, even though this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had been refined, the purplish gold headless corpse lamp imprint on the bloodhorn meant that it was the headless infant corpse that refined it. Even if this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was controlled to do anything in the future, it would be due to the convenience of the headless corpse lamp. It would have nothing to do with Yixian. The only thing that made him feel slightly reassured was that although this headless infant corpse had a mysterious origin and terrifying strength, at least until now, it had not shown any signs of wanting to harm him. Instead, it brought a lot of benefits to Yixian. For example, the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil consciousness crystals, and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had been refined. Although the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was not refined by Yixian himself and could not be controlled by him, judging from the actions of the headless infant corpse, the reason it refined the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was clearly to control it in place of Yixian. In other words, the final reason it refined the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn seemed to be for Yixian to use. It was just that Yixian couldn't directly control the headless corpse of an infant between them. However, it was also because of this that if Yixian wanted to control the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he could not do without the headless infant corpse. He had to rely on it to achieve this control. Realizing this point, Yixian's heart suddenly jumped again. This guy couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? He purposely refined the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, and allowed it to openly stay in the undying world within Yixian's body. Yixian could clearly see and touch it, but he was completely unable to control it. In this way, as long as Yixian was envious of the terrifying power of the weeping soul blood horn, then he would have to rely on the headless infant corpse. At least he would not be able to drive it away. Speaking of which, the purpose of the other party's actions was clearly the same as when he took the initiative to gather all the countless eye perception crystals in the vast corpse pool together. It was as if he was bribing Yixian and directly stuffed them into his body. In the end, it was all for the sake of currying favor with Yixian, making him realize its value, and thus achieving the goal of being able to stay in Yixian's body and not be chased away. But why? Why would such a powerful headless corpse of an infant, whose background and origin were definitely shockingly noble, spend so much effort to stay in his body? Why would it rack its brains to help him and curry favor with him? Apart from the devouring system, all the other treasures he possessed were far inferior to the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Furthermore, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had been refined in an instant. From this, it could be seen that the value of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was most likely not enough to enter the eyes of this headless infant corpse. In fact, in Yixian's opinion, even the devouring system was not something that this headless infant corpse cared about. Since that was the case, why did the other party value him so much and rack its brains to curry favor with him? What was the real reason behind this? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's doubts grew even stronger. With his temperament, if he did not get to the bottom of this matter, he would not be able to calm his heart down. At this moment, as the tiny blood needle that had already been refined became completely obedient in the undying world within Yixian's body, it steadily floated in a corner without any further movement. The headless corpse that had entered its body also transformed into a tiny purple gold light that carried a strong sense of curiosity as it wandered around Yixian's body. That feeling was like a child who had never seen the world and suddenly came to a large amusement park in a modern city. He was curious about everything and felt that everything was interesting. Therefore, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at all. He didn't need an adult to lead him at all. He spread his feet and wandered around on his own. As the tiny purplish gold light formed by the headless corpse wandered around his body, Yixian's heart, which was already in his throat, started to beat wildly again. It was true that the other party was a child, but other than that, it was also a strange infant corpse with an extraordinary origin. From the moment this headless baby's corpse appeared until now, Yixian had indeed been able to feel a dense sense of innocence from its aura and actions. However, other than the pure aura of an infant, what Yixian felt the most was the other party's ferocity and terror. Even though it seemed to be roaming around in his body like an innocent baby, playing around happily, if he made a single mistake and it suddenly attacked without warning, displaying the cruel and ruthless side of an unborn baby corpse. This was his body. Once it was destroyed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Thinking about this, Yixian could not remain calm. No matter what, he had to figure out the other party's background. It just so happened that it had entered his body, so the devouring system might be able to identify it. Thinking about this, Yixian secretly ordered the devouring system to identify the weak purplish gold light. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded in Yixian's mind, causing him to completely collapse. Chapter 29-28. Corpse Lantern Tattoo. Ding. Appraisal failed. Ding. Warning. System crash, restart required, restart required. Ding. System rebooting. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. System reboot successful. As the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind, Yixian was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The expression on his face and the feeling in his heart clearly revealed a strong sense of hopelessness. Did it crash? The system tried to appraise the purplish gold glow that was swimming around in its body like a curious baby. In the end, the system actually crashed. Yixian had never even thought of such a thing happening before, much less encountered it. Even an existence as powerful as the devouring system would crash? Furthermore, it wasn't because of a problem with his system itself. Instead, it was because when he tried to appraise a certain existence, the system would crash without any suspense at the very first moment. What did this mean? The other party's level of existence had actually reached the point where the devouring system would instantly crumble upon contact? If that was the case, then, just how terrifying was the origin of this headless corpse? The origin of countless universes? The source of the endless space and time? If that was not the case, how could its power be so perverse to such an extent? Just a touch from the system and it would directly collapse and die? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian felt uneasy. He clearly had a feeling that the devouring system in his body was not the only thing that had collapsed. Even his mind and consciousness were affected as well. In that instant, the devouring system in his body collapsed along with it. At this moment, while Yixian was still in a daze, the system notification in his mind finally quieted down. Although the system crashed due to the appraisal of the headless corpse, it was fortunate that everything was fine. After the system was rebooted, everything was back to normal. It wasn't that Yixian hadn't thought of asking the system to appraise it again. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately thrown out of his mind. The devouring system was not an ordinary existence. How could it simply crash so easily? Hence, the extravagant hope of a coincidence could definitely be eliminated. In other words, the reason why the system crashed was definitely because of the headless corpse. Since that was the case, why would he recklessly try again when he knew that the result would be the same? What if the second crash caused irreversible and irreparable damage to the system? Wouldn't he have nowhere to cry? Furthermore, with the strength of this headless infant corpse, it was impossible for it not to have sensed the fact that the devouring system had tried to appraise it earlier. However, judging from its current behavior, it did not seem to care about it at all and directly ignored it. However, just because it ignored the first time didn't mean it would do the same the second time. What if the second test directly enraged it? Even if it was not editor lawless editor, transin editor, Emery Feather Wu. The entire system had only tried to appraise it, but it had completely crashed. Under such circumstances, if the headless corpse really wanted to do something to the devouring system, there was no doubt about the consequences. Because of this, no matter how unwilling Yixian was, he did not dare to continue using the devouring system to do anything to the headless corpse. After all, it was a ferocious and ruthless corpse. He had not yet grasped the other party's temperament, so he did not dare to act rashly. Hence, in the following period of time, Yixian could only stand foolishly in the middle of the corpse pool like a mummy. His heartstrings were extremely tense as he closely observed the situation of the purple gold light moving around in his body. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed just like that. During this period of time, Yixian hadn't left, and his body hadn't moved at all. His consciousness had been focused on his own body the entire time, hanging behind the faint purple gold light formed by the headless corpse lamp, and wandering around his own body as if he was wandering around. After half a day, not only did the faint purple gold light wander around every corner of Yixian's body, but it also did not let go of Yixian's sea of consciousness. What made Yixian despair was that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had said that it had left a protective imprint outside Yixian's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was an imprint with level 8 spiritual power. Spiritual power below level 8 could not enter Yixian's sea of consciousness at all. However, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's Spirit Guard imprint was clearly useless. This strand of purple gold light entered into Yixian's sea of consciousness, as if it was in a place where no one was present. With a whoosh, it directly entered Yixian's sea of consciousness. Helpless, Yixian's original consciousness could only follow it in. In his sea of consciousness, Yixian's level 6 mind source core and the void essence crystal, which had not paid much attention to Yixian until now, actually trembled when the wisp of purple gold light entered. Then they emitted a subservient and fawning aura. All of this almost caused Yixian to despair. What he found even more unacceptable was that when the wisp of purple gold light flew towards the small golden meteorite bow that was suspended in the north of his sea of consciousness, even the terrifying meteorite golden bow, which had been passed down since ancient times, showed an obvious subservient intent. All of this made Yixian feel as if his entire body, from his physical body to his sea of consciousness, to his mind source core, to the ancient mystique he had inherited, had been subdued by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse lamp's imprint on the weeping soul blood horn. Just as this strange thought suddenly surfaced in Yixian's mind, He suddenly discovered that this strand of purple gold light had quickly escaped from his sea of consciousness. Moreover, it continued to descend, rushing towards the heart of his body. Before Yixian could come back to his senses, the wisp of purple gold light had already reached his chest. As a blazing purple gold light suddenly flared up, the entire wisp of purple gold light completely disappeared from his body. At the same time, a purple gold tattoo the size of 3 fingers appeared on the left side of Yixian's chest, which was outside his heart. It was a headless infant corpse lamp that was exactly the same as the imprint on the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Chapter 29-29. 108 Superpowers. After strolling around for a while, it was unknown if the mysterious headless corpse was tired. In the end, it turned into a purple gold tattoo that looked like a headless corpse lamp and imprinted itself on the left side of Yixian's chest. The moment the zombie lantern tattoo appeared, Yixian was so shocked that he almost fainted. After all, the incomparably ferocious Weeping Soul Bloodhorn clearly had an identical corpse lamp imprint on it. That corpse lamp imprint meant that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, when such a headless corpse lamp imprint appeared on his chest, Yixian almost thought that he'd been refined by the headless infant corpse as well. If that was really the case, it would be really F***ed up. He was an existence that possessed both the characteristics of a human cultivator and a demon cultivator. Yet he was refined like a magic treasure by the corpse of a headless infant. If this matter were to spread, it would be extremely humiliating. However, after the initial shock, Yixian's throbbing mind quickly calmed down. Although the headless corpse lamp brand on its chest was exactly the same as the one on the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, the meaning it represented was completely different. If he had really been refined by this headless corpse, how could he still have his own consciousness? He had probably been reduced to an existence similar to his own devil's slave long ago. Since that was the case, there was no need to be too worried. The headless corpse lamp imprint on his chest was probably just a way for the headless corpse to attach itself to him. It was better to let it stay as a headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest than to turn into a wisp of purple gold light and wander around his body, right? With this thought in mind, Yixian's heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, immediately fell back into his chest. Although he still didn't know anything about this headless infant corpse, it seemed that the other party didn't have much malice. Since that was the case, he could only let it be for the time being. In any case, he had nothing to lose, and this fellow was even able to easily crush and refine the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. It was obvious that this fellow's origins were absolutely extraordinary. In comparison, he was merely an ant at the 3rd level of the meteor realm. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would take it as it came and let nature take its course. There was a saying that was very good. When a woman's virginity came and she couldn't resist, then she should just close her eyes and enjoy it. At this moment, Yixian felt that this was his state of mind. With the terrifying strength of this headless infant corpse, he couldn't resist it no matter what. Since that was the case, he might as well not worry and enjoy the benefits brought by the other party with peace of mind. As for the consequences of the consequences in the future, that was a matter for the future. It was too early to worry about this matter. Since it couldn't change anything, it was completely meaningless. With this thought in mind, Yixian simply stopped thinking about the headless infant corpse. Instead, after calming down and stabilizing his emotions, he began to clean up the huge gains he obtained from the headless infant corpse. As the master of the entire vast corpse pool, the headless infant corpse's means were obviously extraordinary. Previously, Yixian struggled like this and spent a lot of time and effort before finally obtaining a large number of multi-pupil thought crystals. But with the headless infant corpse's means, it just waved its hand casually, and the countless corpses in the vast corpse pool automatically produced demonic corpse flowers. Moreover, the multi-pupil thought crystals on the discs of the countless demonic corpse flowers gathered in an instant, turning into a huge thought crystal ball. The headless infant corpse gently held it in its hand. These massive amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals were then used by the headless infant corpse as a bribe to curry favor with Yixian. Now they all fell into Yixian's hands. Since he couldn't resist the other party, Yixian began to count the multi-pupil thought crystals after calming down. He put them together with his previous gains and counted them all together. When all the multi-eye perception crystals were added together, it was definitely a terrifying number. Yixian spent a full hour to finish counting them all. Even though he was mentally prepared, the data he obtained still gave Yixian a huge fright. The total number of multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level was more than 8 million. Among them, there were nearly 1,000,000 7-pupil thought crystals, which was far more than what Yixian had obtained in the beginning. From this, it could be seen that the quality of the demonic corpse flower that was created with the headless infant's corpse was far superior to the result of Yixian's own torment or the result of the corpse flames erupting from the corpse pool. This was also reflected in the number of top-grade thought crystals above the 8-pupil level. Excluding the more than 8 million 7-pupil and ordinary thought crystals below the 7-pupil level, Yixian had a total of more than 800,000 8-pupil thought crystals. This ratio made Yixian wonder if he had gotten the numbers wrong. It was so high that he couldn't believe it. Among the millions of divine sense crystals that he had obtained before, there were only slightly more than 30,000 eight-eyed silver crystals, which was only a ratio of 3%. But now there were more than 800,000 eight-eyed silver crystals out of the total of more than 9 million. This ratio had directly jumped from 3% to almost 10% now. As for the 9-pupil thought crystals, it was even more so. Previously, among the millions of thought crystals, there were only slightly more than 2,000 9-pupil thought crystals, which was a ratio of 2 to 1,000. But now this ratio had increased by 3 times, reaching 6 to 1,000. Among the nearly 10 million thought crystals, there were more than 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals. Among these 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals, there were perfect quality, which meant that apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, there was also the existence of a remote antiquity divine ability inheritance. There were a total of 107 of them, including the one that was taken away by Yixian, which contained the divine ability of the fallen sky bow. The total number of perfect quality 9-pupil thought crystals he had obtained from the corpse pool was exactly 108. These 108 perfect quality 9-pupil thought crystals, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, more importantly, they represented 108 powerful divine abilities that were inherited from the mysterious remote antiquity era. Once Yixian had absorbed all of them, then Yixian alone would possess 108 divine abilities from the remote antiquity era. If this news were to spread, it would frighten people to death. Every living creature in the desolate ancient era was blessed by the heavens. The divine inheritances in their bloodlines were all secrets that were not shown to others. However, Yixian was able to obtain 108 of them. This was definitely the end of the world. Chapter 29:30. Kill all. Screech. Whoosh. It was also at this moment that Yixian had just finished counting all the multi-pupil thought crystals in his body. As his mind relaxed, he immediately heard several screeches and angry roars coming from the mouth of the huge crater directly above him. Before this, he already knew that there were 2 star beasts because the roars and screeches coming from above were different. However, at this moment there were clearly more star beasts here. Yixian heard at least 4 different screeches and roars. These star beasts were clearly the same as the 4 seasons beaching tiger that Yixian had killed earlier. They were here for the multi-pupil thought crystals in the corpse pool. Perhaps they did not know that the corpse pool was rich in multi-pupil thought crystals, but with such a huge pillar of corpse chi rising from the mouth of the huge crater above the corpse pool, anyone could tell that something must have happened. Perhaps it was a sign of the birth of a great treasure, so these star beasts swarmed here. But now, the reason why they stopped at the mouth of the huge crater, and did not immediately fall into the corpse pool after arriving at their destination was actually very simple. In all likelihood, it was because of the strange movement in the corpse pool, which vaguely revealed the aura of the headless infant corpse. It was precisely this aura that caused all the ferocious beasts that had arrived here to feel fearful, and they didn't dare enter the corpse pool at the first possible moment. Before this, Yixian did not even hear their roars and roars, which meant that they were still very afraid of the aura of the headless infant corpse. Even their roars and screeches were restrained. But now, because the headless infant corpse had entered Yixian's body and was dormant, its aura was restrained and turned into a strange purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yixian's chest. Then, as the aura of the headless infant corpse disappeared from the mouth of the huge crater, the star beasts outside immediately roared again after feeling the aura of fear disappear. Listening to their roars that were more and more urgent, It was clear that they could no longer hold back and were about to rush into the huge crater and fall into the corpse pool. I wonder if I have the ability to control the weeping soul bloodhorn, which has become obedient, without the help of the headless infant corpse. Realizing that a great battle was imminent, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. If it was at this moment, he would most likely choose to directly activate the perfect oscillation skill and completely conceal his body and aura. Then, he would quietly slip out of the corpse pool and look for an opportunity to escape. But now it was obviously impossible for Yi Xian to make such a choice. Such a terrifying supreme existence had already entered his body, and merely the aura emanated from it was capable of causing all the ferocious beasts above to feel extreme fear. They didn't even dare to let out a roar or howl. Under such circumstances, was there any need to flee? Although the headless corpse lamp seemed to have restrained all of its aura and turned into a purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, Yi Xian understood that as long as he extended a strand of his divine sense or mental energy towards the headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest and activated it, the headless infant corpse with extraordinary origins would most likely appear again. If he really couldn't beat it, he could just ask for help. Now Yi Xian was full of confidence and no longer feared the star beasts outside of the crater. However, if he could not alarm this headless corpse, then that would be for the best. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered to himself as he activated a strand of his mental energy and extended it towards the undying world within his body. Within the undying world, the weeping soul bloodhorn that had turned into a tiny red needle was still quietly floating in the air, as if it was slowly rotating on its own. Yi Xian's strand of mental energy carefully approached. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly touched the other party. The tiny red needle clearly trembled, but there was no reaction. Although he didn't respond too strongly, at the very least, he didn't retaliate against Yi Xian's mental strength. Feeling relieved, Yi Xian immediately increased the amount of mental energy he poured into it. Soon, a waterfall of mental energy wrapped around the tiny blood needle. It clearly struggled for a moment, but in the end, it gave up and let Yi Xian's mental energy wrap around it, dragging it around in the undying world. It was as if it had accepted its fate and had given up all struggle and resistance. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing in his heart, the spiritual energy that he extended out to wrap around the tiny blood needle suddenly moved slightly. He clearly caught a trace of an obscure spiritual fluctuation. Yi Xian immediately dragged this trace of mental energy out of the undying world and threw it to the devouring system for magnification and analysis. The final result made him overjoyed. This trace of obscure mental energy was clearly a type of imprint, a type of mental imprint that could activate the refined weeping soul bloodhorn in the undying world. With this mental imprint, Yi Xian would definitely be able to bypass the headless infant corpse and directly control the weeping soul bloodhorn, making it rush out of the body and go on a crusade against the enemy. Unfortunately, this mental imprint was clearly a consumable item. In other words, Yi Xian could only use it to command the weeping soul bloodhorn once. After the mission was completed, the weeping soul bloodhorn would most likely fly back into Yi Xian's body. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue commanding it, at least until he obtained a second trace of similar mental energy. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Xian was initially stunned, but he quickly understood. Obviously, everything he was doing, the headless infant corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of his chest was clearly aware of what he was doing. The wisp of psychic imprint that had escaped from the weeping soul bloodhorn's tiny blood needle was clearly the result of the weeping soul bloodhorn's instructions. After all, the weeping soul bloodhorn was refined by the other party, so it was very easy for it to do this. In the end, it was still unable to bypass the headless infant corpse. Although the other party didn't directly make a move, this kind of one-time authorization was clearly obtained by relying on the headless infant corpse. This also meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use the weeping soul bloodhorn in his body to do something in the future, he would first have to obtain the consent of the headless infant corpse and obtain a trace of mental imprint from it in secret. Chapter 2931. The Bloody Horn. With excitement, Yi Xian immediately moved his body and turned into a stream of arrows. He soared into the sky above the central area of the vast corpse pool. He didn't even bother to hide his figure and directly rushed to the huge crater above. Screech! Roar! Swish! Seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the few starry sky ferocious beasts that had been lurking around the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain immediately roared and howled in unison. There was clearly a strong sense of provocation and madness in it. Yi Xian was confident in his heart. He was naturally fearless. His figure stabilized and just happened to be 1,000 meters above the huge crater. He just stood in the void with a rather playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and swept a glance at the fierce roaring space beasts around him. There were a total of 4 ferocious beasts that had graced this place with their presence. At present, they were divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west of the huge crater. Their figures were also riding the clouds and mist, floating about 1,000 meters above the giant peak. They were basically at the same altitude as Yi Xian, who was standing in the void. On the left was a human-shaped giant bear. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was about 100 meters tall. It was like a small mountain range, and its entire body was emitting an extremely strong and violent aura. On the right side there was a huge green bird. Zhizhan was also close to 100 meters tall. At this moment it was constantly circling in the air on the right side. Its pair of huge triangular eyes occasionally burst out with an extremely ferocious dark light. Its claws and beaks were also extremely sharp, faintly revealing a red light. It definitely had the power to tear apart gold and stone. As for the north, there was a ferocious beast that looked somewhat similar to the wolf beast. The only difference was that this giant wolf was not only close to 100 meters in size, but it also had a curved horn on its head that looked like a crescent moon. It was actually moon white. Finally, there was a strange creature that looked like a jellyfish lurking in this direction. Although its body was also huge, it was black and translucent. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be some black lightning swimming and flashing in its body. There was no doubt that this strange beast that could be called the Starry Sky Lightning Mother must have some kind of mysterious bloodline ability similar to thunder and lightning. Although the 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts were different in size, they were equally huge. Moreover, the aura emitted from their bodies was clearly extremely powerful. With Yi Xian's cultivation base of the meteor realm, it was obvious that he couldn't clearly sense their specific cultivation realm. However, if one were to make a rough comparison, then in Yi Xian's perception these 4 space beasts should be about the same as the 4G beaching tigers that he killed with a single arrow from the fallen sky bow. In other words, these 4 starry sky ferocious beasts were all supreme existences whose overall strength was around the 4th stage of the origin stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd already had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a dead end for him. Previously, just a single 4 seasons blue jade tiger had almost caused Yi Xian to be unable to deal with it. Now 4 of them had arrived at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a certainty of death for him. Screech! Roar! Swish! Just as Yi Xian turned his head to quickly examine the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts, they had clearly sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. When they realized that the arrogant Xiao Budian in front of them was actually an insignificant existence in the 2nd stage of the meteor realm, a monstrous anger from being provoked by an ant instantly surfaced in the hearts of the 4 powerful starry sky ferocious beasts at the same time. In their extreme anger, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts let out furious roars and roars at almost the same time. At the same time, their bodies moved without any suspense as they charged towards Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the central crater. The giant black bear was the most direct. Its body flashed and it immediately punched out. Although its attack was simple, when this punch was thrown out, even the void cracked inch by inch. Rumbling thunder rumbled endlessly. As for the giant green bird with claws and beaks that flickered with a sharp red light, it suddenly flapped its wings and grabbed towards Yi Xian with its huge red claws. Its speed was the fastest, and even though it was the last to move, it was actually the first to arrive. In the blink of an eye, it was already within 100 meters of Yi Xian. As for the one-horned starry sky wolf and the starry sky lightning mother on the north and south sides, they stood still in their original positions, not moving at all. However, from the moon-white curved horn on the head of the lone giant wolf, there was clearly an arc-shaped light blade that was like a crescent moon. It directly ignored the void, and as if it had teleported, it directly arrived within 100 meters of Yi Xian. Its speed was actually the same as the giant green bird's red claw that was reaching out. The last starry sky lightning mother, just as Yi Xian had previously speculated, clearly controlled the power of thunder and lightning. A black bolt of lightning flashed out from its body without any suspense, and it also possessed the terrifying characteristic of ignoring the distance in the void. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed a great distance, and with the moon-white blade of light released by the starry sky wolf, one on the left and one on the right, it entered within 100 meters of Yi Xian's body, and immediately smashed down the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts. All had supreme cultivation bases around the 4th stage of the origin stage. At this moment they actually joined forces at the same time to attack Yi Xian, who was like an ant and only had a cultivation base of the 2nd stage. This was clearly a crushing defeat without any suspense. But at this moment Yi Xian was not worried in the slightest. With the power of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor, who had a supreme cultivation base of the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, was instantly crushed and killed. What could these 4 starry sky ferocious beasts, who were at the 9th stage of the origin stage, be compared to them? With this kind of confidence and an inexplicable throbbing feeling in his heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest to completely activate the one-time use authority imprint, causing it to enter the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had turned into a tiny red needle in his body. Swish! In the next moment, the tiny blood needle that had been quietly standing there without any movement shot out from the undying world within Yi Xian's body in an instant, and in less than half a breath, it had already rushed out of his body. As soon as it appeared in the outside world, it instantly expanded with the wind, and in a short moment, it had already transformed into a huge blood-colored curved horn that was 10 meters long, and just like that, it suddenly stretched across Yi Xian's head. Screech! Roar! Swish! As the supreme aura of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn suddenly spread out, the 4 space beasts that were attacking Yi Xian simultaneously let out a mournful howl without any suspense. Moreover, their bodies seemed to have reflexively retreated. However, it was obviously too late. Chapter 2932. The Throbbing Brand Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which was nearly 10 meters long, pierced into the giant star bear's chest without any hesitation, erupting with a boundless aura that stirred up the wind and clouds. Immediately afterward, the enormous body of the black giant star bear, which was over 100 meters tall, shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. All the flesh and blood essence and cultivation energy contained within his body had been transformed into resources that fueled the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's ferocious flames, and were mercilessly plundered. In less than an instant, the black giant star bear had completely disappeared, turning into a cloud of green smoke that slowly drifted away. However, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, whose aura had instantly soared, did not stop there. After a sudden turn in the void, it directly pierced towards the red-clawed blue bird that was flapping its wings and fleeing into the distance. Screech! Without the slightest suspense, a miserable and shrill howl resounded out an instant later. The entire body of the red-clawed grand azure bird that was flapping its wings with extreme speed was pierced through from behind by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Subsequently, in the span of a breath, it had its flesh and blood completely absorbed just like the black starry sky bear from before, and it finally transformed into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the heavens and the earth. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact the 2 middle origin stage supreme star beasts had fallen one after another in less than 3 breaths of time. Such a terrifying scene had already frightened the remaining giant starry sky wolf and mother of starry sky. They let out a wail at the same time, as if they were begging for mercy. However, their figures did not hesitate to quickly flee into the distance. Moreover, they were running in 2 different directions. It was as if this would allow them to obtain a weak chance of survival in the desperate situation where the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was temporarily stalled by the other party. However, they were clearly overthinking. Everything that happened next was still as swift and without any suspense. Although they were rushing in 2 completely different directions, with the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's almost teleportation-like speed, the last 2 star beasts were killed again in less than 3 breaths of time. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts at the middle stage of the origin stage were completely annihilated without any suspense. Yi Xian once again witnessed the supreme majesty of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, but he still could not help but feel inexplicably frightened and trembling in his heart. It was too powerful. It was the same when it killed the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the 10th Tao Insight stage. And now it was still the same. However, it just so happened that such an incomparably powerful existence was so weak when facing that headless infant corpse. It did not even have the desire to resist or struggle, as it was directly suppressed and refined. Just based on this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but once again think of the terror of the headless corpse. His heart was filled with longing, and while he was absent-minded, he secretly guessed its true origins and background. However, how did it fall? It had actually turned into a headless corpse. Moreover, from the moment it turned into a purplish-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo and imprinted itself on Yi Xian's left chest, it was extremely likely that this headless corpse had been refined into a headless corpse lamp by someone. Its headless neck was where the headless corpse lamp's light flickered. If that was really the case, then what kind of supreme and terrifying existence could actually refine this headless corpse into a terrifying headless corpse lamp in the boundlessly distant and mysterious Desolation era? To be able to refine such a powerful corpse into a corpse lamp, what kind of heaven-defying method was this? What kind of peerless and unparalleled charm was this? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Xian, who was floating 1,000 meters above the huge crater, was obsessed for a moment. His face was full of fascination, as if his entire mind had been dreaming back to the Desolation era at this moment. Swish! It was also at this moment that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which had killed all 4 of the origin stage ferocious beasts in less than 10 breaths of time, turned around in the air in front of them. After circling around for a while, it quickly shot towards Yi Xian's body with a shrill sound of breaking through the air. Its huge body, which was originally close to 10 meters, rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye as it approached. In the end, when it arrived in front of Yi Xian's body, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had shrunk to the size of a small needle again. Like a blood-red ray of light, it pierced into Yi Xian's body. Then it obediently returned to the undying world. It was still floating in the area where it was before, slowly rotating, emitting an incomparably tranquil aura. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream. It's over just like that? It was only at this moment that Yi Xian recovered from his daze and muttered to himself. He subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the place where the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had disappeared into his body. He inexplicably sighed in his heart. Strength! Everything was strength. If he could be as powerful as this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, then where could he not go in this vast river of stars? Even in the territory of the Heavenly Fate race in the first universe, there was probably no need to deliberately hide his identity as a human cultivator. At this moment, Yi Xian's desire for strength was unprecedentedly firm. His Tao heart seemed to have undergone a transformation of some kind of enlightenment at this moment. His state of mind became even calmer and more tranquil in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in a certain corner outside of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, there was a quick tremble that seemed to be rhythmic without any warning. Yi Xian's figure shook. He didn't wait for his consciousness to enter his sea of consciousness to investigate before a wisp of understanding emerged in his heart. What was supposed to come had indeed come. In the next moment, his consciousness entered the area of his sea of consciousness, and he instantly saw 2 obscure spiritual brands in a corner outside his sea of consciousness. These 2 spiritual brands were what the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, had put into Yi Xian's body. It was said that once one of them was activated, it was equivalent to the full force attack of an Origin Realm expert, and it was able to help Yi Xian escape the death of Zuoliqing and Zuofengtai on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. At that time, Yi Xian didn't have the time to use this spiritual brand when the fierce mosquito bastion collapsed, so he had kept it until now. But now, the rhythmic tremor in the corner of his sea of consciousness was clearly another spiritual brand. Chapter 2933. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His plan fell through at this moment. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned strange as one of the 2 spiritual imprints gave out a hint. Previously, when the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, mentioned this spiritual imprint to him, he was extremely confident and certain that Yi Xian would encounter the item he mentioned in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Yi Xian did not take it seriously at first, but now it seemed that the other party had hit the nail on the head. Based on Hui Gulei's words, Yi Xian had already deduced that the item the other party had asked him to bring out from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land was not some kind of inanimate object like a magic treasure, but a living being with the ability to move freely, or something like an artifact spirit. As for this point, it had also been proven right now. After all, Yi Xian had not moved at all at this moment. He had been floating 1,000 meters above the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain. However, the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness had not moved before this, but now it was giving out a pulse. This could only mean one thing, and that was the existence that the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, had mentioned had just gotten close to this place. At this thought, Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately aroused. Without batting an eyelid, Yangming activated his divine sense power and mental power at the same time. They quietly spread out of his body and spread out. Although the speed was very slow, the radiation-like coverage was very meticulous. Yi Xian did not miss a single blade of grass or tree, as he slowly expanded the search area with rapt attention. At the same time, as the rhythm of the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness became more frequent and faster, a message automatically spread out from within the spiritual imprint and turned into a sentence. It was the voice of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, that quietly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Zhang Wuji. These words were sealed by this priest in advance in this spiritual imprint. When the spiritual imprint catches the spiritual energy fluctuations of that demonic beast and sends out a rhythm, it will naturally release the pressure and appear in your mind. Before this, my promise to you is still valid. As long as you can bring the item I need out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I will guarantee that you will have a smooth sailing life on the Black Mosquito Star. I will even nurture you as the future High Priest of the Black Mosquito Star. As for whether you will be able to take the position of Holy Sun, I have never hesitated. If even someone with a level 5 spiritual source core cannot pass the test and successfully become the new Holy Sun of the Black Mosquito tribe, this matter will be too laughable. As for the item I want you to bring out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I came across it by accident when I entered the Forbidden Land for the last time a few years ago. However, due to a freak combination of factors, I failed to capture it. Coincidentally, the deadline was set in a month, so I had no choice but to be transported away. I have always felt rather regretful about it. However, although I didn't manage to capture it back then, I have been dealing with it for almost a month, so I am very familiar with its habits. That is why I am certain that you will come across it. This is because this item is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. The higher the level of spiritual energy, the more eager it is to hunt. You have already evolved to a level 5 spiritual source core, so when you use your spiritual energy in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, the aura of your level 5 spiritual source core will definitely attract this item to approach you. However, this is only half the battle. If you want to capture this item, it will definitely not be an easy task. That damned rabbit is extremely cunning. You must remember not to act rashly without 100% certainty. It is best to pretend that you don't know about its existence. Only in this way can you numb its vigilance and wait for an opportunity to capture it in one fell swoop. With your insignificant cultivation, you naturally won't be able to capture this spirit rabbit. When the time comes, you can do this and this. Remember, you must only make a move when you're 100% confident. Otherwise, once you alarm him, even though this damned rabbit's cultivation is weak, its concealment and concealment bloodline divine ability is extremely shocking. At the end of these words, Huegu still left behind a method to smoothly control the gray spirit imprint that was left at the edge of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. If Yi Xian saw the right time, he only needed to activate the spirit imprint and directly shoot it towards the so-called spirit rabbit. At that time, the entire spirit imprint would be able to transform into a spirit net that would instantly envelop the target and prevent them from escaping. At this point, Yi Xian had basically completed Hui Gulei's task. After he completed the trial and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to hand over the so-called spirit rabbit to Hui Gulei, and this matter would be considered completed. All of this did not sound like a problem. Hui Gulei had previously encountered a cunning spirit rabbit in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He had spent a lot of time, but he still could not successfully capture it, so he was unwilling to give up. Coincidentally, Yi Xian entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land as the Black Mosquito tribe's prospective Holy Sun. Moreover, his level of spiritual energy just so happened to meet the requirements of being able to attract the spirit rabbit. So Hui Gulei asked him to capture the spirit rabbit, bring it out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, and hand it over to him. Everything was very natural and logical. However, for some reason, Yixian felt that there was something strange about all of this. Other things aside, Hui Gulei's persistence and degree of importance to this so-called cunning spirit rabbit were clearly a little too much. With his identity as the Black Mosquito Tribe's high priest and the supreme existence of the 9th stage of the origin stage, his spiritual energy source core had undergone 3 transformations and evolutions, and now it had reached the 4th stage. When all of this was put together, did Hui Gulei have to care so much about a so-called spirit rabbit that only listened to him and was extremely cunning? This was clearly illogical. After a brief analysis, Yixian was certain that Hui Gulei was hiding the origin and use of this cunning spirit rabbit from him. How could an existence that could make the high priest of the demon tribe so worried be as worthless as he said? With regards to this, Hui Gulei should have expected Yixian to be suspicious. However, Hui Gulei was sure that Yixian would not be greedy for this spirit rabbit. Not to mention that after he became the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son, he would still be working under Hui Gulei in the future. With Yixian's insignificant strength, if he wanted to capture this cunning spirit rabbit, he would have to rely on the gray spiritual imprint that Hui Gulei had left at the edge of his sea of consciousness. Therefore, if he could not hand over this spiritual imprint after returning to the Black Mosquito Star, it would prove that Yixian had already made a move. At that time, even if Yixian claimed that he had failed and did not obtain anything, with Hui Gulei's ability and methods, as well as Yixian, the Holy Sun, being by his side all the time, he was completely confident that he would be able to find out the truth. Chapter 2934. Translator. Neobo Studio Editor. Neobo Studio. Crazy Rabbit. No matter how Greybone Conduit planned, he would never have guessed that not only did Yixian not intend to become the Black Mosquito Tribe's holy son, but he also had a few other methods to capture the spirit rabbit, excluding the gray spiritual imprint that he had left behind. For example, the devouring system's forceful capture and devouring was one of them. Since this so-called cunning spirit rabbit did not have a high cultivation base, the devouring system's forceful capture ability basically had no possibility of failure. Compared to the gray spiritual imprint that Greybone Conduit had prepared, it was much more convenient and effective. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's divine sense and spiritual energy that he had silently extended out captured a small figure at almost the same time. It was clearly a rabbit. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary wild rabbit, and its entire body was white. The only difference was that this palm-sized white rabbit had a very strange aura surrounding it. Its entire body was shrouded in an illusory fog, and its red eyes revealed an endless and deep sense of blurriness. Demonic Qi. Yixian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what the illusory fog surrounding this small white rabbit was. This was a jade rabbit with a soaring demonic qi, and its entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Especially its eyes, which were as deep as the most distant starry sky, blurred and unreal. Even when Yixian extended his divine sense and spiritual energy, after concentrating for a short while, he inexplicably felt as if he was about to fall into a trance, unable to extricate himself. It looked ordinary, but it was definitely not simple. As this realization surfaced in his mind, Yixian immediately became vigilant, and his mind recalled Greybone Conduit's repeated warnings. Obviously, this jade rabbit was extremely cunning, and once he failed to capture it, it would be very difficult for him to get a second chance. At this moment, the jade rabbit with a monstrous demonic aura was only about 3,000 meters away from the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain where Yixian was. With the forceful devouring ability of the devouring system, the success rate of capturing it was still very high at this distance. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yixian immediately connected to the devouring system in his body. He immediately ordered the system to lock on to the target and begin devouring by force. Ding! Lock-on successful. Target. Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Forcefully devouring losing target's aura. As the notifications from the devouring system rang in his mind, Yixian could not help but feel as if his heart had leaped into his throat. However, just as the system notification was about to indicate whether the devouring had succeeded or failed, The following words unexpectedly changed to the loss of the target's aura. Yixian was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he had punched the air with all his might, but in the end he felt depressed. After being stunned for a moment, he spread out his divine sense and spiritual power again. Only then did he realize that the strange rabbit had coincidentally shifted its position and scurried in another direction, just as the system was about to activate the devouring skill. The distance had not changed. It was still about 3,000 meters, which was within the range of the system's success rate of the devouring skill. Yes, it was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It was just an inconspicuous little rabbit. Could it be that it could predict early on that the devouring system was about to begin at this moment? So at the most critical moment, it suddenly shifted its body, changed its position, and broke free from the system's aura lock? That was obviously impossible. It was just a dead rabbit. How could it be so capable? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian quickly calmed down. He unwillingly ordered the devouring system in his body to lock onto the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Lock on successful. Target: Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Yixian had just raised his heart to his throat when he suddenly heard the last 6 words of losing his target's aura. All of the energy in his body immediately leaked out once again. The feeling of powerlessness and sullenness that came from swinging out a fierce punch and smashing into the air once again descended in an instant. The second time? What was going on? This damned rabbit's luck was too good, wasn't it? Unwillingly, Yixian continued to comfort himself. This time his blood was boiling and it took him some time to calm down again. Then Yixian gritted his teeth. For the third time, he ordered the devouring system in his body to lock onto the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. As soon as the command was sent out, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Ding! Lock on successful. Target: Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. It was the same unshakable result. This time, Yixian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole face could not help but look ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Damned rabbit, it was definitely doing this on purpose. 3 times in a row, how could it be so coincidental each time? You're clearly messing around with me. I don't believe it. It's just a dead rabbit. Don't tell me it can really go to the heavens and enter the earth? As he gritted his teeth, the anger in Yixian's heart was aroused. He muttered a few words to himself, then after thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and summoned the black mosquito and the black wind out of the undying world within his body. Rumble! Rumble! With the sudden appearance of the black mosquito and black wind, Yixian did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened the main channel of the 2 bastions' black light screen. Thunderous rumbles filled the air as the bastion's armies descended from the skies. Millions of black mosquito demonic beasts. Hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladles. In addition to Gue Haidao's 1,000-man demonic slave brigade, there were 5 other 1,000-man demonic slave brigade. This time, Yixian had used up almost all of the strength of the soldiers in his hands. One army after another poured out from the void, covering the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the entire void within a radius of 50 kilometers. Facing all this, that damned little rabbit was still lying on the ground, blinking its eyes. Sometimes it looked at Yixian, and sometimes it turned its head to sweep a few glances at the countless mosquito beasts and void soldier ladles that were like dark clouds above its head. In its eyes, there seemed to be a faint trace of mockery and ridicule. Immediately, the nameless anger in Yixian's heart burned even hotter. The other party clearly knew his intentions and had even played with him 3 times in a row. Under such circumstances, there was no need to hide and put on an act. Chapter 2935. Monster Buzz. Swish. Following Yixian's order, the army of 10 million that was like a large black cloud above their heads instantly moved like a tide. They all charged towards the strange rabbit. As the momentum was too great, it actually caused a large area of space to faintly tremble, and there were also countless weak and sharp sounds of breaking through the air. For a moment, the entire sky above the huge ring-shaped mountain could be said to be filled with thousands of scenes. It was a crazy scene. However, what made people completely speechless was that no matter how these mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves charged left and right, or how they surrounded and attacked from the front and the back, the nimble little jade rabbit was always able to find a gap half an instant before the large net was completely closed. Coincidentally, it would slip out from an extremely inconspicuous gap and even fleeting gap, escaping the encirclement of the large net. Until the next time the net was about to close, all of this coincidentally played out once again. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but after more than 10 times it was the same every time. The situation was exactly the same. Such a scene instantly made Yixian so angry that he stomped his feet in the void. He was about to go crazy. It was only a tiny damned rabbit, yet not only had it tricked him, it had even tricked the army under his command. If news of this were to spread, then how could he endure it? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian felt a buzzing sound in his head. His mind was on the verge of going berserk. He was not the only one. Even the countless mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that covered the sky and earth, covering a large area of tens of kilometers, were the same. In an instant, the entire area was resounded with the howls of countless mosquito beasts and the violent roars of the devil slave experts, and it was clamorous to the extreme. It was a scene of madness and chaos. Only the nimble rabbit appeared to be extremely calm from beginning to end. From time to time it would flutter a few times, dash out a distance, stop, and then look at a certain opening, suddenly leap out again. In short, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Yixian or the millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves he summoned to capture the rabbit, no one could touch even a single strand of rabbit fur on this nimble jade rabbit. This scene seemed to be so strange and indescribable. No matter if it was the nimble rabbit's easy dodging or the madness and violence of Yixian and the army under his command, everything revealed an extremely strange aura. The former seemed to have activated some kind of mysterious immunity mode, making him invincible throughout. On the other hand, the latter seemed to have clearly fallen into some sort of unknown state of bewitchment, and all of them revealed abnormal madness and irritation. All of this might have lasted for a long time. It might have lasted until Yixian and his 10 million subordinates had all been tormented to the point of insanity and completely collapsed. Only then would it end. It was also at this moment that a purplish gold ray of light suddenly shot out from Yixian's body. With a swallow and a spit, it instantly wrapped around the nimble little jade rabbit that had turned around and ran away. Then it suddenly pulled and arrived in front of Yixian. At this point everything was finally over. Screech! Swish! Only the furious roars and howls of the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves still rang out. All of them had bloodshot eyes as they madly rushed towards Yixian. To be precise, they were rushing towards the nimble jade rabbit that was wrapped in the purplish gold light and pitifully falling into Yixian's arms. It was as if the tens of millions of subordinates under Yixian had some kind of unresolvable grudge with this little rabbit. Yixian's body shook violently. Only at this instant did he suddenly come to his senses, and he suddenly noticed that everything before him was actually so strange and unusual. Whether it was himself or the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves under his command, all of them had unknowingly fallen into this trap. Their minds and consciousness had inexplicably fallen into a state of madness and violence, as if they had been possessed by the devil, as if they had encountered some kind of unknown bewitchment. And all of this was clearly done by the inconspicuous little jade rabbit in his arms at this moment. Sure enough, it was a monster. It didn't seem to have much strength, but in addition to its ability to escape, it also had the terrifying ability to confuse and confuse. In an instant, tens of millions of troops had fallen into its trap. It was simply chilling. In the end, if it wasn't for the headless corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo and was imprinted on Yixian's left chest, it wouldn't have been able to take the initiative to attack. It extended a purple gold beam of light and instantly captured this strange jade rabbit without any suspense. The consequences would have been unimaginable. No one could predict when this scene of madness and chaos would evolve, and to what extent. Screech! In his horror, Yixian immediately channeled his spiritual power, raised his head, and let out a high-pitched scream that pierced the clouds. With the sound of this scream, the countless mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves that were madly rushing from all directions suddenly trembled. The madness in their eyes gradually faded, revealing a touch of confusion as if they had just woken up from a dream. Yixian didn't waste any more time. He directly ordered all the mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves to return to the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly stored the 2 space fortresses into the undying world within his body. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with intense interest. He lowered his head and carefully sized up the strange jade rabbit that was still wrapped in the purplish gold light of the headless corpse. This beast was definitely a monster, and its ability was definitely not to be underestimated. Other than Yixian, who had personally experienced this earlier, he could tell that something was amiss from the purplish gold light of the headless infant's corpse that had yet to be retracted. It had always enveloped this small jade rabbit, so he could tell that something was amiss. Even the headless baby corpse was worried that once the light was withdrawn, it would immediately escape. It was enough to show how strange and extraordinary it was. After studying it for a while, Yixian finally had to admit that he couldn't see anything. The little rabbit in his embrace had been looking at him with a pitiable expression from the beginning until now. Its gaze was deep like the boundless starry sky, and it faintly revealed a wisp of extreme panic and uneasiness. Helpless, Yixian could only throw this rabbit to the devouring system to identify. Originally, he thought that since the rabbit was a living thing, then with Yixian's cultivation strength, it was most likely impossible to directly absorb it into his body. But what surprised him was that after just a try, he actually succeeded. The little jade rabbit that was originally in his arms was absorbed into his body without any suspense. Chapter 2936. Demon Spirit Pupil. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Demon Spirit. Will you refine it immediately? As the system notification sounded in his mind, Yixian was immediately stunned. Demon Spirit? No wonder it could be absorbed into the body. It seemed that although this fellow looked like a little rabbit, its essence was not a living being at all. It was a kind of existence similar to the sword spirit that Yixian's Devil Bloodstar Tear sword gave birth to. Since that was the case, it could naturally be absorbed into the body. Even if Yixian's current cultivation was really insignificant, it would not affect him at all. But what did the system mean by refining? Could it be that the so-called demon soul spirit could be broken down by the system like the demon's brain core, the weeping soul beast, and the multi-pupil thought crystal? Could it be absorbed by the system and turned into its own energy? If that was really the case, then he had finally gained something from the torment just now. Judging from the terrifying bewitching ability displayed by the demon soul's spirit, the energy extracted from its decomposition would definitely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yixian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an inexplicable strong sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. Immediately after, he immediately ordered the system to refine the spirit of the demon's soul. In the next moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Lock on successful. Target of refinement. Demon spirit. Beginning refinement. Progress 1. Progress 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Evolution reading completed. Refinement successful. Obtained 1 demon spirit pupil. Will you immediately assimilate it? So fast? Yixian was stunned again, and immediately immersed his consciousness into his body. Very quickly, an oval-shaped crystal that looked like an eye, but was suffused with a blurred dreamy light, and seemed to be incomparably deep, as if one's gaze was too focused, even one's entire mind would be completely immersed in the crystal, reflected in his line of sight. This should be the demon spirit pupil that the devouring system was talking about. Was it an eye that was refined by the spirit of the demon soul, as if it was an artifact? It could actually be used to fuse with his own body. Then, after the fusion, would he be able to possess the various miraculous abilities that the spirit of the demon soul had displayed before? The ability to escape that could be said to be terrifying and abnormal, and that left Yixian puzzled even after pondering 100 times? And that even more terrifying ability of bewitchment, that left no traces behind when it was unleashed. Furthermore, its range of influence and audience was so large that it was unbelievable. Yixian would be satisfied as long as he could obtain one of these 2 abilities. If he could obtain both of them, he would have made a huge profit this time. A strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Without further delay, Yixian immediately ordered the system to fuse with the demon soul pupil. Following that, the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! Confirm fusion. Target: Demon Soul Pupil. Beginning fusion Progress 1. Progress 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful. Obtained ability: Demonic Soul Pupil. Current level: Beginner. Current level ability: Origin Tracing. Note: Active Bloodline ability success rate unknown. As the two system notifications sounded in his mind, Yixian quickly realized that the strange crystal that looked like an eye in his body had disappeared. Instead, the space between his eyebrows suddenly became numb. Vaguely, there seemed to be something that did not exist in the space between his eyebrows. This feeling was very mysterious. Yixian only needed to think slightly to feel that there was an inexplicable mysterious energy circulating and rotating in the space between his eyebrows. If he was not mistaken, this mysterious energy in the space between his eyebrows should have been the demon soul pupil that had already fused with his body. Right now, this pupil had already become the third eye in the space between Yixian's eyebrows. It was just like the legendary third eye of immortal Lord Erlang, possessing some kind of miraculous ability. Furthermore, from the system notifications, he could analyze that this demon soul pupil that looked like the third eye between his eyebrows could still be upgraded. It had just been fused, so it was only at the beginner level. As for the requirements for upgrading in the future, Yixian would be able to find out after checking the devouring system's database. Even if the system's database did not have any data on this object, as long as the devouring system had come into contact with a new species or successfully identified a new species, the devouring system's database would immediately update the data and include the newly obtained species information into the database. Therefore, regarding this demon soul pupil, and the demon soul pupil ability that Yixian had obtained after fusing with it, he could now do a new search in the devouring system's database. Of course, even if he did not specifically search, Yixian already had a general idea of the situation from the system notifications. This newly acquired ability of the demonic soul pupil belonged to a type of bloodline innate ability that could be activated on its own accord. However, it was clear that it would not succeed every time it was activated. The unknown success rate in the system notification clearly indicated this point. Furthermore, the demon soul pupil that was currently at the beginner level only had one level of ability: Origin Tracing. The so-called origin tracing should be a mysterious ability similar to the Eye of Truth. It could clearly see the origin of things through the mysterious power of the demon soul pupil, and even trace back to its source. This should be the reason why the demonic spirit was able to easily avoid the forceful devouring and locking of the devouring system. Even the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, soldiers and demon slaves that Yixian summoned were unable to capture the source of the demonic spirit, even after joining forces to surround it. The other party had this kind of bloodline talent that could see the origin of any movement that was targeted at it. It could immediately trace back to the origin and see through the flaws. It was as if everything was placed under a microscope, or as if it had been adjusted to slow motion many times. Under such circumstances, the demon soul pupil was naturally at ease and could easily avoid the devouring system every time. As for the other innate ability that the demon soul spirit had displayed before, that was unknowingly Yixian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. They'd all successfully activated the ability to bewitch Yixian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. With Yixian's current elementary state, it was obvious that he didn't possess the ability to do so. At the very least, it would need to be upgraded to the intermediate level before it could be mastered. Although this was indeed a bit of a pity, at least there was still hope. Yixian was quite satisfied. At the very least, the origin tracing ability could be used at any time. However, he did not know how effective and successful it was. Chapter 2937. Desolate Corpse Liquid Refining Treasure Body Wang. As Yixian activated the demon soul pupil's ability for the first time, a weak but high-frequency trembling sound suddenly came from the depths of his brows, causing his mind to tremble slightly. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. It was so fast that it was as if everything just now had not happened at all. But in reality, in just an instant, his demon soul pupil's ability had been activated without any suspense. Moreover, what was rather fortunate was that this was the first time it was activated, and its power had unexpectedly been successfully displayed. Although there was no so-called third vertical eye between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be no abnormal changes on the surface, Yixian clearly felt that there was a mysterious and invisible power shooting out from the depths of his eyebrows. Because of the existence and power of this mysterious power, Yixian's vision had a huge change that was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Being clearer and more translucent was only the most basic change. Even so, the clarity and translucency had far surpassed the extent of being examined by one's mental power or being scanned by one's mental power. But this was still not what Yixian was most concerned about at the moment. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that at this moment, when he casually stared at the void in front of him, a few short moments later, due to the mysterious power that invisibly emitted from the center of his brows, Yixian's gaze seemed to have been dissected as he gradually saw some faintly discernible threads in the empty space. These threads were obviously almost illusory existences, and they were connected with each other to form a completely different chain structure. They were like extremely obscure and mysterious talisman markings, and they emitted a dense and profound aura. Chains of the law of space? A string of words inexplicably appeared in Yixian's mind as he was blessed with good fortune. The void, under the eyes of ordinary people, was indeed empty. But under the gaze of the demon soul pupil, which had the effect of seeing the origin, one could see the hidden essence of this empty void on the surface. The nearby illusory complex chains captured by Yixian's vision were obviously the chains of law related to the law of space. Even though Yixian couldn't understand a single one of these countless completely different law chains, and was unable to comprehend the profound mysteries behind them, at the very least, he already had the ability to see everything with his own eyes. Seeing with his own eyes would obviously have a miraculous effect on comprehending the mysteries of the law of space in the future, similar to cheating. And this was only one of the chains of law that Yixian saw. With the miraculous effect of the demon soul pupil, if he could see the chains of law even in the void, then the other laws of heaven and earth were naturally not a problem. Of course, being able to see the structure of the chains of law of heaven and earth did not mean that he could truly comprehend it. In the end, this was just a unique and convenient method. But if he really wanted to comprehend more of the mysteries of the law of heaven and earth, Yixian still had to start from his own understanding of the law of heaven and earth. That was the way to go. Yixian was well aware of this point. Therefore, even though he saw the chains of law of space through the miraculous ability of the demon soul pupil, he did not feel that he was suddenly incomparably close to the essence of the law of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the more he saw at this moment, the more Yixian felt that the mysteries of the law of space were deeper and harder to understand. After all, he had not reached that level. Even though he had this almost cheating method of comprehending the law of heaven and earth, he still did not know where to start. Thinking of this, Yixian sighed in his heart and quickly withdrew this kind of attentiveness to the void in front of him. Since he had not reached the level where he was qualified to come into contact with this kind of law of heaven and earth, then it was best not to step into it too early, lest his state of mind become unstable and affect the stability of his current foundation. Soon as Yixian withdrew his attentiveness to the void in front of him, the chain system of the law of space that appeared in his line of sight due to the demon soul pupil's effect quickly disappeared in an instant. Then, almost subconsciously, Yixian lowered his head and swept his gaze over the vast corpse pool in the depths of the enormous ring-shaped mountain pass. Moreover, he intentionally focused his attention on it. Soon the vast black corpse pool below, under the effect of his demon soul pupil's effect, quickly unfolded a magical visual change. Originally, there were a large number of desolate-era corpses floating in the corpse pool. However, after Yixian and the headless infant corpse personally made a move, the corpses of the desolate-era creatures that were floating in the boundless sea of corpses were plucked from the multi-pupil perception crystals in the countless corpse flower trays. All of them turned into dreamy stars and quietly dissipated. As such, not a single desolate-era creature's corpse could be found in this vast pool of corpses. Only the endless black corpse liquid was slightly undulating with the undercurrent in the pool. But at this moment, with Yixian's attentiveness to this corpse pool, under the magical power of the demon soul pupil's effect, the vast black corpse liquid in the corpse pool, at this moment in Yixian's line of sight, clearly changed rapidly. In the originally pure black, there were a large number of speckles of different colors, revealing an inexplicable light and transcendent aura. Just as Yixian was confused as to what the countless specks of light that appeared in the black corpse liquid were, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded out in his mind without any warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered a large amount of innate spiritual power. Status: Liquefied Corpse Essence. Grade: Innate Essence. Do you want to immediately activate the Immortal Dragon Blood? And activate the Giant Star Dragon Bloodline Body Tempering Mode? Innate spiritual power? And it exists in the Liquefied Corpse Essence state? Listening to the system's notification, the innate spiritual power essence in the corpse pool was obviously very suitable for tempering the body and forging the treasure body. Yixian had previously merged with the drop of immortal dragon blood from the Third World's human race's technological faction. The Giant Star Dragon Bloodline innate skill contained a unique Giant Star Dragon body tempering technique that belonged to the Giant Star Dragon Bloodline. However, this unique Giant Star Dragon body tempering technique was obviously not something that could be practiced at any time and place. It required specific conditions and the combination of various factors. Therefore, after Yixian obtained the Giant Star Dragon Bloodline inheritance from the drop of immortal dragon blood, he had not activated this Giant Star Dragon body tempering technique even once. And now, the necessary conditions to activate this Giant Star Dragon body tempering mode were clearly met. From the system's notification, it was clearly hinting that he should immediately jump into the corpse pool below and immerse his entire body in the endless evil corpse liquid, soaking until he was drunk. Chapter 2938. The dragon was roaring. After some hesitation, Yixian finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the vast corpse pool in the depths of the giant ring-shaped mountain pass below. Although the endless black corpse liquid in this vast corpse pool was indeed incomparably evil, it still contained a large amount of innate spiritual power in the form of liquefied corpse essence. Yixian could not miss it no matter what. Innate spiritual power was a rare thing. Although it was not the birth of the universe, it had gradually disappeared since the beginning of the world. It was the chaotic chi that only existed in legends. However, it was an innate thing derived from the last bit of chaotic chi left behind after the birth of the universe. In today's vast universe, it was very rare to see one. It was only in this mysterious world that was suspected to have been sealed since the primordial era that it was still preserved. It was truly precious. In order to successfully cultivate the giant dragon's body tempering technique that was inherited from the starry sky dragon's immortal dragon blood, even if he had to endure the disgust, Yixian had to obediently soak in the evil corpse liquid of this vast corpse pool. The moment his figure fell into the corpse pool, Yixian ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the starry sky dragon body tempering mode. Then the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! The starry sky dragon inheritance activated. Bloodline tempering mode successfully activated. Beginning to absorb innate spiritual power. Body tempering in progress. With this prompt, Yixian quickly felt that the evil corpse liquid around his body seemed to have suddenly become a little different. Originally, it was lifeless and had no spiritual aura. But now Yixian clearly felt a kind of lively and spiritual aura from this deathly cold corpse liquid. The amount was very small. Only a faint trace in a drop of corpse liquid. It seemed that because the devouring system had activated the starry sky dragon inheritance contained in the immortal dragon blood, it had successfully activated the dragon body tempering mode. At this moment, this extremely weak amount of lively spiritual power was rapidly approaching. Trace by trace, like thousands of small streams rushing to the vast sea, all gathered together. At first, only the corpse liquid near Yixian's body was affected by this, but soon it spread to the surroundings, and the range was getting farther and farther. The number of strands of innate spiritual energy that surged over also increased. They gathered together on the way, and in the end, they turned from weak strands to strands of spiritual energy that were as thick as fingers. They whistled as they surged into Yixian's body. Before entering the starry sky world, Yixian had also come into contact with some different body tempering techniques. For any cultivator, body tempering was indispensable. It was just different degrees. However, the body tempering techniques that Yixian had come into contact with before were clearly incomparable to the body tempering techniques that were exclusive to the dragon bloodline that were inherited from the starry sky dragon's bloodline. As the exclusive body tempering technique of the colossal starry sky dragon bloodline, There was no doubt that its grade and level were extremely high. In the vast universe, even if there were other body tempering techniques of the same grade that were comparable to it, there were absolutely not too many of them, and they could be counted on one hand. However, no matter how high the grade and level were, as long as it was a body tempering secret technique, it was absolutely impossible to avoid the pain of the body being tempered and honed. Moreover, the higher the grade and level of the body tempering secret technique, the better the effect. Therefore, the degree of pain in the process of the body being tempered and honed was obviously more intense. The drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood that was obtained purely by accident had been completely integrated into Yi Xian's body. The profound meaning of the Starry Sky Dragon bloodline inheritance contained in it had been broken into pieces and integrated into every gene and cell in Yi Xian's body. At this moment, with the activation of the Starry Sky Dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique, every tiny cell in Yi Xian's body was mobilized without exception. They were extremely hungry, constantly absorbing the innate spiritual power that was flowing into Yi Xian's body. Then, according to some mysterious and obscure operation method, they drove this innate spiritual power to carry out self-tempering and honing repeatedly. In an instant, the entire body and countless cells in this independent way all began a crazy self-tempering process at the same time. Because of this, a great pain that he had never experienced before from the beginning had been like water and fire, rumbling and enveloping Yi Xian's entire mind and consciousness. It almost caught him off guard and caused him to directly fall into a dangerous situation of mental collapse. Rumble. All of the flesh and blood cells in his body were hungry and thirsty, as if they were engines that were at full power, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pouring into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, they began to temper and evolve themselves. When all of this gathered together, it actually formed a loud roar that sounded like the roar of the heavens and the earth. It continuously rumbled in Yi Xian's mind. His mind was constantly roaring. His physical body felt as if it had been instantly sliced into countless individual genetic cells. This kind of pain was far from comparable to being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, it continued for every single moment. Facing this extreme pain that was simultaneously unfolding on two levels of consciousness and body, Yi Xian, who had sunk most of his body into the corpse pool, and only his neck above the surface of the pool, was tortured to the point of insanity in an instant. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and his expression was extremely ferocious. As if venting his anger, he raised his head and roared endlessly. From this moment on, the entire vast corpse pool, which had already recovered its tranquility, without any suspense, once again fell into a state of turbulence and turbulence. As Yi Xian's frenzied roars of extreme pain continued to sound out, the sounds became more and more intense. From within his body, waves of invisible violent energy seemed to surge out. The air currents churned as they howled and spiraled. Gradually, they formed an enormous surging hurricane in the air above the vast corpse pool. Even the endless evil corpse liquid in the corpse pool was gradually stirred up. Finally, a monstrous black wave surged up one after another, and from then on it was out of control. The hurricane was raging. The waves were surging. In less than half a day, the vast area with Yi Xian's figure as the center point had already erupted like the most violent tsunami. The entire corpse pool was completely boiling. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been crazily roaring for half a day, seemed to have completely fallen into madness. The rumbling in his mind and the constant pain in his entire body caused his consciousness to fall into a state of confusion, as if he was numb. His eyes were blurry and sluggish, ruthless and crazy. The only remaining consciousness was to roar out loud, and roar at the top of his lungs. Roar! Chapter 2939. Desolate Ancient Void-Killing Array Roar. Without any warning, amidst the hysterical roars that came out of Yi Xian's throat, he strangely discovered a dragon's roar. It was resounding and majestic, as if a real starry sky dragon was roaring. When the dragon roar sounded, a strong golden brilliance burst out from Yi Xian's body. At this moment, there was a faint dragon aura in the aura that spread out from his body. It was exactly the same as the starry sky golden dragon that Yi Xian saw in the desolate ancient inheritance, when he merged the immortal ancestral dragon blood into his body. The only difference was the difference in strength. In addition, as this brilliant golden brilliance burst out from Yixian's body, a layer of fine golden dragon scales strangely appeared on the surface of his entire body, including his face. But soon, as the strong golden brilliance burst out from his body suddenly shrank, this layer of fine golden dragon scales quickly disappeared into Yixian's body, as if it was hibernating and hiding. Yixian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his consciousness was still in a nearly dazed and deranged state. Not to mention the faint layer of golden dragon scales on the surface of his body, he didn't even have the slightest impression of the resounding dragon roar that tore the clouds apart just now. Fortunately, this state was quickly fading away, because this body-tempering process had quietly ended when the layer of fine golden dragon scales flashed on the surface of Yixian's body. Although the entire corpse pool was endless, the proportion of innate spiritual power contained in the corpse liquid was very weak. In a drop of corpse liquid, there was only half a strand of innate spiritual power. Even if he were to exhaust all of the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, the innate spirit energy that could be extracted from it would only allow Yixian to take a small step forward in the Starry Sky Dragon's bloodline tempering secret technique. And the layer of fine golden dragon scales that flashed on the surface of his body was a sign that this first small step was successfully completed. At present, in the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, there was not even a trace of innate spiritual power left. In this case, the dragon bloodline body tempering mystic art had automatically ended at the first moment, and the great pain that lasted for half a day in the entire body also quickly disappeared. Under the chain effect, the constant roaring sound in Yixian's mind also began to gradually stop at this moment. In this way, Yixian's self-consciousness that had almost fallen into madness finally slowly recovered, and his thoughts became clear again. Until this moment, the clear dragon roar that came out of Yixian's throat, instantly wrapped in a vast majestic aura, rushed out of the huge circular mountain pass, and resounded in the endless void of the entire forbidden world. Finally, it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. However, although this clear dragon roar existed in the void for a very short period of time, it had already dissipated in the span of a breath. Even so, the supreme and vast majesty that swept through the entire world still alarmed countless powerful existences in this vast forbidden area. Accompanied by this clear dragon roar, in the entire forbidden world, from all directions, countless gazes simultaneously looked at the huge circular mountain area where Yixian was located from afar. In these gazes, in addition to bewilderment and confusion, there was clearly some obscure fear and timidity. However, there were also a few gazes with the strongest auras among them, and it was impossible to figure out their cultivations at all. Although there was surprise and bewilderment, there wasn't the slightest feeling of fear or fear. It was even to the extent that in the depths of these gazes, there was actually a faint sense of schadenfreude. It was as if they expected that the mysterious existence that let out this clear dragon roar would immediately suffer some kind of calamity. For this kind of unknown calamity, they were obviously quite afraid of it. Therefore, as the dragon roar suddenly sounded, these few gazes with the most powerful auras, after glancing at the source of the sound, almost immediately concealed all of their auras again and completely disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared before. On the contrary, those existences whose auras were completely incomparable to them, and whose strength was more than a little weaker, were completely unafraid. Not only did they not conceal their auras, they even unscrupulously extended their consciousness to the extreme, as if they wanted to verify or search for something. It wasn't until a terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens suddenly exploded without any warning that the auras of these existences, which were scattered in every corner of the forbidden space, seemed to have suddenly awakened. They hurriedly restrained their auras and quickly went into hibernation. Rumble! Boom! The earth-shattering terrifying rumbling sounds continued without end. In a few moments, it had already resounded throughout this vast and boundless forbidden world. In fact, these terrifying rumbling sounds that sounded like the collapse of the heavens were clearly coming from the circle of space turbulence isolation, built at the edge of this forbidden world. At this moment, if one were to look up infinitely again, when the entire vast forbidden world became small due to the extreme distance, and turned into a small world, when the entire world was reflected in one's line of sight, one would be able to see that around the edge of this forbidden world, the the entire forbidden world was forcefully separated from the normal space of the galaxy, just like the circle of space turbulence that imprisoned this world. At this moment, there was clearly an invisible, vast, and majestic force that carried a supreme and mighty aura that looked down upon everything. It was as if it was crushing, and it was rapidly condensing from the outside to the inside, from the edge of this world, and it was condensing inwards. Merely the galloping aura that was condensed and crushed over had already caused countless rumbling that seemed like the collapse of the heavens to surge out all along the way, and it enveloped the entire restricted area in space as if the might of the heavens had descended. Not only did it reveal a dense ancient aura, it even contained a strong sense of the profound mysteries of the void law. This power originated from a vast and mighty void-killing array. The foundation of the void-killing array was hidden in the layer of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world, and it had existed as early as the distant primordial age. No one knew who had created this desolate ancient killing formation of the void, but this person had set up this huge killing formation of the void at the edge of the forbidden world in the isolation zone of the void turbulence. His purpose was obvious without the slightest suspense. That was to imprison, trap, suppress, and even strangle. In the past countless years, this primordial grade void-killing array had been activated on its own many times. Every time, this majestic and mighty force that rumbled from the edge of the forbidden world crushed an extremely powerful supreme creature, without any suspense. It was as if its existence was to prevent the birth of a supreme creature, whose strength exceeded a certain limit in this forbidden world. Chapter 2940. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. He leveled up again. In the corpse pond deep inside the ring-shaped mountain. As the body tempering of the starry sky dragon bloodline ended, the pain in his body disappeared, and the roaring in his head faded away. Yi Xian, who had fallen into a state of confusion, finally recovered. Then, the familiar sound of a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Realm leveled up. Current level. Level 4 meteor state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The body tempering of the bloodline has ended. You have successfully activated the giant dragon treasure body. Current level. Entry level. Do you want to activate the bloodline gifted magical ability of this level? Leveled up again? Yi Xian was shocked. He almost suspected that he was still in a trance. Otherwise, how could he have hallucinated? His cultivation level had clearly just broken through to level 3 meteor state not long ago. In less than a day, he had actually ushered in a second breakthrough. Even though Yi Xian had the devouring system, which was a divine cultivation tool, he still felt that this speed was too exaggerated and illusory. It was simply unreasonable. With this doubt in his mind, he immediately immersed his consciousness into his body and carefully examined it. The result was no surprise. Compared to before, his cultivation level had indeed broken through again, and his combat power had instantly increased by a large margin. In addition, during this examination, Yi Xian unexpectedly discovered a new uninvited guest in the sea of consciousness in his mind. Before this, the sky above his sea of consciousness had been occupied in 3 directions. The spiritual source core was suspended in the south, the void essence crystal was suspended in the north, and the golden bough, which had entered last, was in the west. Only the sky above the east side of his sea of consciousness was still empty. However, the sky above the east side of his sea of consciousness was also occupied. A golden dragon scale was suspended there, rotating slowly. It was shining with a golden brilliance and revealed a strong divine aura. Obviously, this golden dragon scale was an unexpected gain from successfully activating the giant dragon bloodline treasure body, by tempering his body with the giant dragon bloodline's body tempering secret technique, contained in the giant dragon bloodline inheritance. Although this golden dragon scale was not eye-catching, it was only the size of a fingernail, and it seemed to be incomplete. Whether it was the shape or the pattern, it showed a vague and incomplete feeling. However, what it represented was the complete bloodline of the starry sky dragons. Yi Xian's giant dragon bloodline was only at the entry level, but with the birth of this golden dragon scale, as he continued to use the giant dragon bloodline to refine his body, he would be able to achieve the effect of evolving his bloodline. In the end, when this golden dragon scale was complete, Yi Xian's giant dragon bloodline would enter the great perfection realm. At that time, it might not be impossible for him to transform into a starry sky dragon that looked down upon the universe with a single thought. Moreover, the starry sky dragon's bloodline body tempering secret technique could not only improve one's physical strength, but it also had a significant effect on one's cultivation base. The reason why Yi Xian suddenly and unexpectedly ushered in a breakthrough in his cultivation base, and promoted from the 3rd level of the meteor realm to the current 4th level of the meteor realm, was obviously the effect of the giant dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique. It could not only strengthen one's physical strength, but also improve one's cultivation base. The starry sky dragon's bloodline inheritance was really extraordinary, which made Yi Xian sigh inexplicably again. In addition, every time the giant dragon treasure body leveled up, there seemed to be an unexpected surprise accompanying it. Yi Xian could basically confirm this point. Even the weakest entry-level treasure body had an accompanying bloodline talent, let alone the other levels of the giant dragon treasure body after the entry level. This was the bloodline talent of the Starry Sky Dragon clan. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian very excited. With this kind of excitement, his consciousness quickly withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and immediately issued an immediate activation command to the devouring system in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the Starry Sky Dragon bloodline ability, Giant Dragon's Roar. As the system's prompt sounded again, the golden dragon scale hanging in the eastern region of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness immediately released a large number of obscure runes. They flashed one after another above Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, and then quickly dissipated. When all of the golden runes disappeared without a trace, Yi Xian's mind was already clear. In an instant, he completely comprehended all of the profundities of this enormous dragon's roar. Obviously, the so-called giant dragon's roar was most likely an attack launched by sound waves. However, since it was called a divine ability, and it was one of the bloodline talents of the supreme existence of the Starry Sky Dragon, then even if it was a simple roar, its power would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian was itching in his heart, he didn't dare to try it easily. After hesitating for a while, he finally dispelled the idea of testing its power. Up until now, the terrifying consequences of utilizing the divine ability of the Heavensfall Bow still caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. What if the enormous dragon's roar is like this, and it instantly absorbs all the energy in my body as soon as I utilize it? Wouldn't I be asking for trouble then? After suppressing the stupidity in his heart, Yi Xian's figure shot out and instantly flew into the air from the corpse pool. Immediately after, he activated the demon soul eye once again and activated the power to look at the source. He lowered his head and swept his gaze across the vast corpse pool below. Soon, Yi Xian confirmed that the innate spiritual power contained in the corpse pool had been completely absorbed by him. Not a single trace was left. At this point, this vast and boundless corpse pool no longer had any value. With great interest, Yi Xian immediately rose into the air and rushed out of the huge crater of the ring-shaped mountain. In his heart, he secretly thought that since all the business had been done, it seemed that the next thing to do was to find Zhuo Liqing and completely eliminate this future hidden danger. Although this abandoned mysterious world was vast, only 7 days had passed in the full month of this trial. After 23 days of searching with the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, it was not a problem to cover nearly half of this world. The probability of finding Zhuo Liqing was at least 50%. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. Just as he was about to use the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world in his body, an unexpected change suddenly came at this moment. Rumble! With a huge roar that was almost like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the whole world that was still calm a moment ago had completely changed in a flash. The sky suddenly turned black, and the earth began to shake violently. There was also an invisible oppressive force that seemed to be rushing over from an endless distance in the sky. It was like the arrival of the heavens, only to destroy the world. This aura is clearly the power of the heavens. What's going on? What happened? Chapter 2941. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio Crimson Shock Rumble. As the sky changed color, the entire forbidden area in front of Yi Xian had completely sunk into endless darkness in an instant. The shocking change was too sudden, as if the real apocalypse had arrived. What was even stranger was that in the distant end of this dark world, there seemed to be a mysterious force that had firmly locked onto Yixian's aura. Moreover, the feeling of being locked onto was still increasing rapidly, becoming clearer and more intense. It was only a small trial of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun. It was impossible for it to cause such a huge commotion. Could it be that it was because of him? Yixian's mind spun rapidly as he analyzed the source of the sudden change. Only in this way would he be able to find a way to remove the lock on his own aura. Otherwise, once that terrifying will that seemed like the might of the heavens completely descended from the sky, the result would be without suspense. He would definitely die. At this moment, as the feeling of the aura being completely locked onto grew stronger and stronger, a wisp of understanding quickly surfaced in Yixian's heart. His expression changed drastically once again. Killing intent. At this moment, he clearly caught a trace of extremely firm and strong killing intent from the mysterious force that had locked onto his aura. It was as if the will of the heavens and earth in this world wanted to completely wipe him out. Its will was so firm that there was no room for him to turn around. This is clearly the rhythm of the heavenly punishment descending. Where did it go wrong? Could it be the corpse swamp? Frightened, Yixian's entire state of mind was in a complete mess. Although he vaguely felt that he had found the source of this shocking change, he had no idea how to resolve it. Buzz! A mysterious buzzing sound of the heavens and earth sounded. Immediately after, a misty green light suddenly appeared in the incomparably deep dark horizon above his head. It was clearly an azure eye the size of a mountain. Along with the opening of this green eye, the feeling of his vital energy being firmly locked onto was completely rendered to the extreme in Yixian's heart at this moment, and it caused the countless hairs on his body to stand on end while the feeling of life and death crisis that could descend upon him at any moment enveloped his heart and mind. Great Tao Heavenly Eye? As his body trembled, Yixian cried out in shock. He stared blankly at the sky, his face full of disbelief. This enormous green eye was clearly a manifestation of the will of this mysterious world. The so-called will of the heavens and earth was actually a single grand Tao formed from the convergence of all the laws of a world. It was supreme, impossible to shake, and impossible to resist. The appearance of the heavenly eye of the grand Tao represented the highest will of this world, indicating that Yixian's existence was no longer tolerated by this world. Even the grand Tao of this world had condensed into a clone of the heavenly eye of the grand Tao, intending to personally annihilate him. When faced with such a crisis, the only way to resolve it was to escape. Completely escape from this world, escape from this world. Otherwise, no matter how vast the world was, there would be no place for him to stay. Unfortunately, only 7 days had passed since the 1-month trial ended. There were still 23 days before Yixian would be teleported away, and the heavenly eye of the grand Tao that had already appeared in the sky clearly wouldn't give him so much time to linger on while at death's door. In fact, even if the 1-month trial period had already expired, Yixian would absolutely not be able to wait for the opportunity to be teleported away. The will of the heavens and earth of this world had already given birth to the intention to annihilate him, so how could it possibly take the initiative to send him away and escape danger? If he wanted to leave, Yixian could only rely on himself. However, although he had successfully imprinted the coordinates of a place in the depths of the black hole that could launch a planar-level ultra-long-distance teleportation, Yixian simply didn't have the ability to launch planar teleportation before the subsidiary title of the devouring system was upgraded again. He had the coordinates, but he didn't have the ability to teleport. At this moment, boundless despair surged in Yixian's heart. In addition, there was an extremely strong sense of grievance and helplessness. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a terrifying roar of the heavens and earth came from the end of the incomparably deep dark sky above him. From the huge heavenly eye of the grand Tao, a misty green light drifted out, instantly transforming into an incomparably vast giant palm of the heavens. As its 5 fingers were tightly clenched, it brought with it a crushing force that could destroy everything as it came crashing down with a rumble. So what if it's the will of the heavens and earth? Since I already exist, what right do you have to obliterate me as you wish? I refuse to accept this. Faced with this scene, Yixian was in complete despair. What fallen sky bow, what giant dragon roar, what weeping soul bloodhorn. All of this, in the face of this giant palm of the heavens, could only be a joke. Perhaps one day in the future, Yixian would also have the opportunity to grow to the point where he could ignore the will of the heavens and earth of this world. Not only would he have the qualifications to contend against it, he would even be able to crush the heavenly Tao. But now, it seemed that he didn't even have the opportunity to grow, and was about to unexpectedly die midway. In the midst of despair, Yixian's eyes almost split open as he madly roared towards the sky. A monstrous evil aura and unwillingness surged out from his body, like a mayfly shaking a tree, bringing with it a type of absolute determination and unyielding will that had already evolved to the extreme as it soared into the sky. Swish! Suddenly, from Yixian's body, a weak but incomparably fast sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared without warning. At the same time, the strange tattoo on Yixian's left chest, in the form of a headless corpse lamp, completely disappeared. At the most critical moment, the mysterious headless corpse unexpectedly revealed its true form. After rushing out of Yixian's body, it shot straight towards the giant palm of the heavens that was rumbling down from the sky. It was unknown whether it was because it felt the boundless despair in Yixian's heart, or because the giant palm of the heavens that was rumbling down from the sky made it completely angry as if it had been provoked. In short, this headless corpse rushed out without hesitation at Yixian's most desperate moment. All of this happened too suddenly, and Yixian was completely caught off guard. By the time he realized what had happened, the headless corpse had already transformed into a ferocious ancient heavenly saber. Wrapped in endless ferocity and brutality, it ruthlessly stabbed into the giant palm of the heavens that was pressing down from the sky. In an instant, it had already pierced through the palm without any suspense. Immediately afterward, before its momentum was over, this simple and ferocious blood-colored heavenly saber actually shot straight toward the great Tao heavenly eye in the sky without any delay as its speed suddenly soared. Rumble! A huge explosion quietly sounded at this moment. The giant palm of the heavens that was pierced through by the blood-colored heavenly saber instantly collapsed like the sky had collapsed. It can actually contend with the will of the heavenly Tao? Chapter 2942. Luoluo's encounter. Ding! Warning, warning, the system is about to collapse forever. The host's life is about to end, entering the final countdown to collapse. 30. 29. The system would collapse forever, and the host's life would end. Could it be that all of this was really going to end like this? However, at this moment a figure walked out from the palace. It was indeed Luoluo, but it was Luoluo who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Boom! The heavens and earth were still far away, but even those who had already died had all been resurrected. The madness in Yixian's eyes completely disappeared. Ding! The host has recovered. The energy supply has stopped. The system has stopped collapsing. Ding! The system's energy is severely insufficient, forcefully extracting the host's energy to replenish it. Ding! Extracting the host's energy will cause the host's life to end. Cancel the extraction and instead extract all of the host's resources. Ding! The ability is stable. The crisis has been resolved. Yixian couldn't hear the system's prompt anymore, because at this moment, there was only Luoluo in his eyes. Luoluo, it's really you. Why aren't you willing to see me? Yixian walked forward. However, at this moment no one dared to stop him. Even a God Emperor expert was shocked by Yixian's footsteps. They had personally witnessed the apocalyptic scene just now. When the anger of the person in front of them subsided, they had personally witnessed everything being destroyed and restored. No one dared to be disrespectful to Yixian in the slightest. In their hearts, what they wanted to know the most was who exactly was Yixian. Master, you shouldn't have come to find me. Finding me will only bring you endless disaster. Master, quickly escape, they have already discovered you. Who? Who are they? After Yixian heard Luoluo's words, he finally understood why Luoluo wasn't willing to see him. It turned out that a mysterious force had already monitored Luoluo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! In the sky, a huge ray of light suddenly descended. Accompanying the light was a group of super experts that were so powerful that even a peak 9th grade divine emperor would tremble. It wasn't one person but a team of 100 people. Moreover, they were lined up neatly like soldiers. Yixian picked up Luoluo and activated the teleportation without any explanation. So what if these people were strong? If they had the ability, then they would come to the mysterious place that only the God Emperor could enter to find him and Luoluo. Yixian disappeared, bringing Luoluo along with him. Only now did that group of experts dare to come over. However, they were a step too slow. Most importantly, they couldn't even lock onto Yixian and Luoluo's positions. This was a situation they had never encountered before. Suddenly, these people turned into rays of light and disappeared. Just like how they appeared, their disappearance was also incomparably mysterious. At this moment, Yixian and Luoluo had already arrived at the trial grounds. This place was incomparably mysterious. One had to know that if one wanted to start the trial, one had to be at least at the God Emperor realm. Even though Yixian didn't know where this place was, there was one thing he was sure of. With the strength to control Luoluo, it was impossible for her to come here. Only when they were temporarily safe did Yixian and Luoluo talk properly. The two of them snuggled up to each other and told each other about their encounters. Yixian's experience was full of ups and downs, and he was fascinated by it. However, Luoluo's experience was very simple, and it was also very difficult to accept. It turned out that after Luoluo came to the God realm, she was immediately targeted by a mysterious force. This was because Luoluo's nine-tailed heaven-loathing fox bloodline was of great use to them. Even now, Luoluo didn't know what use it had. Luoluo was arranged by those people to constantly cultivate. Moreover, there were also rules about what kind of divine ability she cultivated. Luoluo's talent was extraordinary, and it could be said that her strength increased very quickly. Now, she had already reached the cultivation of a middle-level Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord. That was an existence that surpassed the God Emperor. In other words, it was an existence that surpassed the God Master level of the God realm. Luoluo was constantly arranged to cultivate and provided with unlimited cultivation resources. However, as this power rapidly increased, Luoluo lost all freedom. Even his identity was arranged by someone else. At the beginning, Luoluo was a member of a small demon clan. When he cultivated to a certain realm, that clan was directly exterminated. Then Luoluo was sent to the demon god realm and became a saint. As his strength increased, Luoluo's status in the demon god realm became higher and higher. When he reached the hierarch realm, he was taken away again. Similarly, none of the people who had served him before were killed. The third time, Luoluo became the princess of a certain god realm. Moreover, she was also a future god master. However, this identity was not too much. When he was a peak grade 9 god emperor, those people came and took Luoluo away. At the same time, they annihilated the royal family of the god realm. The fourth time, Luoluo became the only highness of a defeated fox clan. This fox clan only had a few 100,000 people left. Luoluo was their highness and also their king. At the same time, Luoluo was also arranged to go to Mo's cave. It was also the place where Yixian saw him. It could be said that Luoluo's departure this time was outside of those people's arrangements. How could Luoluo not be willing to meet Yixian? In fact, Luoluo already knew when Yixian was brought into the palace by the Fox clan. Unfortunately, he didn't dare because those people were too powerful. They were so powerful that Luoluo didn't dare to imagine them. Luoluo knew that once she acknowledged Yixian, the final result would be that Yixian would be killed by those people. Those people called themselves the Keepers of Order, the existences that protected all order in the God realm. At the same time, Luoluo also told Yixian that the God realm was actually just a place for these Keepers of Order to train new people. Of course, other than the Keepers of Order, there were also the Alliance, the Destroyers, the Guardians, and other powerful forces. In the eyes of these powers, the God realm continent was a place to train new people. They would only choose some people with good aptitude to join them. They, on the other hand, lived in an independent mystic realm. These secret realms were places that the God realm would never be able to discover, and there were places that were impossible to know about. Even Luoluo only knew some information because she was brought along by them. However, Yixian had some insights. In reality, Yixian had encountered many similar situations. It could be said that Yixian had been to such a secret realm before, but he didn't have such powerful strength. At this moment, Yixian also suspected that this trial ground probably belonged to a certain power. The only fortunate thing was that this wasn't the territory of the Keepers of Order.